Chapter 351, Conflict, 2. Chapter 351, Conflict, 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Leo. Stigma collected a lot of valuable information when he was still in the family's territory, and he noticed that the ruins around the air transportation were recently opened. He sneaked into the ruins and found a lot of resources that would help Arisma recover. Stigma took away most of the valuable resources, but he was ambushed by a group of wizards that hid their faces with black masks. He was injured and returned to the family to recover. However, an exploration team with members from several major organizations found out someone entered the ruins before them. They then asked a prophet to find the one who stole the treasure from them. However, the prophet made a mistake and thought the target was Stigma's sister. This was how the whole thing started. Stigma put the half-body lizard into Della's pouch without being noticed, and the lizard helped Della recover her stamina on the way. However, it seemed like those assassins realized that Della was carrying the half-body lizard. They knew the situation about the ruin, and they thought Della was the one who raided the ruins before the exploration team. The leader of the assassins quickly contacted the prophet and confirmed the target. Stigma learned that his sister had become the scapegoat, and he decided to ask his old friends for help. That was the truth behind the whole situation. So, you already took most of the valuable resources from the ruins? Angele was a bit speechless. Well, yeah. Sorry. Stigma nodded slightly. That's why your master is recovering so fast. Did you notice anything special about the ones who ambushed you? Angele rubbed his chin. Of course. They were using the shadow power. Stigma took out something small from his pouch and threw it to Angele. Pa! Angele caught the item easily. It was a small raven statue with a black body and a pair of green eyes. It seemed like the eyes were made of emeralds. No, not the statue. Look at its shadow on the ground, Stigma advised. Angele heard the word and looked down. The raven's shadow twisted on the ground. It looked like a living bird that was swinging its wings. Angele looked at the statue. It was not moving at all. The raven's shadow on the ground was trying to leave Angele's hand. The hell? Don't tell me this is. Angele's expression changed. Yeah. This is a shadow fiend that comes from the abyss. Stigma confirmed Angele's assumption. A shadow fiend from the shadow realm. Angele blocked the sunlight above the statue. Suddenly, the raven's shadow jumped out of the statue and it started moving around Angele on the ground. Caw! The voice of the raven was loud and terrifying. It jumped straight into Angele's shadow. Angele's expression turned serious. He knew that he could not let the raven touch his shadow. With a flick of his finger, a ray of fire energy particles hit the raven's shadow with precision. Bam! A small hole appeared on the ground. Crack! Countless tiny cracks appeared on the raven statue in Angele's hand. Several seconds later, the statue turned into a pile of stone debris and dropped to the ground. Fairy's realm, and now it's the shadow realm. It seems like the wizards in the central continent are trying to study the ancient world. Angele muttered. Yeah. I heard that there are wizards who can enter other realms using the world stones as portals, so it's possible that those wizards brought the shadow fiends to our world. Maybe the wizards who ambushed our teachers were related to the shadow realm. Stigma spoke in a deep tone. What if those wizards are from the shadow realm? Angele narrowed his eyes. What's your plan? Any advice from your master? Well, we need to rank up fast. A bitter smile appeared on Stigma's face. No matter how perfect my plan is, I can't win a fight against someone with extreme power. How strong were the ones who ambushed you? Angele questioned. 3 rank 3 wizards and 2 rank 4 wizards. What? Angele gasped. How did you survive the ambush? Is that even possible? Stigma sighed. Arisma saved me. Otherwise, I'd be dead. However, her soul form was almost destroyed by those wizards. They knew how to deal with strong opponents. That's a problem. Angele narrowed his eyes. If Hen could not protect him under a similar situation, he was not sure if he could survive the attack. Do you know why they put so much effort into finding Arisma and Hen? According to the words said by one of the rank 4 wizards that attacked me, I think there's a person named Alicia that can communicate with the living beings of Shadow Ream and she's behind the whole thing, Stigma explained. It seemed like the situation was much more complicated than Angele thought. So, we probably should. What? Alicia? Hen's voice interrupted. So, it is her, the Lord of the Shadow, Alicia. It was a possibility, but I didn't think she would do something like this. Hen's illusion visualized behind Angele. It was a beautiful lady with long dark hair and a tight silky black dress. The woman was attractive and mysterious. She was wearing a pair of long black gloves and the brooch on her chest that looked like a lightning. For some reason, Angele thought he was looking at Vivian. The two women gave him a similar feeling, but Hen looked more attractive. Angele had thought Hen was an old woman. It was the first time he saw Hen's appearance. A woman with a pair of green eyes appeared behind Stigma slowly. She was wearing a long white robe and her face was covered by a silky mask. Long time no see, old bastard. Hen pursed her lips into a cold smile and stared at the woman behind Stigma. Hen, the invincible banshee from the hell. Ha! What a joke. Your soul power is weaker than me right now. How sad that is. Arisma's voice was soft and gentle, but her words were quite heavy. Cut it out. We are no longer who we used to be. I think you're the reason why Alicia is going after us. What's your plan? You need to bring this to an end. Hen was not mad about what Arisma just said at all. She just looked Arisma in the eyes. They were both in the soul form and there was not much they could do. Angele and Stigma were the only two that could see them. Come on. It's not all my fault. The Lord of the Shadow was one of the strongest wizards in the world. I don't understand why they ambushed us. She can kill us in a face-to-face battle. She's one of the 3 lords from the Inferia High Council. We stand no chance against her in the soul form, Arisma explained. What about the other 2 lords? She can't decide the future of the council and she can't break the balance. That's the reason why she ambushed us. Whatever, just tell me about your plan. Arisma shook her head. I don't have a plan. I can't wait for Stigma to rank up and fight for me. I suggest we go to a different area. They'll find us soon or later. I think Alicia did not expect us to turn ourselves into soul form, but now she knows and she will send assassins to kill us. So, the best plan is to... The 2 strong female wizards exchanged eye contact but did not finish the sentence. But, it took me years to find a body to live in. Hen hesitated. The woman had an attractive appearance but her voice was hoarse. It's fine. Let's enter the 1,000 Shadow Orb. Stigma found 2 orbs from the ruin, Arisma advised. The 1,000 Shadow Orb? Angele interrupted, Master Arisma, it is the item that can separate the souls from the living beings' bodies, right? Yeah, however, we are like symbionts and the orb can't separate us completely. We can still use the orb to recover. Also, the orb will remove my mentality wave completely from this world. The only downside is that I can only wake up once every 10 years, Arisma responded. Her personality was much better than Hen. Arisma cleared her throat and continued, let those 2 kids progress in the next 100 years. I need time to recover. Also, it'll be great if Alicia thinks we're dead. She'll kill the 2 kids to ensure that we're dead. Hen shook her head. She won't send strong assassins just to kill them. Well, I don't know. It's our destiny. We'll die sooner or later. I don't think they can win the fight against rank 3 and rank 4 wizards yet. Alicia is smart, but her strongest servants are important people to many large organizations, and they can't reveal the truth to the public, Arisma said slowly. That's why you're called Wizard of Destiny, huh? I'm not going to let destiny control my life. I will make the decision myself. Hen's illusion slowly landed on the ground. I shall fight till my last breath. Good luck then. Arisma nodded, then she turned into countless green light dots and sank into Stigma's body. Hen stood beside Angele and put her hands on his cheeks carefully. Angele was a bit confused, he was not sure why Hen could touch him. Look at my eyes, young man. Her voice was no longer hoarse, it was crispy and gentle. What do you think? Do you like me, Dot? She leaned against Angele's body and it looked like Hen was trying to seduce Angele. He could not even turn his head away from the woman. Relax. Young man. I'll teach you how to enjoy your life. Hen's eyes turned from dark red to scarlet. It won't take very long. I'll be your woman for the rest of my life. No matter where you are and what you do. You'll become part of my body. Don't you want to live a happy and peaceful life? Hen's voice slid into Angele's ears. Angele stared Hen in the eyes with a blank expression on his face. He opened his arms and grabbed Hen's waist tight. It almost looked like he was trying to drag Hen into his body. The fragrance of Hen's body rushed into Angele's nose, the soft touch on his fingers was hard to give up. Woo! Angele's eyes slowly turned from black to scarlet. They were glowing and the feeling was hard to describe. Hen's voice echoed in his ears. It felt like she was talking to Angele from the sky and it sounded like a siren singing. Come to me. Let me tell you what is the ultimate happiness in life. Angele whispered, his voice somehow sounded like a young lady's. Hen's expression changed. She wanted to push Angele away but she could barely lift her arms. Hen was surprised, she just stood there and let Angele hug her tightly. Her head was dizzy and she had no idea what was happening. Damn, she quickly turned her head to the left and avoided eye contact with Angele. Crack! Hen's body turned into red light dots and returned to Angele's body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 352, Trace of the Enemy, 1. Chapter 352, Trace of the Enemy, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Leo. The strange scarlet color slowly disappeared from Angele's eyes as Hen gave up. He glared at Stigma and rubbed his temple. It felt like there were 100 needles pricking his head. Damn it! That old woman almost took over my body. He grunted. Let's go. We need to rank up as fast as possible after this. Stigma gave Angele a strange look. Master Hen is so beautiful and attractive. Lucky bastard. You think I'll be happy if you praise her? Angele was speechless. Come on. We need to go. He took out the scroll and checked the location. Later. Yeah, see you. They started heading in two different directions. Angele turned left and started running at full speed. He left the canyon and traveled down the path on the yellow plain. The grass was more than 1 meter tall and it was dancing in the wind. About half an hour later, the texture of the mud changed, it became wet and soft. Angele stopped and glanced around. That's it, this is the place marked on the scroll. He took out the scroll, confirmed the location, and dropped it to the ground. Woo! Red light flashed in the air, the scroll was burnt to ashes and blown away by the wind. Raising his head, Angele saw a large white tent sitting on top of a small hill quietly. There were several green robes roasting some meat by the campfire. Angele walked to the tent, it only took him about 1 minute to reach the tent. The green robes quickly stood up after noticing Angele's presence. "Who are you?" An old man with white messy hair questioned loudly. "We're members of Unochi family. Please stay away from this hill." "Unochi family, right? Good, this is the correct location." Angele scanned the green robes using the chip. The old man was a rank 2 wizard and there was a rank 1 wizard on his left. The rest of them were just apprentices. "What do you mean?" The old man's expression changed. "Nothing." "Ha!" Angele smiled and raised his right hand, creating a head-sized lava ball on his palm. He pointed at the 4 green robes. The lava ball drew an arc in the air and flew to them. "Move! Block it!" they shouted. An apprentice quickly put up a large tower shield and tried to block the lava ball. Boom! Red light exploded in the air, a rain of lava drops fell to the ground and turned the area into a sea of fire. 2 of the green robes were blown away by the impact. Their bodies were burnt black and it seemed like they died. One of the wizards rolled out of the rain of fire quickly, but his robe was ignited and he was trying to put out the fire with water energy particles. The other wizard blocked the lava drops with a white energy shield. "Bastard! You'll pay for what you have done," the rank 2 wizard shouted furiously. He took out a small crossbow and shot an arrow at Angele. Chi! A blurry dark shadow disappeared in the air. It was only 1 meter away from Angele when it reappeared. Angele quickly created a silver shield in the front. Clank! The steel arrow sank into the shield, but it failed to penetrate through the thick silver metal. Seconds later, the steel arrow melted into a ball of black liquid. The liquid formed another steel arrow and was fired back at the old wizard. Angele raised his right hand again and he was about to create another lava ball. However, the musical note in his chest vibrated slightly. Hen tried to take over Angele's body and her plan failed. Angele almost absorbed Hen's power. He had not activated the bloodline signet. The signet countered the seduction by itself. The musical note was slightly heated up at that moment. It just saved Angele's life. He really needed to find a way to deal with Hen. That woman never changed. "Well, let me give this thing a try." Angele tapped at the center of his chest. Ding! It sounded like a bell was rung once. It was a clean and crisp sound. Angele saw that the old wizard was about to cast a spell after dodging the arrow. However, he suddenly stopped moving and just stood there. The rank 1 wizard beside him also stopped moving. The man was preparing a spell. It almost looked like they were trapped in time. Angele was a bit surprised. The signet was only partially activated, but its power was already incredible. Angele quickly approached the old wizard and walked around him. The white barrier around the old wizard disappeared. There was an angry expression on his face. He put his right hand into the pouch and it seemed like he was about to take something out. Angele observed the old man. His heart rate was much lower than a normal human being's, but he was still alive. All vital signs were normal. He scrunched his brow and moved his left hand toward the old man's pouch. Woo! Suddenly, the old wizard's body was ignited, and his body was covered in bright red flames. The old wizard's body melted like a candle before Angele's hand could reach the pouch. His body was quickly burnt into a pile of white ash, including his clothes and belongings. Angele was not sure what just happened. He looked at the other people. He checked the 2 apprentices and the rank 1 wizard. The rank 1 wizard just extinguished the fire on his robe before he was hit by the energy wave from the bloodline signet. However, 2 of them were ignited and started burning. The red flame swallowed a rank 3 apprentice and a rank 1 wizard seconds later. The last apprentice was burnt black by the lava drops, but he was still alive. Ha! He survived the attack? So, the sound wave released by the signet did not kill everyone. Angele walked to the apprentice, crouched, and checked his muscles. His muscles were hard like stone and it seemed like the apprentice was trying to resist the illusions. It's related to their willpower. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. The light dots disappeared a minute later. Ability of the Bloodline Signet, Illusion Sound Wave. It can be countered by the target's willpower. If he fails to resist the illusions, his body will be burnt to ashes. The effective duration of the sound wave is half an hour. The stronger the target's willpower is, the shorter the effective duration will be. Effective range, 20 meters. Zero finished the analysis and reported back quickly. Angele was satisfied. He nodded slightly and stood up. Raising his left hand, Angele released a silver needle from the tip of his finger and sent it into the apprentice's forehead. Blood leaked out of the tiny wound and the apprentice's suffering ended. The silver needle returned to Angele's finger as he walked to the Green Robes camp. The entrance of the tent was open and there were black travel cases lying down on the ground. The campfire was burning quietly outside the tent. They were roasting 2 skinned wild rabbits on a metal rack. The top of the browned meat was covered in fat and the bottom of the meat was already burnt. Angele raised his right hand and absorbed all the burning flames on the ground. He couched and pulled a piece of meat off the roasted rabbit. It was very hot, but he still threw it into his mouth. Salty, crispy, and the juice from the caramelized fat was tasty. Angele stood up and stepped into the tent. It was a bit dark inside. It was a large tent with a plain interior. 3 beds were lined up by the wall, the white blankets on them were unorganized. On the left, there was an opened book lying quietly on top of the nightstand. Angele walked to the nightstand, grabbed the book, and checked the content. The title said, Adventure Log of Abyss Canyon. Someone was reading this book. It was full of dog ears. Angele turned to a random page and started reading. April 12th. Our team entered the canyon and traveled about 1 kilometer. There was a cave on the left. Oh God! We found. The rest of the page was torn off and he quickly turned to the next page. Red grass. Yellow sky. What the hell is this place? Maybe we can never escape. We'll die thirsty and hungry. I hate those dirty monsters and... A small object jumped off the book and slowly dropped to the ground. Angele picked up the object. It was a slim piece of red leaf. The leaf was still wet and soft. He carefully put the leaf back into the book. Angele closed the book and held it in his hand. He turned around and left the tent. After walking for several minutes, he created a head-sized fireball on his right hand and threw it into the tent. Boom! The furious flames swallowed the tent, the campfire, the dead bodies, and half of the small hill. Angele saw that the tent fell to the ground and hit the campfire. Everything was covered in the burning flames and black smoke rose into the sky. The orange light from the fire brightened up the area. There was nothing left to burn on the small hill and the fire stopped expanding seconds later. Angele nodded. He held the thick book that had a brown cover tightly and walked away. He had finished his job. The rest was on the others. Angele started walking back from the way he came. About half an hour later, he saw Stigma, Della, and Hikari standing together, talking about something. Hikari waved at Angele after seeing him walking to them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 353, Trace of the Enemy, 2. Chapter 353, Trace of the Enemy, 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Leo. Angele smiled and walked to them quickly. I thought it would take you a while. The location was fairly close. Hikari wiped the dust off her long robe and smiled. They couldn't handle the damage dealt by my potions. Alright, let's wait for Rayline to come back and I'll tell you the true reason why I gathered you here. A mysterious smile appeared on Stigma's face. The true reason? Again? Angele exchanged eye contact with Hikari. They were both curious. However, Stigma changed the topic right away. Alright, let me introduce my sister to you. This is Della Unochi. He pushed the girl and read to the front. Della was shy, her face blushed as Stigma pushed her forward. Thank you for helping me and my brother. She hesitated for a second, then bowed to Angele and Hikari. There was a serious expression on his face. Help? Well, you can say that. Hikari looked at Della. But your brother doesn't really need our help. Angele chuckled. Stigma was a rank 3 wizard. Although his mentality was unstable due to the fast progression, he was still much stronger than the average wizards. Stigma had already achieved what most wizards could not achieve all their lives. Still, thanks for helping us. It was a tough situation. Della raised her head and bowed again. She was elegant and polite. Your brother is much stronger than us. Angele looked at Della. You're a good girl, Della. Contact me if you need my help. You can treat me like a big brother, maybe? Ha! He wanted to treat Della well since it seemed like she was the most important person to Stigma. What? Big brother? Come on. Stigma shook his head and laughed. Oh, right, Rayline's still fighting? He's almost done and he'll be back soon. Hikari activated the communication rune and exchanged messages with Rayline. She closed her eyes for a while and sent several more messages. Yeah, he'll be here soon. Let's just be patient. The four just waited by the edge of the canyon quietly. Della was curious about Angele and Hikari. She still could not believe that Stigma in front of her was the same person she used to know. The man killed a group of assassins easily and his mentality wave was incredibly strong. Della protected Stigma when he was young, but the situation changed. She was still trying to figure out what was going on. She walked to Angele and started asking questions. Della already had a long conversation with Hikari, but she did not learn much valuable information. She decided to ask the man that wanted to be her big brother. So, my brother became a formal wizard a long time ago? Yeah, actually, I'm not sure if you have noticed or not. Angele looked at Della. Your brother is definitely a Siscon. Siscon? What does that mean? Della, Stigma, and Hikari all looked confused. A term that describes a brother that wants to have a romantic or sexual relationship with his own sister, Angele explained. What? Della was still a bit confused. Several seconds later, her face blushed again after finally understanding what Angele just said. She turned around and stared at Stigma. Seriously? Stigma, she shouted and jumped to her brother. Della scratched Stigma's face with her nails and bit him in the right shoulder. Stigma grunted and fell to the ground. They rolled several times on the grass. Della rode on Stigma's body and slapped his face several times. Stigma did not fight back at all, he just let Della hit him. It almost looked like he was enjoying being beaten by his sister. Everything was shown on his face. Della did not notice the change, but Angele and Hikari shook their heads after seeing Stigma's expression. Rayline finally appeared when they were having some fun. There was a bloody human head in his right hand. The man had a blank expression and his left shoulder was soaked in blood. What happened? Stigma stopped his sister immediately. He kissed Della's cheeks and quickly stood up. Nothing. It's about my organization, Rayline said in a light tone. He dropped the human head to the ground. And this is an elder of your family, I believe. I tried to talk to him, but it didn't work out. The human head rolled several times on the ground and left a trail of blood behind. It was an old man with a long white beard. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open. Della was about to blame Stigma for kissing her cheeks, but the human head caught her attention. Elder Rumble. He was an old fogey. She looked at the Rayline with mixed emotions. Short blonde hair, handsome face, and elegant behavior, the man was like a perfect knight from a teenage girl's dream. You woke up? Rayline forced a smile on his face after noticing Della's sight. Hello, I'm your brother's friend and my name is Rayline. You can just call me Ray if you want to. I'm Della. Thank you for helping me and my brother. Della stood up and bowed to Rayline politely. Alright, I'll start explaining why I gathered you here since everyone is back. Stigma cleared his throat and said. Huh? I thought you only wanted us to deal with your family problem. Rayline was confused. I think you all know the legends about the altars in the Abyss Canyon, right? Stigma glanced around. My family problem is nothing compared to what I'm about to tell you. We killed all the elders in my family and I'll tell my father everything after I go back to my family. I shall be the one to rule the family council. Also, Hikari and Rayline, you're having trouble creating the mentality crystal, right? Stigma glared at Rayline and Hikari. They looked surprised after hearing him. How did you find out? Hikari stared at Stigma. My eyes. Stigma pointed at his eyes. I can see through a lot of things with my eyes. The eye of the truth. Rayline's expression changed as he spat out the words. Stigma nodded, but he did not say anything else. Angele knew what the eye of the truth was and he gave Stigma a strange look. What is the eye of the truth? Della had never heard of the name. It's simple. He can see through the walls in your clothes, Angele sighed and explained. He's using the eye of the truth every time you see a black glow around his eyes. Della thought for a while and her face quickly blushed. It seemed like the description reminded her of something. Stigma, she screamed furiously. So that's why you wait outside my room every time I go take a shower? What are you thinking? Do you really look at your own sister that way? Seriously? Stigma, she jumped on Stigma and bit him on the right shoulder again. Gee. It sounded like a knife cutting through a piece of meat. Angele took a step back after seeing the scene. Stigma opened his mouth but he did not scream. It seemed like Della was not holding back this time. She was biting with a lot of force. Screech. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the sky. They looked at the sky at the same time. It was an enormous black eagle, its wings spread wide open. The eagle rotated in the sky and it blocked the sunlight. Della's bite barely hurt Stigma's shoulder, he was a wizard after all. Still, 2 lines of teeth marks were left on his skin. What's that? It has been flying above my head for a while, Della raised her head and asked. Stigma's expression turned serious after he saw the black eagle. He glanced at Angele and saw Angele nodding at him. It seemed like they already knew what was going on. Rayline and Hikari, can you go back to the air transportation city and wait for us there? Angele and I have some things to take care of. We'll go find you after we're done, Stigma said. I want to go with you, Della followed. Go with Rayline and Hikari. Don't worry. We'll be fine. There are some insects following us and we need to shake them off. Stigma looked relaxed. Are you sure? Yeah. Angele raised his head, staring at the eagle. Suddenly, Hen's voice echoed in his ears. The Thunder Eagle. Haven't seen such a beautiful creature in years. It's not the time to praise an eagle. What you tried to do to me is unacceptable, but we should focus on Alicia now, Angele responded in a cold tone. It seems like you're hiding many secrets from me. It seemed like Hen learned something when she tried to take control of Angele's body. I'm a wizard and I have my special abilities. Why are you surprised? Angele smiled. It was a gentle and mysterious smile. It almost looked like his body was surrounded by a strange aura. Whatever. I'm just curious. Hen was not concerned. She knew that Angele could not get rid of her yet. Stigma and Hikari already decided where they would meet after everything was done. Hikari, Rayline, and Della started heading to the air transportation city right away. Stigma raised his head and looked at the eagle again. It's the mount of the wizards that ambushed me. Let's find a better battlefield. Sure. Angele nodded slightly. They exchanged eye contact quickly. Chi. The two disappeared at the same time. Two golden flashes of lightning were released by the eagle and struck the ground right after they left. Bam! The lightning turned into two men in long silver robes. The two men's blonde hair looked like golden liquid, shining in the sunlight. Their skin was pale and their faces were handsome. They both had golden pupils. The man on the left had a triangular silver rune in the center of his forehead, and the man on the right had a rune that was similar in color but shaped like a crescent moon. Master Sina, they escaped, one of the men said in a light tone. No, they're trying to find a better place to fight, the man with a crescent moon on his forehead told him. He crossed his arms and glanced around. They're trying to challenge the Wizard Lord's palace. People already forgot how strong the Shadow Lord is. That's why I hate peaceful eras. We shall spread despair and fear again. It's the number one rule in the palace. The other man chuckled. It took us so long to find them, but it's fine, we can finish them off here. You're probably the reason why I'm lucky. Every mission with you will become much easier than I thought. The man turned around and turned into a golden lighting, disappearing into the air. The other man chuckled, turned around, and disappeared into the air as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 354, Engage, 1. Chapter 354, Engage, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Angele accompanied Stigma from behind as they ran along the plains at their fastest pace. The cold gusts coming from the Abyss Canyon continued to brush across their face. What do you have in mind? While running, Stigma constantly surveyed the surroundings, as if he was searching for someplace. Well, we need to find a better place. You have seen how those servants of the Shadow Lord fight. Do not let them draw too close to you. Those people have a screw loose. They will sacrifice themselves just to kill their enemy. Seriously? Angele squinted his eyes. Wizards often try to desperately survive in battles, though. If those wizards really have no regards with their own lives, this will be a tough fight. That is how they almost killed me and my master. If not for the huge stock of high-quality healing potions, we would already be dead now. Stigma sighed. Well then, this place should be good enough. Suddenly, he stopped his movements and only remained standing at this particular place. A giant blue hexagram appeared on a particular surface of the canyon's edge as soon as Stigma stopped. The hexagram disappeared in but a split second, that Angele almost thought it was an illusion he had seen. Stigma inspected the surroundings before taking out a handful of white dust, then he sprinkled it onto the ground. The white dust soon turned into smoke before it could touch the soil and disappear into the air gradually. What's this? Angele walked to Stigma and questioned him. Do you know if they will come? No. I am only being extra careful. This is a small trap I had set after I left the ruin. Come along. Stigma smiled and walked behind a boulder by the cliff. The rock was about 1 meter tall. Stigma stopped behind it and disappeared without leaving any trace. Angele started. He scanned the area using his biochip, but no mentality wave had been detected. He did the same thing Stigma had just done. Chi. There was apparently a transparent bubble behind it. It felt like walking into a thin layer of plastic. For a second, Angele's vision blurred before Stigma reappeared before him. Now we only need to wait for them to reach us. Stigma pointed at the trap. Angele examined his surroundings. The rock and the soil were covered in dark red magic circles. Majority of the runes were figures of triangles that contained strings of such complexity within. You have put a great deal of effort into this. Of course. Last time, I almost got killed, so I decided to be more careful. The smile slowly disappeared from Stigma's face. Angele nodded but did not speak. Right now, he was only thinking of seeing the extent of the strength of those servants. The two wizards remained standing behind the boulder and patiently awaited. About 2 minutes later, rays of eye-blinding golden light appeared from the sky. 2 flashes of lightning struck and landed on the empty ground in front of the particular boulder and soon formed into 2 human beings. The man who had a crescent moon figure on his forehead started examining the particular location. His gaze soon fell on where the invisible hexagram was drawn. Illusion circle? Seriously? Do they truly think that I will be tricked by this? Sina shook his head. The man who had a triangle figure on his forehead looked at the ground and chuckled. Sina waved his right hand. A golden glow enveloped the soil. Angele looked daggers upon seeing such a scene take place. He took a step forward, about to attack, but Stigma suddenly grabbed his hand and dragged him back to where he was. Don't worry. Let us wait. Stigma slightly shook his head. With this, Angele calmed down and looked at the golden glow. Woo! It sounded as though something was vibrating. Chi! This golden glow savagely struck Sina's body upon being reflected by the invisible hexagram. Bam! Sina stumbled for 3 steps and expelled some blood out of his mouth. Now! Sina suddenly heard a shout coming from behind the boulder. At that instant, 2 lava balls flew towards him before he could react. Pa 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 pa. Countless blue pulses of lightning appeared on the ground and shackled their feet. Boom! The lava balls exploded in the sky and rained down to the ground as lava droplets. The area soon became a sea of flames. The ground was bedaubed in boiling lava. Angele could barely see what was happening. His eyes had been blinded by the sparks of lightning for a moment. The only thing which remained in his sight was the rain of lava. The area's temperature was constantly rising, and the pulses of lightning still continued to crackle in the air. He could feel the intense heat sweeping across his face. Angele inhaled deeply and conjured a wide-bladed, silver sword in each of his hand. Both of the sword's point was blistering red, akin to iron completely heated in a furnace. He swung the sword several times, leaving 2 dark red strings in the air. One for you, one for me. Stigma unsheathed a black mace out of thin air. Its handle was covered in complex runes and it looked old but luxurious. Sure, let us separate. Angele lightly nodded and ran to the other side of the plains. He was traveling at such absurd speed that his body looked like a blurry shadow. Stigma only stood there as he watched Angele depart before he turned around and looked at the ground filled with boiling lava. Boom! The lava on the ground exploded once more, turning into lava droplets, and splattered everywhere. The lava droplets struck the grassy area and ignited them. The smell of grass being burnt immediately drifted into the air. Even at this moment, the 2 servants of the Shadow Lord remained standing at their original position. Sina's sleeves, on the other hand, had been burnt black. The man was caressing a sapphire ring on his right index finger with a grim expression. Crack! The ring broke into pieces and dropped to the ground. The fragments of the ring turned into a black shadow that immediately dissipated. Good, Terry, go kill the man who is trying to flee. I will deal with the one behind the boulder. Naturally, the white robe called Terry answered in a deep tone. Terry transformed into a flash of golden lightning and disappeared. Sina was breathing heavily. He watched as Stigma stepped out of the shadows. We meet again, Stigma. A pleasure, I guess? Master Sina. Stigma smiled in response and raised his right hand. Chi. In his right hand materialized a black scimitar that had an eye-shaped ruby embedded on its blade. Dark red light glowed around it. Angele pressed on at his maximum speed while using the biochip to probe his location. The tall grass growing on the yellow plains were dancing amidst the strong winds. The setting sun had failed to bring warmth to the land. Angele ran down the edge of the abyss canyon without a pause. Several minutes later, he stopped by a wide cliff. He surveyed the surroundings first before he retrieved a small golden ball from his pouch. Golden Cirrus, the force of nature. Angele uttered an incantation and dropped the golden ball to the ground. The ball transformed into a streak of golden light which sank into the ground. Angele then took out a green bottle from another pouch, one filled with dark green powder. He removed the black stopper of the bottle and with a flick of his finger, a string of red energy particles entered the bottle. Angele shook the bottle several times and leaned it forward. The powder inside the bottle was slowly poured out. The dark green powder that had been mixed with red specks of light slowly descended. Just like what occurred to the golden ball, it dissipated several seconds later. Angele nodded slightly, clearly satisfied with the result. He had just finished preparing two of the strongest magic circles he possessed. The first was called Sunset and the second was called Venom Snake Dot. Both magic circles were gifted to him by Vivian. On the contrary, the ones he had set up in the Nightmare Realm were magic matrices that had a wide effective range and worked well against those mutated creatures. These were slightly stronger than the two magic circles Angele had just finished setting up. The Sunset and the Venom Snake magic circles were powerful, though they were incomparable to magic matrices. Furthermore, they had different types of usage and properties. These two magic circles had balanced properties, having the capability of handling both defensive and offensive tasks. The biggest advantage it possessed, that is, using such magic circles, was that they could be set up within seconds. The power that these two magic circles could unleash was on par with average level 2 spells. From another point of view, these two magic circles were like two level 2 spells that could be cast instantly. However, they could only be activated once, and the effective duration was short. Angele saw a flash of golden light rushing towards him as soon as he finished setting up the magic circles. The golden light landed right before him and transformed into a man wearing a long, white robe. Angele, squinting, focused his gaze on the man. The white-robed man had a blonde hair, a triangular silver rune drawn on his forehead, clear skin, and a pair of gold-colored eyes. He looked at Angele as if he was looking at a rat. "Young man, you are unlucky." The man's voice was crisp. "My name is Terry. I am sorry, but I must kill you." "Interesting." A cold, spine-chilling smile appeared on Angele's face. Blue light flashed in his eyes. "Wait, you're a female?" Angele fell dumbstruck the instant he checked Zero's report. "Huh?" Terry was similarly surprised. "How did you find that out?" Invisible waves surrounded the man as he raised his right hand. The image of a handsome man wearing a white robe was soon replaced by a beautiful blonde of whom had a cold expression once the distorted waves disappeared. The lady had a balanced body frame and smooth skin. What drew Angele's attention, however, was her right ear. The ear looked nothing like a human's. Long and furry, it looked like the large ear of a rabbit. Contrary to that, her left ear was that of a normal human's. "Well, let me introduce myself to you once more. I am Terry, 4th Captain of the Shadow Lord Palace." Terry's voice had changed as well, it was now gentle and clear. "I am Master Stigma's servant." Angele smiled. He evidently did not want to disclose his true identity to Terry. Terry was not bothered by this. She raised her hands and conjured two wavy daggers with two lightning bolts. "All right, let us begin." Terry once again transformed into lightning and flew towards Angele. Flashes of golden lightning appeared in the air and merged into her body. The main lightning bolt that was formed from her body transformed into an arrow surrounded by countless golden runes. The arrowhead was infused with pulses of golden lightning. The arrow ceaselessly whistled through the air as it approached Angele swiftly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355, Engage, 2. Chapter 355, Engage, 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe. Angele's countenance changed. He retreated one step, then raised his right hand. A golden magic circle manifested on the empty ground before him and began spinning slowly. Bam! Golden light came forth from the soil and streaked towards the arrow-transformed Terry. 10 more rays of golden light shot out of the ground one by one, all of them flying towards the lightning arrow. Thin green mist drifted across the air as the rays of golden light all streaked away. Parts of the mist took form into several triangle-headed, green snakes with green glowing eyes. These mist snakes similarly shot towards the lightning arrow. Rays of golden light, venomous snakes, and poison mist were all intercepting Terry, who had transformed into the golden lightning arrow. Angele maintained a calm composure. He lifted his right hand and unleashed 2 lava balls. Simultaneously, a black light flashed in his eyes and the silver metals separated from his body, which shapeshifted into a countless number of needles floating in front of him. Several glowing black needles were hidden amidst the hail of silver needles, a simple but deadly tactic. Angele pointed forth before him. Asterisk chi 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 star. The sound of a volley of arrows being unleashed from bows simultaneously echoed. Hundreds of silver needles whistled towards the lightning arrow. By now, Angele's face had already turned pale due to the consecutive casting of spells. He immediately retrieved 2 mana potions from one of his pouches and opened it. He quickly chugged the 2 glass tubes empty. A sweet and refreshing fluid flowed down his throat, and he now felt much better than before. He had spent too much mentality and energy particles due to the 2 magic circles he had set. Furthermore, he had used a large portion of his mentality to strengthen his mental force field and manipulate the flying silver needles. In his previous encounters, Angele had used this exact tactic several times already. Not only these silver needles dealt physical damage, they were also infused with the ability to petrify whatever and whoever came into contact with it. Once Angele emptied the potions, he looked at the approaching arrow with complete focus, thinking about his next move. Bam! The lightning arrow decelerated to a certain extent every time it was struck by the streaks of golden light. Terry made attempts at dodging the streaks but had still been struck 7 or 8 times, causing her speed to dramatically plunge. Following after the golden rays, the green, venomous, mist snakes jumped onto the lightning arrow. Each of these mist snakes that were about 1 meter long successfully eliminated some of the lightning pulses surrounding the arrow. Due to this, it shortened the lightning arrow's length from 2 meters to 1. The figure of Terry's face gradually took form on the arrowhead. You think you can stop me with those petty tricks? Terry, looking at Angele, mocked. Chi. The golden lightning arrow suddenly absorbed all the lightning pulses surrounding it. A materialized long arrow, which seemed to have been made out of gold, took form. Chi chi chi. The streaks of golden light and the mist snakes were destroyed. The arrow flew straight into the hail of silver needles. Clank clank clank. It sounded like metal pins hitting a large metal shield. What a waste of time. Terry's voice came from the arrowhead. I'm disappointed. You are way weaker than I have expected and, ugh. But suddenly, she grunted. Boom. The arrow exploded into innumerable lightning pulses that soon reformed into the figure of Terry, who was still adorned in a long, white robe. She had an irritated expression on her face. A black needle had pierced her right chest. From the small puncture on her chest, her body was being petrified. Terry tapped the triangular rune on her forehead. It flickered with light. Underneath her feet surfaced a golden-green magic circle. It had a complex structure, many runes were spinning above it. Boom! Golden runes, green smoke, and pulses of lightning merged into one before exploding into a bright ball of golden light. The glaring light caused Angele to cover his eyes with his hand. He was blown away by the shockwave produced by the explosion. At Terry's original location, only a 3-meter-tall ball of light remained. This ball of light started rolling forward, its size ever-changing and its surface enveloped by lightning pulses. Angele was still recovering from the damage he received. He felt a sensation as if his skin was being pricked by numerous needles. Peering ahead, he conjured another pair of lava balls while watching out for any movement coming from the ball of light. Bam bam! The pair of lava balls sank into the light ball and exploded. Chi! Out of the blue, a golden laser beam coming out of the light ball darted out at Angele. The laser beam was too fast such that Zero's warning was rendered useless. Angele failed to dodge this. His vision blurred for a second. He could feel the laser beam piercing through his right chest. Bam! It felt like he had been struck by an elephant. Angele stumbled 10 steps backward. He could hear the bones of his body breaking. Due to the intense pain, he nearly blacked out. Angele tightly grasped at his right chest. The invisible shield created by the crystal scorpion was penetrated through and destroyed, then it slowly dissipated. His chest had been burnt black. Many of his ribs had fractured. The metal barrier covering his body had been eradicated. The ball of light soon became transparent until it slowly and completely disappeared. It reformed into Terry, who had similarly been injured to a severe state. There was a huge bloody hole right in the middle of her chest. Barely any flesh was left. 2 offensive magic circles. How much mentality did you spend? You are crazy. Terry glared at Angele. I must admit, I have underestimated you. Angele was confounded. Terry was still alive even after being inflicted with such a terrifying injury. He thought that only rank 4 wizards could survive an injury of that level. The only and biggest difference rank 2s and rank 3s had was the gap in mentality levels. Although Terry was only a rank 3 wizard, the power of her spells was comparable to the ones Angele cast, more or less 200 degrees. Angele had thrashed the woman with 4 lava balls, 2 offensive magic circles of the high tier, and his special needle, yet the woman still had enough strength to retaliate. Angele had realized that he was up against a formidable opponent. Is that so? Am I now a worthy opponent? He sustained a deadpan expression as he tried to remain calm. Angele had been severely wounded by the light ball. Nonetheless, he had an absurdly high stamina and the assistance of the ancient bloodline he possessed. His chest wound had already begun recovering at a ridiculous rate. Newly formed tissues and flesh had already replaced a part of the burnt area. There is another soul within you. I can feel it. You cannot hide it from me. Terry deeply breathed and put down her hands. Her chest was no longer bleeding. She should have taken doses of high-quality healing potions or used enchanted items that had healing effects. Which one is it? Perhaps you are thinking that the soul will help you once you fall into danger? Terry shook her head. Unfortunately for you, I have a special item in my pouch that can restrict that soul's ability. Several minutes ago, you nearly died yet the soul did not help you. Do you not think it is strange? Ha! Angele faked a surprised expression. What are you talking about? Don't even try to lie. Right now, that soul cannot communicate with you. It probably thinks you are still safe, but it will die once I kill you. It's simple. Terry lifted up her right hand and summoned even more lightning pulses. It quickly conjured into 2 golden pavises. Die! With 2 shields of roughly a meter in height, she shouted and charged forth at Angele. Crack! Suddenly, a huge crack appeared on the cliff. The cliff could no longer handle the force from all the spells they had cast. Strands of black smoke appeared above the abyss canyon. Innumerable black eyeballs came into being. These black eyeballs were the size of a human head. These were floating in the air without a noise. All of these were looking at Angele and Terry with such greed, as though these eyeballs wanted to devour the two wizards alive. On the other side of the abyss canyon, Stigma was kneeling on the ground, scowling at Sina with hatred in his eyes, and was panting. Suddenly, he noticed the black eyeballs that were floating. Those are Stigma's pupils constricted. Death eyes. Sina's mien distorted upon witnessing such queer scene. Death eyes can kill rank 4 wizards. Wait, has the final stage almost been completed? What? Final stage? What are you talking about? Stigma was confused. Sina looked at him but did not answer the question. This fight has to be postponed. The death wave is coming. I must go. We shall meet again, he said after picking up his left arm from the ground. Wait, what about your friends? Stigma narrowed his eyes. Do they know about the death wave, too? Naturally, Sina replied. Bam! A loud noise from the other side echoed in the air. Angele silently stood holding one wide-blade sword in each of his hand. The cliff he was standing on could fall into the abyss any time. After scanning it using his biochip, he now knew that those black eyeballs were dangerous and that he should try to stay from the black smoke. He was not even sure whether Hen could block it if she was not in her soul form. Terry and Angele would both die if they, at the very least, touched the black smoke somehow. The endless black smoke could easily deal more than 1,000 degrees of acid damage and kill anyone within its effective range. Angele's heart was beating fast. The life or death situation he was presently under somehow excited and relieved him. For him, this was quite enjoyable. It felt like walking a tightrope without any life-saving measures. One wrong step and he would fall to his death. Terry was standing opposite Angele. Still, she too was standing on the cracked cliff. The woman looked at Angele. 2 deep holes could be seen on the pavises in her hands. Such damage was inflicted by Angele's swords. Why are you still here? Terry questioned him in a calm tone. The Abyss Canyon will soon be sealed by the death wave. You need to be at least 3 kilometers away from this place. The death wave can easily kill any wizards below rank 4. I'm not leaving. Angele swung his sword several times in the air. Don't you think this is beautiful? I am so excited that my body is trembling. Finishing the battle at this place will be my ultimate happiness. He licked his dry lips and smiled. Wizards shall all rot in a life of peace. We may die together in this battle, but our final moments will be enjoyable. You may only experience such once in your life. Angele spread out his arms. Terry narrowed her eyes. You've lost your mind. She jumped forward, turning into a flash of lightning. No. This will be an unforgettable memory for us both. Angele smiled. A red beam was unleashed from the musical note located in the middle of his chest. Bam! Tari returned to her original form forcibly without a warning. She dropped to the ground and shook her head several times. You! How dare you! Holding her pavises tight, she roared at Angele. Boom! The cliff they were standing on completely separated from the canyon. Thus, there began the descent of the 2 wizards into the endless darkness alongside broken pieces of rocks and the dirty mud. The scene looked like a gigantic yellow boulder sliding into the abyss from the edge of the canyon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 356, Trading Company, 1. Chapter 356, Trading Company, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Leo. Angele smiled and lowered his hand. He quickly slashed forward and released a red string of energy from the blade. Translucent sound waves left his chest and started spreading in all angles. The cliff started sliding down. Angele ran up the incline and charged toward Terry, his sword soaring through the air. Bam! The two ran into each other and another translucent wave was released into the air. The yellow cliff under their feet broke into pieces and completely fell off the edge of the canyon. They were standing on a relatively small piece of rock and the surface area was large enough for 4 to 5 people to stand on it. However, the rock cracked again after the impact. Angele held his sword tight and slashed down. Clank! Terry was forced to retreat to the edge of the cracked rock. The rock cracked again when Terry was about to fight back. She lost the support and started falling. However, she quickly released the tower shields and grabbed the edge of the rock. Bam! A black leather boot stepped on Terry's hands hard. Crack! The edge of the rock cracked. See you. Angele looked down and watched Terry fall into the abyss. The black smoke was approaching her quickly and Angele's body was reflected in the female wizard's constricted pupils. Light of the thunder. Terry reached forward and chanted the incantation. Bam! A ray of golden light was released from her hands and hit Angele hard. Phoenix! Angele shouted and a flaming red bird spurted out of his chest. The bird had a long tail that was coated with flames. It was the ancestral spirit Angele acquired by completing the 3rd stage of Molten Core River. The golden ray hit Angele's chest and penetrated his skin, muscles, and bones after breaking the silver barrier. Chi! The golden ray pierced through Angele's body and spurted out of his back, leaving a golden arc in the air. Go, he shouted as he spat out blood. Angele had no time to treat the wound, but his stamina was so high that he could still recover even if his heart was crushed. He could use the energy particles to temporarily keep the heart pumping and help his blood to absorb oxygen. He quickly took out 2 small bottles from the pouch, one was red and the other was blue. Crack! His powerful grip crushed the bottles. A glowing blue energy circle and a glowing red energy circle covered Angele's body as the bottles broke. The lightweight potion and feather potion helped reduce Angele's weight. Their effects could be combined. It was the perfect combo in this situation. Angele left Terry to die in the black smoke and grabbed Phoenix's claws with the right hand. The bird started flying up slowly after his body's weight was reduced. Phoenix was flapping its wings slowly, but its altitude was increasing quickly. Angele's weight was almost the same as a feather's. The bird had no problem lifting him up. The chilling wind brushed against Angele's face and the wound in his chest. The brown cliff was still sliding down and there were large pieces of rocks in the air. Phoenix dodged all the falling rocks. It changed the direction several times in the air and Angele was not hit by any rock. Several minutes later, Phoenix brought Angel back to the edge of the canyon and landed on the grass. Pa! Angele's feet touched the land again. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. He was almost killed by the woman named Terry. Angele gave the abyss one final glance. The only thing he saw was the black smoke. Terry had already disappeared. Angele took a deep breath and stood straight. You really think I'm going to die with you? He sneered as he looked at the wound in his chest. The golden ray penetrated the center of his chest and the musical note was destroyed. He could see the grass on the ground through the large hole. The musical note was nowhere to be found, and the flesh in the large hole was growing back at an unbelievable rate. Angele could see how fast he was recovering with his bare eyes. 0. Check my condition. Angele was suffering from the intense pain. He took out a glass tube containing green powder from the pouch and poured the powder into the bloody hole. Chi! White smoke rose from his chest as the powder came in contact with his flesh. Angele's brow furrowed. He bore the pain and returned the tube to the pouch. Angele Rio. Severely injured. Damaged by unknown radiation energy. Damaged by energy particles. Attributes reduced temporarily due to injury. Strength reduced to 9, 12. Agility reduced to 7, 11.5. Stamina reduced to 11, 16. Mentality reduced to 102.5, 123.7. Recovering. He looked at the endless abyss canyon again. The terrifying clouds of black smoke were moving quickly in the darkness. They were approaching the edge of the canyon at full speed. It would take them about 10 seconds to reach Angele's position at this rate. Angele's expression changed, and the silver sword was absorbed into his skin. He turned around and started running toward the plane. Phoenix twittered and landed on his shoulder. The man and the bird turned into a blurry red shadow, disappearing into the depths of the yellow plain. Angele stopped and took several deep breaths after about 10 kilometers of running. He turned around and looked at the plain. Countless creatures were trying to escape on the endless plain. They looked like colorful ants that were moving in the same direction at full speed. Black leopards with flaming red tails and groups of white rhinos were all running like crazy. The silver rhino leading the group was surrounded by a thin layer of white cloud. Black birds, yellow birds that looked like wild geese, as well as some red and green furry creatures gathered in the sky and were flying forward at full speed. Angele stood on the grass. He could see the sea of black smoke approaching behind the escaping creatures. The creatures that were swallowed by the smoke looked like stones sinking into the sea. They disappeared without making any noise. Even the strongest creatures like the blackbirds and saber-toothed tigers could not escape the death wave. Fortunately, the death wave was slowing down. Angele narrowed his eyes and glanced around, then noticed that a group of lions with 3 feet was passing by. The 3 feet lions only had 3 feet supporting their large yellow bodies. It sounded like thunder blasted every time their feet hit the ground. The noise was so loud that he could barely hear the sounds made by the other creatures. This thunder blast-like noise was the only sound Angele could hear. The land started shaking as more and more lions appeared. Raising his right hand, Angele released a thin silver string. It accurately landed on the leading lion. Angele stopped the silver string from extending and grabbed it tightly. The contrary force was strong enough to pull him toward the lion, and he landed on its back safely. The lion was more than 2 meters tall and its body was more than 4 meters wide. It almost looked like a small elephant. The lion glared at Angele, but it did not do anything. 30 regular magic stones or I'll shake you off, the leading lion shouted in Matia. All right. Angele was a bit surprised. He did not know that he was riding a creature that could talk. The lion did not say anything else after hearing his words. It lowered its head and started increasing the speed. Angele sat on the lion's back and activated a green communication rune. The rune looked like a spinning vortex. He tapped on the finger lightly. Hey, are you still alive? Stigma's voice came from the rune. I'm fine. Angele checked his wound. Half of the bloody hole was already fixed. Where are you now? Did you get rid of Sina? Yeah, I killed him before he escaped, but it'll take me at least half a month to recover. Stigma sighed. What about you? I almost fell into the Abyss Canyon. It's a miracle that I'm still alive. Angele smiled. Also, you're right about the servants of the Shadow Lord. They don't fear death. The woman hit me hard before falling into the death wave. We need to figure out a good plan. You don't want to rule the family anymore, right? Yeah. Stigma sighed again. I didn't expect them to find us so easily. I want to leave the central continent with my mother and my sister. We need to go to a safer area. Can you escape the tracking spell of the prophet? Don't worry, my master will help me. She's probably the best prophet in the world. Stigma sounded proud. Also, Ugh. Stigma's voice disappeared. Angele scrunched his eyebrows. Stigma? Stigma? The green vortex shrank in size as he tried to talk to Stigma. Several seconds later, Stigma's voice was transferred to him again, but he sounded much weaker than before. I'm fine. It's the after effects. Green. You need to lay low in the central continent. I progress too fast, so fast that I'll become extremely weak for a short period every 2 years, weak like a rank 1 gas stage wizard. The time has come, I need to find a place to hide. Is that really worth it? I was wondering how you reached rank 3 so fast, Angele responded. Well, I have to find a way to fight the servants of the Shadow Lord, and this is the only method I have, otherwise, they'll destroy my physical form and capture my soul. Where are you planning to go? When will you leave? Very soon. I'm on my way to pick up my mother. I'll bring my sister, my mother, and several of my friends, then go back to the West Coast. I'm familiar with that area and I have my own property there. West Coast. Angele did not expect Stigma to return to his homeland. Good choice. You're familiar with the route and I'm sure you can survive the trip. Also, it seemed like the storm giant was weakened. You can go around that area and find a better route. We'll meet again, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 357, The Trading Company, 2. Chapter 357, The Trading Company, 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Leo. Of course, I'll be back, Stigma responded in a low voice. Also, Green, thanks for helping me out this time. I left some gifts for you and I think you will like them. You can pick up the gifts in the Trove Trading Company in the Air Transportation City. The code is 95452 and you can unseal the gifts with your own communication runes. Alright, we'll meet again. Take care. Pa. The green vortex rune broke into pieces and disappeared into the air. It meant Stigma deactivated the communication rune by himself. It seemed like he did not want to leave any traces behind. Angele knew that Stigma would not return to the West Coast even though he said so. Stigma would not want anyone to know about his family's location, not even his friends. The prophet from the enemy's organization could track them down using the information he mentioned in the communication runes. Well, I thought it would be a happy ruins exploration experience, but I guess things happen. Stigma should have told us the truth earlier and everything would be much easier. Angele exhaled once slowly. The Shadow Lord. I should stay out of her sight also. Well. The Shadow Lord was one of the 3 lords in the Inferian High Council of the Central Continent. The Elemental Hand and the Wizards Guild stood no chance against her. The good thing was, Cena and Terry were swallowed by the death wave from the Abyss Canyon, so they would not be able to send any information back. It was part of Angele's original plan. If his identity was completely exposed to the Shadow Lord, Vivian, and the Elemental Hand would be in big trouble. The difference in strength was huge. The Shadow Lord's palace was like an elephant and the Elemental Hand was just an ant. The High Council had been ruling the Central Continent for thousands of years. While they could not give orders to other organizations directly, no one wanted to mess with them. The terrifying power of the death wave will remove any traces I left behind, and the prophet from the Shadow Lord's side won't be able to inform them about my situation using the tracking spells. I shall return to the Air Transportation City while I'm still safe. I can start progressing again after I return to the mansion. The Shadow Lord, huh? It's a big problem. Angele had the plan in mind. Angele closed his eyes and started recovering on the back of the lion's leader. The lions finally stopped on the grass by the city when the sun started setting. He threw a high-quality magic stone to the lion and headed to the city quickly. Angele found Rayline and Hikari in a barbecue restaurant when the night was about to fall. They were eating and chatting. Didn't you receive the messages? Asked Angele via energy particles transmission as he removed his hood and checked the surroundings. They were the only people in the restaurant at the moment. What are you talking about? Hikari was cutting a piece of deer steak into pieces. Everything is finished, right? We asked for assistance from the Wizards Guild and the Potion Masters Guild. They already took care of the problem. Angele walked to them and sat down at the table. He still has some problems and had to find a safe place to stay. So, he's gone already? Rayline sounded a bit surprised. We came here to help him and he left without saying a word? What the hell? How serious are his problems? Hikari questioned in a low voice. Very serious. Angele nodded. But, he said he left us some gifts, and he was confident that we would like them. I start to hate this guy. Rayline's brow furrowed. If Stigma thinks we can't help him on the matter, the situation must be bad. Is it related to the incident in the White Mist Town? Well, you guessed it right, Angele asked for some fruit wine and a barbecued steak. Actually, we haven't talked to each other for years. How are you doing now? His sight fell upon Rayline. Rayline, you're a rank 2 wizard now, right? You were already at the crystal stage when we arrived at the air transportation city. Yeah. You're right. Rayline took a sip of the green fruit wine. I advanced to rank 2 about 4 years ago. Hikari picked up a piece of meat and delivered it into her mouth. I'm still at rank 1 and it might be hard for me to advance to the next rank. There's a bottleneck. I'm doing fine with my potions and I acquired some high-level potions from the guild. I should be fine. You need higher mentality level to use higher-level potions. You can only use level 2 potions now and you should try increasing your mentality faster. Anyways, it seems like you're an important member of the guild. Angele smiled. Yeah, I'll be promoted after advancing to the next rank and I'll become the department head of the potion lab. It seemed like there was a bright future in front of her. I heard that you can command an army of 5,000 energy soldiers as a department head in the Potion Masters Guild, right? Rayline interrupted. The energy soldiers, the watchers from the elemental hand, and the Sunrise Army in my guild are all strong military units. No, it's different. The energy soldiers are energy creatures with no intelligence. They are weaker than the Watchers and the Sunrise Army, but yeah, I can command an army of 5,000 energy soldiers if I become a department head. I'm now a student of the Icebreaker Master Cameron, he's a high-rank wizard in my guild. I need to join a mission in the Eastern Snow Mountain after this, Rayline said as he looked at Angele. Angele was sending a message to Lynn but he raised his head quickly after Rayline stared at him. I'm working in the Human Resources Department. It's boring. That's not bad at all. Hikari smiled. Sadly, Stigma didn't leave his family. He could have earned a decent position in a large organization if he chose to leave. I'll be leaving if he's not coming. My guild members are waiting for me, Rayline said in a low voice. Let's go see what Stigma left for us in the trading company. Hikari was curious. I don't really need any resources and I want to know why he was so confident that we'll like the gifts. None of them were depressed that Stigma would not be able to come. Wizards had long life expectancies and they did not care if they could not meet with their friends for the next several decades. They already got used to such situations. The three finished their food and stood up. Angele asked a pedestrian about the exact location of the trading company and hired a carriage. They headed to the trading company right away after leaving the restaurant. There was a white building that looked like a church sitting quietly between the luxurious gardens in the center of the air transportation city. There were many people passing by its gate and the street lamps on the side brightened up the whole area. Most of the people were nobles, scholars, or knights. Angele sat in the carriage and watched several wizards stepping out of the trading company. They jumped onto black griffins and took off into the sky. The three sat in the carriage and looked at the engravings above the gate of the trading company, Trove. Under the word, there was an engraving that looked like a gray bat. That's the place. Trove Trading Company is the most reputable company in the Tari River area. You can rent their storage, purchase insurance, apply for a loan, or exchange currency here. It seemed like Hikari was familiar with the place. I've rented their storage several times, Rayline added. However, the other two trading companies are more popular in my area. Is that so? Angele had never used their services, but he refused several of the company's dinner party invitations. He never liked those merchants. Security level is high here. His sight fell upon the two towers on both sides of the main building. The white towers were about half the height of the main building, but they looked like two guards guarding the main entrance. There were crescent moons engraved on the towers. Two level 2 trading towers, only for wizards at rank 2 or below. This is like the enchanted version of the trading tower on the west coast, Angele said in a calm tone. Yeah, they must have high-quality items for wizards at rank 2 with such trading towers, which means the company is probably protected by wizards above rank 3, Rayline added. It was a simple observation. Also, this is just a branch. Their main location is probably guarded by rank 4 wizards. The carriage slowly stopped. Masters, we're here. The old coachman yelled. Hikari took out a silver coin and handed it to the coachman. That's the fee. Thank you, master. The three jumped off the carriage one by one. There were many people walking on the street at night, and there were fully geared guards patrolling the area. The wind was a bit cold. Although the death wave from the Abyss Canyon was still not over, the people in the city did not seem to care. The only change was that there were adventures on the street. The three entered the gate just like other pedestrians. They walked past a fountain, walked up the stone stairs, and entered the main building. Angele saw several white robes with blonde hair as he entered the building. He was a bit surprised, but his expression remained indifferent. What happened? Hikari noticed Angele's reaction and looked at the white robes by the counter as well. Nothing. Angele started walking again. He moved to the closet counter beside the white robes. The white robes were only 5 to 6 meters away from him, but his skin was aching. It felt like being pricked by hundreds of needles. Their mentality waves were so strong that the radiation energy in the air was being drawn to them. Angele compared their information that was gathered by Zero with the stone wizards he met, but none of them had such strong mentality waves, not even the rank 4 wizards. Rayline and Hikari followed after him. They also noticed the white robes. May I help you, sir? A deep voice came from the counter. Angele turned around and looked in front of him. It was a monster with a strange appearance. The monster had a white body that looked like it was from a lion and 2 heads over its shoulder. The one on the left was a goat's head, and the one on the right was a lion's head. The monster's tail was a snake, which was introducing their services to other customers. It was the lion head that spoke to Angele. The head had the size of a wheel and it was staring at Angele with a pair of large eyes. Insurance? My brother can help you. The lion head looked at its tail. The tail was a snake, and it seemed like the snake was in charge of selling the insurance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358, A Familiar Face, 1. Chapter 358, A Familiar Face, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Leo. Insurance? Angele hesitated for a second. I'm here to pick up something. The number is 95,452. The lion head and the snake head looked disappointed after hearing his words. Fine, picking things up. Damn. People don't buy insurance anymore, the lion head muttered. He turned around, then grabbed a black leather scroll. He opened it and started reading. 954532, this one. The lion handed over a blank paper. Your communication rune, please. Angele pressed on the surface of the paper. Chi. A black snake that was biting its own tail appeared on the paper. Crack. One of the lockers behind the lion was unlocked. Lion opened the locker and took out a wooden square box with a red lid. "Your item, sir." The lion handed the box to Angele. Angele grabbed the box carefully, it was quite heavy. "Go ahead." Angele stepped aside. Hikari stepped forward right away, but Rayline was not interested. Angele made it look like he was checking the box, however, in fact, he was glaring at the white robes that were on the other counter. There were 3 of them, the other people around them looked like guards. 2 of the white robes were female and they had triangular silver runes on their foreheads. The 3rd one was male and he was talking to someone behind the counter. The man also had rune on his forehead, it was a crescent moon and it looked identical to the one Sina had, but the man's was a bit brighter. Angele noticed that the man tried to use the robe to hide the weapon on his back, it looked like a long sword or a long scimitar. Hikari and Rayline retrieved their items as well. Hikari was holding a black accessory box in hand, she looked surprised as she opened it. Hikari closed the box after checking the contents and carefully put it in her pouch. Rayline was playing with a short red stick that looked like a flute, but it seemed like he had not figured out how to use it yet. "Let's go." Angele looked at the 2. Rayline glared at Angele and sent him a question using the energy particles. "You know them, Green?" "Yeah, they're members of the Shadow Lord's palace." "Stay away from them," Angele responded and started heading to the door. "Shadow Lord's palace?" Rayline's expression changed, it seemed like he knew the name. Hikari noticed that there was something going on as well. The 3 left the trading company, walked past the garden, and stopped in the shade behind a lamp. Hikari learned about the information from Rayline and her expression changed. "I might be able to help. I knew someone from the Shadow Lord's palace and I can probably get some intel. Well, I hope they're not here for what Stigma did in the ruins." Angele and Rayline nodded. Members of the Potion Masters Guild knew a lot of people as most organizations needed to purchase potions from them. Hikari did not waste any time. She started walking right away. She drew a Z-shaped rune in the air, it was a red glowing rune that was floating in the air. Hikari rolled her right sleeve up and touched the red rune with an egg-shaped pattern on the sleeve. Pa! A red energy wave was released by the rune and it disappeared after several seconds. Hikari closed her eyes and started communicating with her contact. She opened her eyes again after everything was done. "I got the information." Angele and Rayline looked excited after hearing her words. "They're here to investigate a robbery done by the underground races, nothing about the ruins." Hikari looked relieved as she explained. "Good. I didn't expect the lords to come just for the treasure from the ruins. I've heard about the robbery before, it happened a while ago." Rayline nodded slightly. "I'll be leaving now if everything is fine. I still have a mission to take care of. Later, friends." Hikari smiled. "See you." Angele looked relieved as well. "I hope you will already be a rank 3 wizard the next time I see you. Finally something I like the sound of." Rayline wiped the dust from his robe. "Your servant is here, see you later." "Yeah." Angele noticed that Lynn just jumped off a black carriage outside the gate. The female wizard was wearing a black silk dress with a red umbrella in hand. She looked like a girl from a noble family with the long silky gloves on her hands. "All right, I'm leaving, there are many potion labs need my help." Stigma's gift surprised me. The trip was definitely worth it. Lucky me. There was a satisfied smile on Hikari's face. Well, Stigma's task was not easy at all. I hope everything will be nice and peaceful the next time we meet. Angele sighed. Well, things happen, right? Hikari waved her right hand, turned around, and headed to the main gate with Rayline. Angele stood in the shade and watched the 2 disappear. Lynn walked toward him after saying goodbye to Rayline and Hikari. "Master." Lynn lowered her head slightly. Sorry, I'm late. It's all good. Give me a minute. Angele looked at the door of the main building. It seemed like he was waiting for something. Lynn was a bit confused. She hesitated for a second and waited patiently in the shade. About 10 minutes later, several white robes with blonde hair stepped out of the door. They were the ones at the counter earlier. A group of people approached them. The leader was a chubby middle-aged man. He was wearing a black robe with silver decorations on the edge. He looked like a balloon in the robe. The chubby man bowed to the white robes and followed behind them. 2 teams of guards in white armor surrounded them in the center and escorted them out. 3 luxurious carriages with pearls and gems for decorations were waiting for them outside. The appearance of the carriages was eye-catching and several pedestrians were staring at it. That's the governor of the air transportation city. A fat asterisk SS that should die in a pool of money, Lynn explained using the energy particles. His words have much weight in the city, even the master wizard in charge of the purifying towers can't ignore him. Huh? Why is that? Angele scanned the governor already, he was just a mortal. Well, his wife is related to the Shadow Lord Palace. It seemed like Lynn knew a lot of information about the chubby man. I know his daughter, but we don't talk to each other often. I just came back from her dancing party. Dancing party? Well, don't tell me you're interested in the Nobles game, not. Angele was mocking Lynn. Of course not, that's why I left earlier. Lynn knew what Angele was implying. Obviously, Nobles game was designed by the nobles that enjoyed wasting time on meaningless activities. They would hold a naked party after the dancing party, and have a sex party in a spa. The second half of the party Lynn attended was something similar. To be clear, most of the parties held by the nobles would become a mess in the second half. They would just have intercourses with the people they found charming during the party. I don't really mind if you're into something like that, Angele said in a light tone. I've never played any nobles game, Lynn answered with no hesitation. She was a bit different from the other wizards Angele knew. The girl knew that her virgin body might be a valuable asset and it might help her in the future. Angele's sight moved as the 3 white robes moved. He lowered his head after they jumped onto the carriages and left. Let's go, we need to get back to the Ness River as soon as possible. Something is happening here. How do you know, Master? Lynn had no idea what was going on. I can smell the blood from their bodies. They just killed someone. Angele stepped out of the shadow and walked to an empty carriage that was parked by the street. They purchased a spacious carriage from a man and hired an experienced coachman. They left the air transportation city when it was still dark outside. 2 crescent moons were hanging over the night sky. The moonlight illuminated the white clouds. They looked like fluffy cotton floating in the air. On a plain far away from the air transportation city, a black carriage was slowly advancing on the narrow path. The window on the right was open and there was white light inside. A bright glass oil lamp was hanging in front of the carriage and the orange light illuminated the road ahead. The old coachman had white messy hair, he was drinking and driving with his eyes narrowed. Angele was enjoying the night view in the carriage with a blank expression on his face. Lynn was sitting opposite of Angele, she looked sleepy. She was still wearing the silver dress. The carriage was spacious, there was a table, a wine shelf, 3 chairs, and a small bed. All the furniture was made from wood. There were several leather dolls hanging on the walls, red characters were marked on them, forming the word peace. The dolls were swinging as the carriage was advancing. Angele supported his chin with the right hand and peeked out the window. The visibility was low and he could barely see the surface of the road under the dim light. The carriage was traveling at full speed, it already went past several slower carriages. The black plane was moving backward on the other side in Angele's sight. There were several people camping on the roadside and there were wizards riding humongous eagles passing by. Angele turned his head around and took out a box from his pouch. It was the square box he'd retrieved from the trading company. He tapped on the surface of the lid and a strange bird pattern appeared on it, releasing a black glow. Pa! The lid moved to the right by itself. There was a fist-sized black ball lying on the black silk quietly. The ball was translucent, and it looked like there was someone moving inside. The tiny man was struggling, and it seemed like he was trapped in the ball. Small bumps were appearing and disappearing on the surface of the ball. It was a strange scene. That's it. The thousand-shadow orb. Angele looked happy. Well, this thing should help me block my connection with Hen, but I don't know how long it would last. He closed the lid again and carefully put the box under the table. It was not something he should carry in a pouch. Thousands of shadow fiends were sealed inside the orb. The orb would explode if the fiends somehow broke through the barrier. The damage the explosion could do would be much stronger than the heart bombs. Angele spread out his hair with his finger carefully after putting down the box. His brown hair was now dark red. It trailed over his shoulders. The hair was same in size and length. The light red glow was released from the musical note on his chest and it covered his hair immediately. It almost looked the hair was painted in red. His hair color was replaced by the color of fresh blood. Angele took out a tube filled with red gel from his pouch and carefully applied the gel on his hair. He improved and modified the technique he learned from Todd when he was in the nightmare realm. Todd stopped the butterflies from moving using chains created with energy particles. He stored a lot of spider webs in his crystal card device and they were like the spell material for the energy chains. Angele realized it was unnecessary to carry a lot of spider webs, so he decided to use his own hair as the material. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 359, A Familiar Face, 2. Chapter 359, A Familiar Face, 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, New. Angele had spent years trying to combine his metal mastery with the bloodline abilities, and he'd never found a way to do so. However, this time he found inspiration from the Skylocker. The illusion spells, the illusion soundwave, the metal mastery, the high temperature field, and the Skylock, if they could be combined with poisonous potions, the result would be incredible. Angele was trying to develop a new fighting style with all the techniques and spells he knew. With the addition of the Skylock, he finally made some significant progress. He infused his hair with the silver alloy and applied the venom on it. With the help of the high-temperature force field, petrification ability, illusion skills, and illusion soundwave, his hair could deal some serious damage. Most importantly, the length of his hair could be changed as he wished. Angele held onto his blood-red hair, and it started growing quickly. It soon touched the ground and started spreading out in all directions as if it was alive. This was due to the bloodline modification. Angele had found a special bloodline in the nightmare realm, enabling him to control his hair like his arms. Finally, it's almost done. Angele rubbed his hair softly and then rested for a while before starting to practice the Molten Core River again. Time flew. Angele had no idea how much time had passed until he heard the racket caused by the horse hooves from outside. Angele and Lynn woke up from the meditation at the same time. It was late in the night and visibility was low outside. Two horses passed by the carriage from both sides and a fruity fragrance permeated the air. Angele's expression changed. He wanted to say something, but his body was already partially paralyzed. White and green light flashed on his body for about 10 seconds before he could finally move again. Pa! Lynn's head slumped down as her body slammed into the wall, and she passed out. She was not prepared for the attack. Halt, dot. The horses outside slowly came to a stop. The poison, blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. Interesting, it's just a sleeping gas, and inhaling it will cause you lose the ability to fight. The gas was released by the two strangers on the horses, but it seems like the gas doesn't work on animals. Lynn would not be waking up anytime soon. Angele was carrying 2 enchanted items that could help neutralize the poison, but the gas still paralyzed him. His poison resistance and illusion resistance were greatly increased by the ancient bloodline, which was why he recovered so fast. The carriage slowly stopped and it was quiet outside. Blinking his eyes, he opened the door and jumped off the carriage. The old coachman was sleeping in his seat. There were barely any lights on the narrow path. The only thing lighting the way was the oil lamp from the carriage. Angele sniffed the air and left a red handprint on the door of the carriage. The energy particles would alert him if any stranger approached the carriage. He turned around and started heading to the source of the strange fragrance. Although his wounds were still recovering, he was ready to fight. He traveled for several kilometers and saw 2 horses lying down on the ground. They were killed and there were pools of warm blood under their bodies. Pa pa pa. Whipping noises came from the small forest ahead. Angele's attributes were much higher than average wizards, and he could hear people talking from miles away. It almost felt like someone was whispering in his ears. He glanced around in the darkness, activating the mentality compression technique and the stealth technique. Inside the small forest, a tiny girl with long hair could be seen lying beside a tree by a campfire. She was about 12 years old, and the white outfit she was wearing was soaked in blood. A man was hanging on a branch of that tree. The man's hands were tied up, he was half naked, and his white silky pants were soaked in blood. There was a woman was whipping the man with a long black whip beside the campfire. She was using so much force that every hit would splash blood into the air. The woman had a serious expression on her face. She kept hitting the man for several minutes before stopping. How does my dragon perfume taste? Spit it out, where is that B*TCH? She stole our family treasure. Inviting her to our family is a mistake. Lions. Why did he fall in love with a low-class B*TCH like her? I should kill him in that woman's bed, the woman shouted furiously. The man was hanging on the tree branch, but for some reason, it did not look like that he was in pain. He responded in a calm tone, as if it was someone else taking the hit, I don't know anything about the treasure. Keep lying. The woman whipped the ground and started abusing him again. Pa! A piece of flesh was flayed off from the man's left cheek, the blood spurted out of the wound and dripped down his chin. Angele stayed in the shadow and watched the woman question the man, however, the man just would not give the woman the answer she wanted. Angele was getting impatient. He stepped forward and broke several dry branches on the ground. Who's there? The man and the woman looked at the same time and saw Angele. Angele glanced at the man and stared at the woman. Give me the antidote. The woman had a balanced body, slim waist, long legs, and large breasts. However, the bloody whip in her hand turned Angele off. Antidote? The woman stopped for a second and realized what happened. Ah, you're the one in the carriage? My friend is still sleeping in the carriage. It'll take her months to wake up. Just hand over the antidote. Angele walked to the woman slowly. It seemed like the woman didn't want any trouble. She stared at Angele for a while, took out a small ball from her pouch, and threw it to Angele. Angele caught the ball easily. It was a container that looked like a black ball with a crack on its surface. Feed your friend the powder inside. You only need a little bit of it. I suggest that you leave now. This is none of your business. The woman narrowed her eyes. There was a gentle smile on Angele's face. Also, I want some of that dragon perfume you talked about. I want to know why it has such a strong effect. The woman's expression changed after hearing the word. Don't be greedy. The dragon perfume is a secret of my family and the recipe can only be given to the formal inheritors. Angele chuckled softly, that's why I'm here. The antidote is just a bonus to me. There was a red glint on Angele's long hair and the light from the campfire made it look like glowing blood. The young man's pale skin made his appearance even more terrifying. But this is my family's secret. The woman was not sure if she should start a fight against the man here. Ugh! The young girl grunted and turned around. Angele finally had a clear view of her pale face. He was a bit surprised after seeing the girl's face. It was very familiar to him. He quickly searched through his memory. It was the girl with the merchants. They met by the Ness River and the girl was singing. Angele recalled the scene he saw after purchasing the Queen's Cube. The beautiful girl had left a deep impression on him. Her name was Answer. She was pure and beautiful. The girl on the ground looked exactly like Answer. Angele looked at the young girl and queried, "Do you know a girl named Answer?" As soon as the woman heard that name, she drew her dagger and charged toward Angele. Angele leaned to the side, dodging the attack, and kicked the woman in the waist. Crack! The woman's blue energy barrier was destroyed in a split second. Angele's kick was so strong that her body was bent at a strange angle. The woman rolled on the ground for several times and stopped moving. Angele walked to the woman and searched her body, finding a crystal bottle with the dragon perfume inside. He raised his left hand and a ray of red light was released, cutting the rope around the man's hands into pieces. When the man dropped to the ground, he untied the rope on his feet and rushed to the young girl. He carefully held the girl in his arms and picked her up. "Thank you for saving us, Master." There was no expression on the man's face, but he sounded excited. It was quite strange. "Sorry, Master, I don't have normal expressions due to some special reasons." The man walked to Angele and bowed to him. "Master, do you know Answer?" "She's my sister." "I don't really know her, but we had a short conversation about 10 years ago." "What's your relationship with her?" Angele looked at the girl. Her face was identical to the young Answer. "Answer is my sister." "The girl's name is Mariana, Answer's daughter," the man responded. "Daughter?" Angele stopped for a second and shook his head. "I didn't expect," he did not finish the sentence. "All right, leave the place now. Someone else is coming." Angele took a deep breath and reached out to the girl in the man's arms. The girl was scared, but she still let Angele rub her cheeks. Green light flashed on the girl's body as Angele touched her cheek. The girl's wounds were healed within seconds. "Thank you, Master," the man bowed again. "If we can survive this." "Leave now," Angele interrupted. The man nodded, turned around, and disappeared into the forest with the girl. The man's attributes were relatively high. There was a white glow around his body, meaning that the man was a formal knight. The girl in his arms raised her head. She looked at Angele over the man's left shoulder. Her eyes looked like white and black gems mixed together, seemingly as if she was trying to memorize Angele's appearance. Angele turned around and left the campfire after the two were no longer in his sight. Lynn already woke up when he returned to the carriage. Angele thought she would be sleeping for months without the antidote. It seemed like her resistance was higher than the average rank 2 wizards. "Master, did you find the one who drugged us?" Lynn's head was still dizzy and she rubbed her temples for several times. "Yeah, here's the antidote. Feed it to the coachman, only a small amount is needed. We need to keep moving after he wakes up." Angele handed the black container to Lynn. Angele looked at the crystal bottle and thought, "I should do a detailed analysis of this sleeping gas." "Not bad, a bonus for my trip. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 360, Magic Circle, 1. Chapter 360, Magic Circle, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, New. Lynn fed the coachman some of the antidote powder, and they waited for the old man to wake up so they can start traveling again. Once they were moving towards their destination, Angele started analyzing the dragon perfume. He wanted to solve the questions he had about the nightmare realm. He had noticed that the location would change when he entered the realm from different areas, as if the main world had some connections with the nightmare realm. The mansion area was much safer than the other areas, thus, he wanted to find a way to make it his permanent entering location in the nightmare realm. Stigma's matter had been resolved and he wanted to focus on some of his own things. The progression of Molten Core River was slow but steady. There was no shortcut to complete the 4th stage. The biggest problem is that the Shadow Lord and I need to lay low for now. I don't have much information on the structure of her organization. If Hen can't be separated from my body completely, I'll have to find a way to deal with the Shadow Lord. I must be careful as I don't want to bring Vivian any trouble, Angele thought. Nothing happened on the rest of the trip, and he was able to return to the mansion safely. However, he received the messages from Vivian's students right away. They wanted him to attend the meeting at the headquarters and it seemed like there was a problem. The headquarters of the Elemental Hand. Several humongous white and black owls slowly landed on the white platform on the side of the mountain of the headquarters. Several young men and women jumped off the owls. They were wearing black outfits with dark red decorations around their neck and were all releasing strong mentality waves. Seth, you can go with Milan first. I still need to report to headquarters, a man with short brown hair said in a light tone. He was a muscular man with long and sharp ears, almost like that of an elf. The man had a long face and there was a cold expression on his face. Fine, Morian. The man handed the rein over to a worker that had just approached him. I haven't seen Angele for a while. I need to ask him for more of that worm meat, that thing is addicting. Damn. The man had short black hair and he was wearing a golden headband. He did not seem to care about what the others thought of him. Alright, hurry, we're here for the serious business. Don't waste too much time. We'll wait for you at that place. The last one was a woman who had her face covered with a purple silk mask. Her eyes were clean and there was a purple earring with a black gem on her right ear. The gem was about the size of an egg and looked quite heavy. Alright then, I'll go report to headquarters now. See you soon. Morian nodded and left the platform. He headed to the main gate of the headquarters right away. 2 silver and black carriages were waiting to be inspected by the apprentices that were guarding the entrance. Morian walked to them and showed the 2 apprentices a brown wooden sign. The symbol of the elders. Master, please follow me. One of the apprentices bowed politely. He turned around and led Morian into the entrance. The apprentices and wizards in the carriage nearby looked at Morian curiously. Who's him? Why can he enter the headquarters without undergoing security check but we can't? A chubby white robe questioned the apprentice that was doing the inspection. The apprentice smiled and explained that Master is related to the Elders Council and he had the badge that would only be given to people like him. He will still go through a security check, but the process will be done by wizards in the headquarters. It seemed like the wizards in line did not know too much about Elemental Hand's system. Seth and Milan watched Morian enter the headquarters from the platform. They wiped the dust off their robes and started heading to the snow mountains in the other direction. It has been a while. Maybe Angele is already waiting for us in the volcano ruin. Seth smiled and gazed at the blurry snow mountains. The mountains were hiding behind the thin white clouds. Yeah, me too, it's the first time I've visited this place in years. Milan looked at the tips of the snow mountains. Angele is Vivian's only son and this is the first time I'll see him in person. He doesn't like to chat just like the other wizards. You'll know when you see him. Seth started heading to the ruin. Milan shook his head and followed after Seth. They quickly disappeared into the large forest at the foot of the mountain. The clean sunlight reflected on the surface of the snow, but it did not bring any warmth to the land. On top of the snow mountain, the smell of the sulfur from the volcano permeated the air. A woman with long blonde hair was talking to a man beside the volcano. She was wearing a long red robe, and the man had dark red hair. It seemed like they did not care about the thick smoke coming out of the volcano. It seems like Shozo already declared that he wanted to quit, so he's no longer one of my students. I only have 4 students right now and they're like your brothers and sisters. You can tell them what you need and the problems you need help with. If they can't solve the problem for you, just come talk to me. The woman was Vivian. Invisible flames surrounded her body, and they were dancing in the air. The light and air around her were twisted, and the scene was quite strange. The man standing beside him was around 20 years. He had an average-looking face, but his behaviors were gentle and elegant. It was Angele, and he just arrived not so long ago. Understood, thanks. I'll let them know. He nodded slightly. Shozo and the Black Earth haven't declared the war against us yet, so it shouldn't be a problem. Also, Shozo probably won't attack you even if the war starts. I need to take care of the people from the Alliance, and you better stay in the organization's territory before the problem I solved. Also, you won the fight against Shozo and the Inheritor's bodyguard because you caught them off guard. The power of Master Hen is limited and she can only help you defeat the average rank 4 wizards. Also, if you meet a wizard that has a lot of practical experience on the battlefield, you'll be in trouble, but... Vivian stopped for a second and continued, also, although you didn't report the situation back to me on time, you made a right decision in the air transportation city. You left right away as the members of the Shadow Lord's palace appeared in the city. The war already started, they started battling the underground races and some of them were killed. They traded their lives to kill an important leader of the underground races. The situation escalated quickly. Thank God you left the city in time. Angele was a bit surprised. So, I was just lucky. I didn't think it was the start of a full-scale war. You're right. I've already said this several times, but let me know if you want to leave the organization's territory. There'll be trouble anywhere you go to. Vivian rolled her eyes. Alright, I have to leave now. I'll inform my students and you can go wait for them now. Vivian looked at the right and moved her lips. It seemed like she was talking to someone. Chi. Vivian turned into a distorted energy wave and disappeared into the air. Angele took a deep breath, turned around, and walked to the edge of the mountain top. The volcano was the only area that wasn't covered by the snow. The surface of the black rock was bumpy and the light reflecting on the white snow outside the volcano was eye-blinding. Angele walked to a cliff by the edge of the snow mountain. The chilling wind brushed over his face. It felt as though there were knives slashing his skin. He could still feel the freezing air even with a high-temperature force field. His long leather boots left deep footprints on the snow as the snow was above his ankle. Angele stood on the cliff and looked down. In his view, it was a sea of white clouds and he could barely see the trees in the forest down below. Several minutes later, Angele saw 2 black shadows climbing up the mountain slowly from the narrow path beside the cliff. Seth was only in the front, his short black hair and his signature golden headband were hard to miss. A young woman with a purple mask followed after Seth and her egg-sized earring was eye-catching, as it was pulling her earlobe down. Hey! Angele! Seth already saw that Angele was standing on the cliff. Seth and Milan, you're finally here. There was a gentle smile on Angele's face. He walked to them quickly. It has been years, but it seems like nothing has changed. Milan sighed and glanced around after arriving at the top of the mountain. Let's enter the ruin first. You can have some rest after the dinner. There's no maid or worker here, so we have to do everything by ourselves, said Angele while walking to the volcano. My last visit was decades ago and I'm forgetting things. Milan shook her head. Angele chuckled softly and started talking about his progress of Molten Core River. They also chatted about the important events that happened recently. He already scanned the 2 using the biochip as they approached. Seth was still a rank 2 and his attributes did not change, but Milan was a strong rank 3 wizard. She already reached the last part of Molten Core River's 4th stage, but she was having trouble completing it. They did not try to hide anything when the topic switched to their ranks. Angele thought he should tell them the truth as well and said that he was already a rank 2 wizard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361, Magic Circle, 2. Chapter 361, Magic Circle, 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe. Milan and Seth were not at all surprised upon knowing Angele's present rank. His progression did not seem to be fast. They had thought that as Angele was the Vivian's true, one and only son and had the bloodline, he could easily reach rank 2 sooner or later. Yet Angele's progression was similar to those wizards who possessed average talent levels. The three continued to chat amongst each other as they entered the ruins underneath the volcano. Upon passing through the tunnel, Angele led the two to a small room with stone walls. The black walls of the room were flat and smooth, without any glowing crystal embedded. In the middle of the room, there was a stone table where a red orb floated on top of it. The light orb floated on the table's surface. Strange noises echoed throughout as distorted energy waves were constantly being released by the light orb. Angele closed the room's door after Milan and Seth had entered the room, after which he carefully pressed his hand on the handprint on the door's surface. Crack! The door soon merged with the walls, making it seem as if the door was never there. Milan sat down at the table and took off her mask, which revealed her neat chin and rosy pink lips. Let us wait for Morian. Sure, you two are the ones who give orders anyway. Seth shrugged. At the same time, he seemed to look a tad speechless. Angele did not say anything but only sat down, waiting patiently. About 10 minutes later, a rectangular door appeared on the stone wall slowly. Crack! The door opened, and a long-eared, muscular man stepped into the room. Were you waiting for me? All right, let's begin now. We can use the mini energy pool here to contact Nico. After having the door sealed again, he walked to the table. The four of them sat opposite to each other. Morian looked at Angele and gave him a nod. Angele, we have only met once through the telescope. This should be our first time seeing each other in person. If you need any help regarding Molten Core River or if you are facing any problem, come talk to me. My words carry a heavy weight in the Northwest. With a flick of his finger, a black light dot flew towards Angele. Angele did not try to dodge it but instead raised his left hand where it landed right in the middle of his palm. A black communication rune soon appeared on his thumb, its image a glowing black owl. Thanks, Morian. Angele smiled. I can help you, too. Even if Milan family is weaker than our organization, I can still help you deal with some minor matters. You should not bother Master Vivian too much since she is busy with the war. Just come talk to us instead. Milan smiled as she similarly sent her communication rune to Angele. Purple light flickered on the index finger of his left hand, revealing a glowing rune that looked like a giant lizard that only had 2 legs. Thank you, Milan. Angele had already known that Morian and Milan were telling the truth. Vivian had taken them in as her students, and they had received tremendous benefits from the organization. They needed to find a way to repay her. All right. Let's get straight to the point. Morian cleared his throat, his expression turning solemn. The gentle smile on Milan's face had disappeared as well. Seth moved his chair slightly farther and winked at Angele. Angele pursed his lips and decided to ignore his behavior. You should know by now why I have gathered you here. It's about Nico's family matter, Morian started explaining. I don't know much about it. Milan's brow furrowed. Nico is in trouble. She needs our help. Yeah, you're right. Morian nodded. Nico joined the competition in her family and was dragged into a mess alongside her young brother. She's well prepared, though. She predicted that something like this might happen, that's why I had several materials for an energy pool sent to her. The materials came from the Batten family. I thought it was unnecessary, but I still sent her 2 energy crystals from the cave of Greenland. Never have I expected the situation to be this bad. Milan added that she had to build an energy pool, which means that it's indeed a big problem. Seth, are you the heir of your family's magic circle legacy? After hesitating for a second, Maureen turned to look at Seth. Seth was not in the slightest bit interested in Nico's problem, but he immediately replied upon hearing Maureen's question. I have already learned the magic circle, but it only has 20% of its original power. What about you, Milan? Maureen turned to the side. About 25%. I haven't mastered it yet. Milan nodded. Well, let's just start. Maureen closed his eyes and made his decision. With the help of buffs, we can enhance our magic circle legacies. My circle will serve as the main circle. I will guide it to the location. Be careful. We shall only act when absolutely necessary. Of course. Shozo, and you always find the right timing. I am counting on you. Milan smiled. Angele sat on one side and watched as the 3 formulated a plan. He knew that there was not much he could do to help. Wizards who possessed magic circle legacies were able to join in battles happening in another place with the aid of an energy pool. That was how the Storm Giant Lord attacked Vivian. Magic circle legacies would not increase the damage of the spells greatly, but it often came with mysterious characteristics. Moreover, all magic circle legacies could be used as a base of an energy pool. The power of an energy pool could easily aid wizards in casting their spells at the designated place. Their spell power output would not be weakened just because of distance-related issues. Wizards who could use magic circle legacies could change the outcome of a battle or a war. However, in a wizard's entire lifespan, one could only control one magic circle legacy. If the circle were to be destroyed, the only way to restore it was to repair it. Wizards who possessed one would not be able to replace theirs with a different magic circle legacy. Only formidable families or organizations had enough resources to build and support those large magic circles. It would take these organizations hundreds of years' time to build one, and an immense amount of materials was needed. Most of all, the only way of activating the circle once it was completed was through the required bloodline. Magic circle legacies were only given to elders, leaders, or heirs of the families. Angele did not have a magic circle legacy, so he could not join the battle through the energy pool. He was only here to collect information. He was still the weakest wizard here. Angele had once seen Seth activate his magic circle legacy and stand in one place without moving. The terrifying energy flows easily blocked most of the enemy's attacks. Comparing Seth with Terry, the wizard he had fought at the Abyss Canyon, Seth would easily overwhelm her if he could activate his magic circle legacy. The power of the magic circle legacy, after all, was entirely on a different level. If one could fully activate their magic circle legacy, one would also gain an endless supply of energy particles. In other words, the opponent must be far stronger in order to win, that is, if they possessed no such magic circle legacy. The best option for wizards who had no magic circle legacy was to flee, even if they were a rank higher, if their opponents possessed a magic circle legacy. In addition to that, wizards who had magic circle legacies must be members of great standing in their respective families or organizations and were likely carrying incredible enchanted items or magic devices. There were 2 possible ways for Angele to gain access to a magic circle legacy. One was to build it himself, but doing so would cost him a considerable amount of time and resources. Another was to inherit it from Vivian. However, Vivian would probably not let him inherit it as long as she was still alive. At present, the only thing Angele could do was to wait for the 3 to finish their discussion. He was still too weak to help Nico. The 3 wizards started making preparations after planning. Maureen raised his right hand, aiming at the floating orb, and released a pale yellow light from the middle of his palm. The light enveloped the orb's surface, though nothing happened. Several minutes later, Morian gradually put down his hands. The four wizards looked at the light orb in silence. The head-sized orb suddenly started a slow descent and touched the surface of the table, then it sank into the table like a fish jumping into a river. Distorted energy waves had covered the stone table's surface. A white circle took form in the middle of the energy waves. A green grassland appeared in the white circle. Looking at it felt like gazing down from the peak of a small hill. The grass seemed endless. The shadows under the towering trees divided the grassland into several regions. Cavalry troops were slowly advancing. Angele could see that they were sauntering across the grassland while maintaining a square formation. These cavalrymen were wearing white armor and blue shirt beneath and silver helmets. They were wielding long spears that had black spearheads. The cavalry troops quickly lined up. Their horses were also adorned in silver armor. The light it reflected was blinding to one's eyes. One of the cavalrymen at the vanguard was holding a black iron war banner, which had a blue and silver color, from top to bottom, separated by a straight line. The cavalry troops were merely marching forth slowly but steadily without saying a word. "This is what Nico was seeing," Morian explained in a light tone. "The army is marching and will soon engage the energy forces. We just have to wait, for now." He took a glance at Milan and Seth. "You should know just how expensive it is to build a one-time-use energy pool like this. The number of resources we have spent can easily sustain a small organization for years, so I hope you understand that we only have one shot, and the energy pool will break after that. We must succeed." The two slightly nodded in response. Seth was no longer laughing or mocking around. His expression had turned somber. Morian then turned his sight towards Angele. "Angele, there is something I need you to do as well. Please make sure that this room is safe and undetectable." "For sure, Dot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 362, Unexpected, 1. Chapter 362, Unexpected, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Leo. Angele stood up, walked to the stone gate, and glared at the three wizards. They were sitting at the table with their eyes closed, waiting for the time to come. The room was so quiet that he could hear the three breathing. Angele opened the door and stepped outside. The temperature in the underground tunnel was high and the sulfurous smell was intense. He cut the volcano lizard's meat into pieces and mixed them with some mushroom to make a soup. He separated the soup into 3 portions and returned to the stone room. "Have some food. It seems like you'll have to wait for a while." Morian and Milan were talking about something in low voices. Seth was taking a nap in his chair. "Thank you, Angele. We don't want to cause you too much trouble, but..." Morian looked at Angele and apologized. "It's fine. There's nothing I can do for Nico, so I'll just try my best to assist you on other matters." Angele smiled. Angele put down the soup on the table and returned to his own seat. He looked at the white circle carefully. The scene in the circle was shaking slightly. It seemed like Nico was riding a horse, and the trees on the sides were moving backward. She'll be traveling on the road for about 3 more days. Nico's army was moving to a large canyon as her family was fighting against her enemies there. According to the message Nico sent a while ago, there were more than 10,000 people fighting in the war, and her army was the last reinforcements her brother had. If Nico's army is eliminated, her family will be destroyed. Morian stopped for a second and continued to explain, "We need to wait till Nico's enemy tries to attack them before we cast our spells through the energy pool." Milan nodded and woke Seth up for the food. Angele sat down and waited for the 3 to finish their meal. He then took the empty dishes back to the kitchen and washed them clean. Angele returned to the stone room again and started observing the energy pool. It was the first time he saw wizards provide ranged support using the pool, and he wanted to collect as much information as possible. 3 days were like nothing to wizards, they would not mind the wait at all. Time flew, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere in the stone room was getting heavier and heavier. Morian was staring at the circle and Milan was meditating with her eyes closed. Seth sat on the side, he was playing with a red monkey. The monkey was jumping back and forth on his shoulders while yelling. Angele lowered his head, there were blue light dots flashing in front of his eyes. "All right, get ready. It's about time," Morian suddenly shouted. The three stopped what they were doing and looked at the white circle immediately. It seemed like Nico had entered the battlefield and the scene was still shaky. The cavalry in blue armor was everywhere, riding on black horses. All the cavalrymen who entered Nico's sight were blown into pieces as if they were hit by bombs, turning into blood mist. "Master Nico! Someone is coming to us!" A nervous voice came from somewhere far behind. Nico quickly turned her head around and looked at a small hill ahead. 2 men in black were attacking a man in blue on top of the hill. The blue robe was trying his best to protect a silver carriage under the war banner. Electric pulses, purple energy flows, and lasers were flying everywhere around the three. "Damn!" Nico's voice came from the white circle. She started charging toward the small hill right away. 3 lava balls were released from her right hand and they soared through the air, flying toward the hill. The surface of the lava balls was red and there was golden lava flowing through the tiny cracks on it. The soldiers around were terrified, they moved to the side quickly, their horses running around in fear. The path in front of Nico was cleared and she could easily move through. Boom, boom, boom. The loud noise echoed in the air as the 3 lava balls exploded, turning into 3 golden shadows. The golden shadows flew toward the men in black like lightning bolts. For some reason, the lava drops did not splash around. "All hail the muses," one of the men in black shouted. A distorted minotaur shadow appeared in front of him, it was enormous. The minotaur opened its mouth and roared. Bam! A ray of golden light penetrated the 3 golden shadows, turning them into countless golden light dots, disappearing into the air. The roar of Minotaur. It's my first time seeing the ability being activated successfully. Milan was impressed. There's only a small chance that you can learn the ability when practicing an advanced meditation technique called the Minotaur's Ritual. Also, you can't control the ability very well even if you can activate it. However, the ability might be triggered when the caster is just trying to move the energy particles. Nico's opponent was lucky. Inside the circle, the golden ray flew straight at Nico after destroying the lava balls. Seth raised his left hand and red light dots appeared between his fingers. "Pa! Wait!" Milan stopped him. "But..." Seth was getting nervous. "Trust Nico. She's weaker than Shozo and me, but she won't be defeated so easily. Remember, she's also one of Master Vivian's students," Morian spoke in a light tone. "Holy light!" Nico's voice came from the circle again. A ball of red light appeared in front of Nico. The light ball was about the size of a fist, and it blinked twice. A large web covered with fist-sized runes and strings was created in front of Nico by the energy particles within seconds. All the strings were connected to the light ball in the center. Chi! The ray hit the large web hard. The red web and the golden ray started fighting against each other. The endless golden energy particles were slowly turning the red web's color to gold. Strangely, it seemed like the web was absorbing the golden ray's power and it was expanding. Although the web was expanding, the golden ray's strength was penetrating it at a much faster rate. Chi! The golden ray finally went through the large web. However, the web bought Nico enough time to dodge the attack. She moved to the left and kept charging forward. The man on the right was still fighting against the man in blue and the other man in black already released 5 elemental golems. Two of them were earth golems and they were completely black. The golems had strong bodies and they rushed toward Nico as they opened their mouths. There were also 3 wind golems that were about 1 meter tall each. They surrounded the earth golems, laughing. The wind golems looked like 3 green ribbons. Some of the cavalrymen around were top-level knights. Angele could see the white light surrounding their bodies. They tried to attack the earth golems, but their weapons were easily blocked. The cavalrymen were then grabbed by the earth golems and thrown to the ground. The knights were severely injured and the blood they spat out turned into a small pool on the ground. The land started shaking as the 2 earth golems rushed toward Nico. Morian, Seth, and Milan's faces turned serious after seeing that scene. Nico's enemies were well prepared. Milan muttered. At that moment, Nico's voice came from the white circle again. Morian and Milan, it's about time. Destroy that hill for me. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Earth fire. Morian raised his right hand and reached to the circle. A terrifying red skull appeared behind him, with black flames burning in the skull's eyes. Light of the night. Milan raised her hands as well and a pair of purple eyes appeared behind her. Seth did the same thing, causing black flames to start burning on his right arm. Decompose. They slowly moved their hands to the center. Chi. The 3 hands merged into each other as they touched. The scene was quite strange. Their hands looked like a large ball of Play-Doh. The Play-Doh turned into a humongous hand that was about half a meter wide, then sank into the table and reached to the small hill in Nico's sight. Angele's eyes were wide open and he could feel that his body became numb. The horrifying energy surrounded the wizards in the stone room. Angele opened his mouth and tried to inhale, but he couldn't feel the air. It felt like the air in the room was solidified and Angele thought he was an insect that was trapped in amber. His attributes were extremely high, but he could barely move. Angele stared at the screen inside the light circle and his pupils constricted. He finally understood the true power of the Inheritor magic circle. On a large plain in front of a canyon. The blue cavalry was fighting against the black cavalry, their roars and war drums as their background music. A beautiful girl in a white battle dress was fighting on the battlefield. It was Nico. Her dress was soaked in blood. She looked at the small hill in the front calmly, holding the necklace tightly in hand. Blue light leaked out of the gaps between her fingers. The light came from a diamond-shaped blue crystal. Morian and Milan, it's about time. Destroy that hill for me, she spoke in a cold tone. The diamond-shaped crystal shined and released a ray of blue light after she finished her words. The light struck into the air, leaving a blue trail behind. The trail slowly disappeared after several seconds. Suddenly, the sunlight disappeared from the land, and the sky was covered by a sea of black clouds. The clouds turned into a large vortex which started spinning on top of the hill slowly. The battlefield was covered by the shadow. The soldiers stopped fighting at the same time. They raised their heads and stared at the sky. People underneath the shadow could feel terrifying pressure coming from the sky. The soldiers could barely move under such heavy pressure. It almost looked like they were trapped in a swamp. The people on the hill were the ones who were directly impacted by the pressure. The 2 men in black and the man in blue were moving like turtles. The scene looked like a slow-motion movie. It would take them 2 seconds just to complete a simple movement. It took one of the men about 10 seconds to raise his right hand. Fear was written all over his face. The earth golems and the wind golems were also slowed down. They were having a hard time moving forward. Nico looked at the hill, looking depressed. Maxwell, the family will remember your sacrifice. Her voice echoed in the sky. The man in blue already accepted his death. He looked happy after hearing Nico's voice. Bam! Seconds later, an enormous hand appeared in the center of the giant vortex and hit the top of the hill. The hand looked like a white stone pillar that fell from the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 363, Unexpected, 2. Chapter 363, Unexpected, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Mud and grass leaves were blown into the air along with the mangled, bloodied pieces of flesh of the corpses. Nico's vision was blocked by the pieces of rocks that were blown. Everything splattered everywhere like raindrops. After a few moments' time as it fell to the ground, everything returned to normal again. The gigantic hand and the black clouds had dispersed so quick that it almost seemed to have never been there. The sky regained its clarity and sunlight shined upon the land once more. A gigantic handprint was all that was left at the original location of the small hill. Everything within the scope of that hand had all been completely flattened. From carriages, soldiers, war horses, war banners, and the three wizards, all of them had disappeared. Crack! A crisp sound echoed in the sky. The diamond-shaped crystal shattered into fragments and disappeared into the wind as it seemed to have been ground into white powder. Nico stilled for a second and glanced around, then she raised her hand. "Surrender to me. Surrender to me." Her voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Inside the stone room, the atmosphere finally regained its former form. Angele took a deep breath and watched as the white circle vanished from the table. Morian, Seth, and Milan's hands separated from each other's and put it down at the same time. "It is finished." Milan sighed in relief. "Are you all right, Seth?" Seth's face had turned pale as he seemed to have spent too much mentality. "I'm fine. That strike has already decided the outcome of the battle. Problem solved. I will recover if you let me eat some of that worm meat." He looked at Angele, his eyes blinking. Angele only shrugged, though he felt a tad speechless. He had finally discovered just how powerful magic circle legacies were after seeing the three's combined might. Vivian's magic circle legacy was the gravitational magic circle which had almost been destroyed due to Hen's schemes. At that time, Angele never thought about it too much when Hen asked him to destroy the circle. However, seeing the effect of the circle that increased Wizard's power to a completely different league. It was an eye-opening experience. "Angele, have you ever seen Master Vivian's gravitational circle? It draws power upon the earth and greatly increases the damage output of her spells. With the incredible range of her spells, she can easily destroy everything within an area with a diameter of several kilometers. And she has more than enough mentality to cast several spells successively. Armies will be wiped out within seconds. Wizards of lower ranks stand not a single chance against her might." Master Vivian had once destroyed a legion of more than 100,000 soldiers with the help of the gravitational circle, Morian gleefully explained. Compared to the one used on Earth, a kilometer of the wizard world was a bit farther. "Is that so?" Angele inhaled sharply but calmed down after. He finally understood how powerful organizations could keep winning wars waged with their enemies. The Magic Circle legacies were the only ones assisting organizations in building their dominance. It was nigh impossible for average members of organizations to overthrow the rule of the people high up the hierarchy. That was most likely the reason major organizations could last for hundreds of years in the central continent. "All right, we need to rest now. Angele, you can do whatever you want." Morian knew Angele was in shock. He ended the conversation with this and closed his eyes and began his recovery, like what Seth and Milan were doing at the moment. Angele stood up, bowing to the three wizards, and stepped out of the room. The door closed as he re-entered the red tunnel. The temperature within the tunnel high, albeit tolerable, and the only one producing noise was the lava underground. Angele was still pondering about the battle he had just witnessed and the words Morian had said. Magic Circle Legacy, it makes a huge difference. I'm lucky that the wizards I have fought did not possess such power. He cleaned the dust off his long robe before he headed straight to the dormitory area. There were only 4 people in the ruins at present. Vivian was currently fighting on the front lines. There were several skirmishes and battles happening. Furthermore, she had to command the army and deal with the Black Earth organization. She would not have much time before everything was solved. Angele climbed up the ladder and returned to his old room, closing it after he entered. He needed to make plans for his future. Angele seated down at the desk and took out an empty leather scroll. He grabbed a quill and dipped it into the ink bottle sitting on one side of the desk. He pressed it on the paper and inked a black dot on it. "This is me," so he drew a line on the left side of the dot and started jotting down a few words. "Hen and the Shadow Lord's Palace. I will need more time on that." He then drew another line beside the dot and wrote a few by the end of it. "Dark Wizard Tower, Black Earth, and Elemental Hands War. I need to pay more attention to them." Nightmare Realm was used to label the third line he drew. Angele put the quill down and began thinking. The majority knew he was the one and only son of Elemental Hand's third elder and was grounded due to the incident with the heir of Black Earth. However, people had not had the slightest idea that he was one of the elite members of Dark Wizard Tower and had already built a fortress in the Nightmare Realm. He was being tracked down by the Shadow Lord because of Hen, who was inhabiting his body. From another perspective, perhaps without Hen, his life should be much more easygoing. Angele had already known that the Shadow Lord would find him sooner or later as long as he continued to stay in the main world. It was highly plausible for high-rank prophets to exist in the forces of the Shadow Lord's palace. Prophets would cast tracking spells once they discovered any trace he had left behind. A formidable prophet only required a small amount of information of the target, and the process would be even easier if their target was a low-rank wizard. I did the right thing at the Abyss Canyon. I should be fine if I just stay in the organization's territory. Angele recalled the events that had happened recently and calmed down. Angele desired to slow down his progression and take his time exploring other areas in the Nightmare Realm temporarily. He could collect more bloodlines for his research, too, but this plan of his had been disrupted by Hen. Gee. Angele picked up the paper and burnt it to ashes using fire energy particles, and threw the remains into the garbage bin on one side. He stood up and placed his right hand on the musical note in the middle of his chest. Red light flashed in the air. Angele disappeared from the room. The Nightmare Realm. A black shadow slowly emerged at the empty ground beside the Ness River. The bright sunlight shined upon the man's long hair, reflecting the color of fresh blood. "It's still close, a difference of 10 meters is acceptable." Angele nodded. Angele looked at the mansion. A gentle smile appeared on his face. He promptly headed to the mansion, where a girl jumped into his arms right after he stepped into the barrier surrounding it. "Green! Where did you go? You have been gone for so long this time." Freya tightly hugged Angele. "I won't forgive you if you did not bring me any tasty snacks." "Of course. Come here, cute girl. I have something good this time." Angele took out a small bottle from his sleeves. This bottle was sealed with a wooden stopper and was filled with colorful candies. He shook the bottle before giving it to Freya. The girl was wearing a black dress and a pair of silk tights. With the white coat and white hat, Freya looked like a girl from a random noble family. The only thing missing was a laced sunshade. Angele rubbed Freya's soft cheeks. Her skin was cold and elastic, it felt like tapping on the surface of a fruit jelly. "There is nothing to do here, right?" Angele walked into the main building, whereas Freya wrapped her arms around his neck and hung on his body like a koala. "Yeah, I spend most of my time taking care of the flowers and reading books," Freya replied. "I can't even step out of the shield." "Come on, you are too old for this." Angele lowered his head to let Freya land on the ground safely. Raising his hand, he then summoned Phoenix. "Go play with Phoenix." Angele carefully threw Phoenix into the air. The bird landed exactly right on Freya's hat. She screamed and tried to drive it away, but Phoenix never did move. Angele slightly shook his head, then went into the living room. He had finally discovered a way to send himself back to the mansion even when he was at other areas in the main world. He sat down on the sofa and started skimming through the messages from the communication runes. His progression speed was similar to that of average wizards. There was not much the chip could do for him. He needed more time to master the 4th stage. The only difference between him and average wizards was, he had a chip that could aid him whenever he reached a bottleneck. Suddenly, Angele's face tightened as one communication rune that looked like a black swan faded from one of his thumbs. Cruz, you are the head of the Human Resources Department. He had been working with Cruz for years, so they knew each other quite well. However, if the communication rune faded away, Angele quickly tapped on the black swan. A black light dot left the nail and landed on the table in front of him, turning into a black leather paper with a short message written on it. Dear Master Angele, please head to Mermaid Song and attend Department Head Cruz's funeral on the 20th day of October. Cruz made an attempt to advance to rank 3 on the 13th day of July, but he failed and passed away. Angele himself knew many wizards had stopped making any further progress upon reaching rank 2. Some had already completely depleted their potential, while some were just too old already to progress. However, the biggest problem they were facing was in training in advanced meditation techniques unsuitable for them. They had wasted their time and resources to train in the techniques that were not most suitable for them. Many wizards were either severely injured or killed when attempting to advance to the next rank every time. However, Angele had not expected Cruz to experience the same thing and end his life this way. They had worked together for 10 years already, so this news was depressing. There was also a message sent by Rock. It said that he failed to advance as well and his body had been permanently damaged. Thus, he had given up his life as a wizard and decided to return to his hometown. Rock had only informed his friends about his situation before leaving. He, Mincola, and Angele joined Elemental Hand together, yet his journey had now ended. Angele sighed with mixed emotions. He deactivated the communication runes after checking the messages. Luckily, he had the biochip that could calculate the success rate for him. It could also build a plan for Angele to help himself improve. Angele's talent level was below average. It would have been hard for him to reach rank 2 if not for the biochip. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 364, Funeral, 1. Chapter 364, Funeral, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, New. Angele stayed in the mansion for a while and checked the situation of the matrices. The crystal card could still support them for about half a year, so they did not need to be replaced yet. He gave some more food to Freya and returned to the main world. Morian, Seth, and Milan left the ruin after resting for several days. They left Vivian's gifts to Angele before leaving. Angele put the gifts into his travel case and left the ruin, heading directly to the Mermaid's Song. The distance from the ruin to the Mermaid's Song was short, so it only took him about 10 days on the road. The city was a mess. Many people were crying on the streets. 3 funerals were being held in the city and the atmosphere was heavy. Walking down the main street, Angele saw people carrying white and black coffins around. He turned left and entered a narrow street. Most of the pedestrians on the street were women and children, with barely any young men in sight. Angele was wearing a long black robe. He walked down the brown paved street and headed towards the direction stated in the message from the communication rune. Reaching the end of the street, a large grassland, covered with white tombstones, appeared in his sight. The orange light from the setting sun illuminated the tombstones, giving the place a peaceful and quiet feel. There were people gathering at the graveyard and some were lowering the coffins into the graves carefully. There were also wizards reading eulogies and paying tribute to the dead. Angele walked to a group of people that was standing by the forest. Most of them were wearing black outfits, and they all had serious expressions on their faces. There were about 30 people there, and they were all holding white flowers in their hands. A small band was playing some sad, mournful music with their violins and harps. People were still coming to the graveyard despite the dim sunlight. A wizard was preparing for a eulogy with a black book in hand. As Angele walked toward the group, the wizards noticed his presence and started greeting him. "Master Angele. Master Angele, you're here." Angele nodded as he walked, heading straight to the coffin. The coffin was open and the former department head, Cruz, was lying inside. His body was covered with black flower petals and black silk. Cruz was donned in a black suit, with an eye-shaped ruby lying on his chest. Dozens of white flowers surrounded the coffin. As Angele stood in front of the coffin, he could hear Cruz's relatives crying. He bowed slightly and took out a plain black box from his sleeves. Crouching down, he carefully placed the box to the right of Cruz's body. He then stood up and walked to Cruz's family. To the right were a 5-year-old boy and 2 girls. They all had blonde hair and pretty faces. Angele patted one of the girls' head lightly. She was about 17 or 18 years old. "Julie, let me know if you need any help." "Don't worry, I'm your father's good friend, and I respect him a lot," Angele spoke in a light tone. "Thank you." Julie was the oldest child of the 3. Her eyes turned red, and she was trying not to cry again. "Thank you, Master Angele." Angele looked at the 3 children, shook his head, and sighed with mixed emotions. He turned back around and rejoined the group. A tall, eye-catching man was wearing a dark green swordsman's suit in the group, talking to several other wizards with a hushed voice. As he saw Angele walking to him, he ended the conversation with the other wizards and turned around. "Master Angele, long time no see." He hugged Angele slightly. "President Barry, it's not a long time, just 2 years." "What happened? Was it really just an accident?" Angele's brow furrowed. Cruz did not seem like the one who would try to advance without preparation. "I'm sorry, but that's just what happened. President Barry was the president of one of the 3 schools in the Mermaid Song. He was one of the stakeholders in the city. The old man was hundreds of years old, and he was a friend of Cruz. Cruz was dying and he had to give it a try. If he succeeded, his life expectancy would increase again. However, Barry sighed. His wife passed away a long time ago and he was just worried about his children." Angele knew what Barry was implying. "Yeah, that's the problem. Julie and the other 2 children are not talented and Cruz's family probably won't take care of them. I understand that this is the rule in the Central Continent. Children without talent will not be considered as formal members of the family. The situation will get worse as Cruz already passed away. What's your plan?" Barry turned around and looked at the 3 children. "I don't have any child and I need to take my students to the front line. I don't think I can take care of them. I'm counting on you and Pietro. You 2 were close to Cruz, right, Dot?" Angele nodded. "No problem. Cruz treated me well, and although we chose a different path, I respect people who would sacrifice their lives for their dream. I'll help take care of his children and a peaceful life is probably the best for them." "Yeah. 100 years is nothing to us, however, they're just mortals and they can't even live that long," Barry sighed. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Angele's sight fell upon the 3 children on the other side. They reminded Angele of Fry and Freya in the Nightmare Realm. The difference was that the youngest one here was the boy and none of them had the talent like Fry had. Angele and Barry just stood there and stopped talking, but none of the other wizards around tried to approach them. Angele was the son of the 3rd elder. Barry was a strong wizard with a high position. People wanted to talk to them, but they knew it would not be a wise choice to approach them at the moment. The funeral started minutes later. A bald wizard in a black robe with golden trimmings walked up to the coffin. He stood in front of the people and in his hands was a thick black book. Cruz Einsburn. He served in Northern Iceland for 4 years and he died as the head of the Human Resource Department in The Mermaid's Song. The old man started listing Cruise's major achievements in a deep tone. The band was still playing the elegant, but sad music. The sound of the violins and the harps, in addition to the scene, was quite melancholic. The people attending the funeral sprinkled some silver dust over Cruise's body after the old wizard finished the speech. The glowing silver dust slowly dropped down and quickly coated the surface of the body. The dust was called the Soul Savior, and it was used to protect the dead ones from the necromancers. A strong wizard designed it hundreds of years ago. It was getting dark, and the wind was getting stronger. The sky was slowly covered by the clouds. Seconds later, bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky, which quickly turned into a downpour. Pa! The people around the coffin opened their black umbrellas. Angele raised his right hand and created a black metal umbrella to prevent the rain from dropping on his head. The umbrella looked identical to the ones used by the others. The raindrops struck the surface of the umbrella and made some light noise. "Master Angele, you're here?" Several young wizards greeted Angele as they approached him from behind. "Rook, what's going on with all the funerals in The Mermaid's Song?" Angele watched several coffins being dropped into the graves and questioned a young man using energy particles. "I just arrived and I'm not familiar with the situation." These young wizards were also members of the Human Resource Department, and they all had more than 20 people working for them. They were all rank 1 wizards, and they were the main force there. The man named Rook had a bitter smile on his face after hearing the question. The situation in the Wardrum City was much worse than the Mermaid City, Rook started explaining. One of the legions in the front line was ambushed by the Alliance's main force. Thousands of people died, only several hundred of them survived. Seriously? Those Alliance dogs. Angele cursed and looked Rook. "Take care of Cruise's children for me. They're mortals and I want them to live a peaceful life." Rook looked at the coffins and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. "I thought the wizards were the strongest living beings in this world, and we can get most of the things we want in our lives. I don't understand why we should keep progressing until I heard about Master Cruise's death." Angele glanced at him but did not say anything else. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The coffin was quickly lowered into the grave and was covered with flowers. The people around started leaving. When there were only several people left, Angele decided to leave as well. "Master Angele." A young girl's voice stopped him from behind. Angele turned around and he saw Julie standing in front of him with the 2 other children. The young girl and young boy held their sister's hands tightly as they were staring at Angele. "What happened, Julie?" Angele asked softly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 365, Funeral 2. Chapter 365, Funeral 2. Translator, Leo Editor, New. "Can you take us with you, Master Angele?" Julie begged as she grabbed a hold of her brother and sister's hands. "Sorry," Angele shook his head slightly, "I can't adopt you." He knew that Cruise had many political enemies when he was alive. As a friend, he had wanted to help the man's children, but without the intention of adopting and treating them as his own. He also knew that it was not the first time Julie tried asking for a wizard to adopt them. However, no one wanted to become the target of Cruise's political enemies. The best way to help the 3 children was to keep them out of this fight. People wouldn't care as long as they were mortals. Angele sighed. "Go talk to Barry and study in school. You'll find a good job in the city after you have graduated." After saying that, he left. Angele would not become the department head after the death of Cruise. The headquarters would send someone else to replace Cruise, and Angele could keep doing his job as an assistant. He declined all the party invitations from his colleagues and returned to the mansion by the Ness River. Angele had decided to stay in the mansion and focus on practicing the molten core river. The required runes and magic circles for the fourth stage were extremely hard, and he was still having trouble understanding them. He had wanted to take his time to study the magic circles, explore the nightmare realm, and spend more time with Freya. Air Transportation City, by the edge of the Abyss Canyon. Under the dim sunlight, the Abyss Canyon looked like a huge fissure in the land, with chilling air breathing out from the darkness. The orange light from the setting sun illuminated the ground, and the ladder-shaped clouds were painted in gold. Crack! A white leather boot stepped on a small rock, flattening it. It was a woman with a huge chest and a charming face. She was wearing a long tight robe, and her face held a cold expression. Her skin was clean, her face pretty, and her right ear was long and white, covered with gray fur. The woman glanced around the area. "This the last place that I detected Terry's vital signs," she muttered. Two men in white robes were behind the woman. One of the men crouched and touched the ground to check the dust. The death wave that ended a while ago already erased all the living beings from the area, and we won't be able to locate the murderer. His brow furrowed. "Master Irwin, I think we're just wasting time. We should find Master Julian Ann." "Are you questioning my decision?" The woman named Irwin turned around and glared at the man. "Yeah." The man stood up and responded in a cold tone, "Master, you're just wasting your time." Boom. The male wizard's head exploded like a watermelon, his brain, mixed with the shattered bones, splashed on the ground. Irwin lowered her right hand calmly. "It has been 500 years since someone last questioned my decision." She turned her head around and stared into the abyss again. The male wizard's dead body fell to the ground. Black strings of smoke rose from the dead body and formed a human's face. There were no nose nor ears on the face, and the scene was terrifying. "Master Irwin, what you just did was unacceptable, and I'll report the situation to Master Phil." The human face roared in anger and slowly disappeared into the air. Irwin was not concerned about what the face just said, she was still looking at the abyss. The other male wizard did not react to the incident either, and it seemed like he didn't care that one of them was just killed. "Terry, I'll avenge you." Irwin spoke in a light tone. "Master, a rank 4 wizard in the air transportation wants to speak to you through communication rune." "What do you think?" the man questioned. "No. He's just a rank 4 wizard without the inheritor magic circle, and I'm sure he doesn't have any important matter. Everyone thinks that Terry and Cena were killed by the underground race, but I'm seeing something different." "They were murdered by someone else," Irwin explained. "I'll stay here for several more days." "You can go back first." "Yes, Master." The man bowed and left, leaving the other man's body on the ground. The Nightmare Realm, in the mansion beside the Ness River. Angele stood quietly in the center of the living room and started thinking in front of the two matrices control panels. Phoenix stood on the wooden bird stand in the corner of the living room singing in a strange voice. The bird had cleaned its feathers with its beak, and its body was a bit larger than before, surrounded by a golden glow. The morning sunlight went through the window and dropped on the floor, dividing the living room into two areas. With Zero's help, Angele was able to analyze his progression. "My advancement with Molten Core River slowed down again. It'll probably take me 4 to 5 years to reach the bottleneck of the 4th stage. Wizards needed to find their own ways to break the bottleneck, but some of them needed at least 100 years to figure out the way. Although Angele had the help from the biochip, it would still take him a while to advance to the next rank. My enemies will find me sooner or later. I'll need to find some other ways to increase my power." Angele recalled the scene he witnessed in the stone room, and it was making him excited. "Zero, is the analysis of the frozen wave matrix completed yet?" Angele asked. He had spent most of his time practicing the Molten Core River, so he had asked Zero to analyze the matrices for him. "Task completed. The frozen wave matrix has been partially analyzed. Creating the basic model." A simple graph of the matrix was displayed in front of his eyes. It was a diamond-shaped picture with 5 blue dots. 4 dots formed the diamond shape, and the dot in the center was blinking. The dots were all connected by the energy strings. That's the basic unit of frozen wave matrix? The structure graph for the complicated matrices usually contained multiple basic units and was hard to understand, but Zero did a good job analyzing them. Angele could have always studied the structure himself, but that would have taken a lot of time and he might become bored halfway through. It only took 5 months to create the basic model for the basic unit of the frozen wave matrix, and even then, it was able to simplify the graph by a lot. Angele looked at the simplified graph of the matrix, and it was the simplest graph of a matrix he had ever seen. The book related to the matrices could never teach him something like this. "Show me the data," he ordered. Rows of complicated data were displayed under the blue graph. The most important information was the function and energy consumption of the matrix. Function: release energy shock waves. Damage: 0. Good for alarm. Range is decided by energy consumption. Energy consumption: 1.52 degrees per hour. Angele looked at the simple graph and sighed with mixed emotions. The powerful frozen wave matrix is created with such weak basic units. He walked to the sofa and sat down. Taking out 5 regular magic stones, he placed them on the table just like the 5 dots on the graph and used some clean water to create the energy strings and connected the stones. After all the stones were connected, Angele used his right index to tap on the magic stone in the center of the basic matrix. A translucent shockwave was released from the center of the matrix and it started expanding to all angles. The shockwave quickly covered the whole living room. Angele was satisfied with the result. That's the basic unit of frozen wave matrix. Zero, analyze the basic unit of the twisting matrix for me and find the 2 energy cores of it. Also, see if you can try to combine the 2 basic units. He wanted to create an energy center using the 2 matrices, and he wanted to connect the 2 matrices in such a way that only 1 crystal card would be needed to deliver energy to them. The ultimate goal was to connect all the matrices in an area and power them all solely through 1 crystal card. Task created. Analysis started. Zero's mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Angele headed to the 2nd floor and entered the reading room. The reading room was rebuilt into a laboratory. Freya was no longer allowed to enter the room and there was a defensive magic circle set up outside the door. Bottles with various sizes were located in the room, and many crystal bottles had glowing liquids inside. There was a white platform in the center of the reading room. A female, with a slim body and half the height of an adult, was lying on the platform quietly with her eyes closed. The female had a pair of translucent wings, like those of a dragonfly, and her hair was silver. She was a corpse of an unknown species, and Angele had been studying her body for a while. The dead body was surrounded by an invisible force field, with a diameter of about 2 meters, and no living being could enter the area. Angele had not yet found a way to destroy the force field. He had purchased a small energy absorption matrix from the market and he had thought that the force field would disappear if there were no longer any energy supporting it. He could have tried to break the force field by force, but he didn't want to damage the body. Angele walked to the body and tried to touch the dead body. Gee! It sounded like a soap bubble was pricked by a finger. Angele knew that it meant the force field was no longer supported by a sufficient amount of energy. Raising his right hand, Angele created a small silver dagger as he tried to stab into the chest of the body. However, before the tip of the dagger contacted the body's skin. Bam! A ball of purple flame covered the whole dead body. Angele did not expect it and his finger was scorched by the purple flame. His expression changed and he took several steps back quickly. White, green, and red glows flashed on Angele's body and the purple flame was slowly extinguished. The tip of his index finger already turned purple and it was hard like crystal. The body was still covered in the purple flame as it slowly melted and started evaporating. Damn! Angele was not sure what he did wrong, however, the purple flame reminded him of something. He quickly raised his right arm and the dark red armband flashed. Woo! The armband started absorbing the purple flame from the dead body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 366, Tomb 1. Chapter 366, Tomb 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Leo. The purple flame was extremely powerful. Angele's finger was crystallized within seconds. He could barely feel his index finger now. It was almost like his finger was cut off without any pain. Angele watched the body melting in the purple flame. His expression changed several times before the flame disappeared completely. He walked to the white platform and lowered his body. He extended his left hand to touch the remains. The flame is interesting. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. However, Zero did not find any valuable information even after scanning for a while. It's just the remains of the dead body, but I didn't expect the purple flame at all. She must have been a strong creature before death. I should probably check that area again. Angele walked to the window and looked over the forest on the other side. Strong creatures had to possess special bloodlines. Angele knew that he should try to extract the bloodline from the creature. There was excitement in his eyes. Angele cleaned the platform and found some helpful tools. He left the reading room and locked the door. He went to the garden and played with Freya for a while. Angele returned to the living room and started meditating again after checking the matrices. The night fell. Angele slowly woke up from the meditation and checked the surroundings. The whole mansion was deadly silent and it was cold. Other than the wind and rustling trees outside, silence ruled everywhere. The chilling wind came from the opened main door, causing it to clatter along with it. The only light in the living room came from the moon. The blue moonlight illuminated the living room's floor. Angele stood up from the sofa and wiped the dust off his robe. He walked to the second floor and stopped by a room on the left. He raised his right hand and pressed on the door. Crack! The door was unlocked with a crisp sound. The bedroom was dark and there was a ball of fiery golden light standing quietly on the bed. The light ball was jumping around and there was a long tail on its back. The ball was the only source of light in the room. The light ball was a red bird. It was Phoenix. The bird had been taking care of Freya for days. Freya was sleeping on the large white bed and Phoenix was scampering around her. Angele could see the blue veins on her clean skin. Freya's brow furrowed. It seemed like she was having a bad dream. There was an anxious look on her face and she was struggling. Angele walked to the bed and rubbed Freya's cheeks slightly. The anxious look disappeared from Freya's face right after Angele touched her cheeks. She quickly calmed down as her expression relaxed. The girl was breathing at a steady rate. Angele covered Freya with the blanket and waved his right hand. Phoenix flew into the air and landed on Angele's right shoulder. It started cleaning its feathers again. Angele turned around, left the room, and closed the door. He walked down the stairs and left the mansion. The white mansion was surrounded by darkness. The blue light from the sky went through the thick clouds and illuminated the mist. It looked like the sun was about to rise. Angele tightened his robe as it was a bit cold. The only light around came from the glowing crystals in the mansion. The visibility was low outside due to the thick blue mist. He stepped on the wet and freezing grass. Pa! With a flick of his finger, a pink energy wave appeared around his body and started expanding right away. The energy wave disappeared into the air seconds later. The circle warmed up his body and Phoenix was relaxing on his shoulder. The bird released a thin red glow to brighten up the surroundings. With the help of Phoenix and the high-temperature force field, Angele walked through the translucent barrier with no hesitation. Chi! The bird and the wizard passed through the defensive barrier with no problems and stepped among the black vines. Angele entered a small forest beside the mansion after passing through the vines. He checked the map using 0 and turned right. The chilling wind blew on the tree leaves, making a loud noise. Angele walked in the forest, checking the map several times. He asked Phoenix to double-check the direction and increased his pace. He returned to the location where he found the dead body quickly. It was an enormous tree with a wide tree trunk. The tree was about 4 meters wide and there was a black cave under its root. It seemed like the cave led to a dark tunnel, but Angele could not see anything inside. The tree was relatively short when compared to the other trees in the forest. Its height was about half of the other trees, but it was extremely wide. There was not a single leaf on the tree's thin branches. Angele walked to the cave and crouched to its right. That was where I found the dead body. Raising his hand, he pressed on the grass slightly. The green grass was also painted in light blue and Angele checked the marks on the ground. The only thing he found around the cave was his own trail. If it was not related to the spells, the body probably dropped to the ground from the sky. Angele raised his head and looked around. Some bloodstains were left on the branches above and there was a broken branch shaking in the wind. Angele looked around as blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes. He used the biochip to scan the area. There must be something here. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He noticed a trail of small footprints behind the footprints left by him. It seemed like they were left by a female. Angele walked for a while in the deadly silent forest, but he did not know that someone was following behind him. Goosebumps rose on Angele's skin. He recalled the words Todd told him, that anything could happen in the nightmare realm. Damn it! Angele knew that he might be in trouble. The footprints meant that someone was following closely behind him when he was walking among the tall trees. Raising his left hand, the light of the thorn started releasing the golden rays and they brightened up the surroundings. A golden ball of light appeared in the dark forest and the area around the cave was brightened up. Angele glanced around cautiously and stood there for a while. He felt relieved after realizing that there was no one around him. He told Fry not to leave the mansion during the nights when the young man was still here. Angele chose to explore the nightmare realm at night because the world was so different when the night fell. Many things would only happen during the nights in the nightmare realm. Todd had never left the basement during the nights as he knew that the night in the nightmare realm was much more dangerous than the daytime. Angele turned around and looked at the grass again. He noticed that there was a trail left by the body on the right. It was marked by 0. The thing dropped to the right of the tree at an angle, which means she came from that direction. Angele turned to the right. There was nothing in his sight due to the low visibility. Angele looked at the black tree cave again. He thought for a second and slowly took out a test tube full of pink liquid. He removed the wooden stopper carefully. Chi! Red mist spurted out of the tube. The red mist landed to the right of Angele and turned into a large, blurry human-shaped shadow. The shadow was much higher than Angele. It had the size of a small giant. The shadow man was surrounded by the red mist and his eyes looked like 2 small rubies. The man had no mouth or nose, but he had a muscular body and there were red flames burning on his shoulders. My pleasure, master. The shadow man bowed to Angele and put his right hand in front of his chest. The man's voice was deep and hoarse. He was speaking the universal ancient language with a strange accent. Angele nodded and pointed at the cave. I'm counting on you, he responded in the same language. No problem. The shadow man hit its chest and entered the cave. Seconds later, Angele heard some creature grunting inside the cave, but nothing else. The shadow man left the cave and it looked like his size shrank. There were several guards guarding a wooden door and it looked like a tomb, he reported back in a low voice. Thanks, come back now. Angele nodded and unsealed the tube again. Understood. The red shadow man turned into red mist and returned to the tube. The mist turned into pink liquid quickly. Angele sealed the tube with the wooden stopper carefully and returned it to his pouch. It was a summoner spell he learned after advancing to rank 2, and it was called the Blood Giant. The body of the giant was made from toxic and acidic blood. The giant had low intelligence, but it could follow basic orders. The creatures or puppets that contacted the body of the giant would be damaged by the strong venom. If the blood giant killed a creature with blood inside its body, he would absorb all of the creature's blood and use it as fuel. The blood giant's body size would keep increasing as long as it could collect enough blood. The largest blood giant in the history had a height of more than 10 meters. His one footstep could crack the land. The only problem was that the blood giant was hard to craft and a lot of rare resources were required. Angele was working in the human resources department, and he accepted some expensive gifts from the wizards who wanted to join the elemental hand. He spent years crafting the blood giant using the resources he purchased and was sent by Vivian. Angele looked at Phoenix after taking care of the guards. The bird twittered and flew toward Angele, sinking into his chest. Angele started chanting the incantation with a low voice and created a translucent fire barrier around him. He also formed a thin layer of metal barrier on the surface of his body, and his skin turned silver. There were 2 twisted, long daggers in his hands. They were also created with the silver metal. Angele stepped into the cave after everything was prepared. The golden light from the light of the thorn brightened up the cave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 367, Tomb 2. Chapter 367, Tomb 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Leo. 2 long extinguished torches were hanging on the walls on both sides. Angele walked down for about 5 meters and a brown door appeared in his front. He heard the blood giant killing the guards, but there was no dead body on the floor. The door was made of wooden planks and there were large gaps between each of the plank. The arched door had the height of an average human being. Angele tried to push the door, but it did not move. There was a keyhole on the left. He raised his right hand and put the tip of the dagger in the keyhole. The tip of the silver dagger melted and went into the keyhole, turning into the key. Crack! The wooden door was unlocked. Behind the door, there was a yellow sacrificial altar and there were 2 burning candles standing on their stands. Their orange light brightened the area. In the center of the altar, there was a thick book with a red cover lying on a wooden stand. Angele made sure that there was no one behind him. He stepped into the door and closed it. He wiped the thick white dust off the surface of the book and revealed its title, The Book of the Dead. The characters were written in the ancient language and they looked like a terrifying black skull with 2 horns. The Book of the Dead? Angele looked a bit confused. Some people will compile their greatest achievements into books before passing away, and this is definitely one of them, so what the blood giant said was correct. This is someone's tomb. He opened the book and saw a colorful picture on the first page. It was a cavalryman with red heavy armor and a warhorse. Burning flames surrounded the cavalryman's body and he was raising a white scimitar into the air. There was a short sentence written under the picture, "Burning Knight Orlando, his bravery shall be remembered." The rest of the book recorded the knight's achievements and how many wars he had served in. However, Angele had never heard of any countries mentioned in it. There was no valuable information in the book and Angele returned it onto the wooden stand. He glanced around and saw 2 tunnels leading to the same exit. The torches inside the tomb were still burning and the bright light warmed the place up. A rotten smell permeated the air. It was mixed with the intense smell of pine oil. The only sound in the tomb came from the flames on the torches. Angele turned left and passed through a short tunnel, reaching another wooden door on the other side. He unlocked the door quickly with the same trick. Behind the door, there was a spacious hall. There was a stone staircase on the other side of the hall, the stairs led to another altar with a plate on it. Yellow flame was burning on the plate. There were 6 small caves on both sides of the hall. Each side had 3 caves. Inside each cave, there was a book with a red cover on top of a small platform. There was a total of 6 books lying on the inclined wooden stands quietly. In the center of the hall, there was a rectangular stone coffin, small pieces of red rubies inserted into its edges. Each ruby had the size of an eyeball and was reflecting the light from the flame. Angele slowly stepped into the hall while checking the surroundings carefully. Suddenly, he noticed that someone was approaching him from behind. Clank! Angele quickly created a silver shield and blocked a large axe coming from behind. The center of the shield was dented. It turned into a ball of metal liquid and was absorbed by Angele's skin. Angele quickly stabbed backward using a dagger without turning around. However, he did not hit anything. Angele was surprised and he noticed that another strike was coming. He blocked the slash from the axe again with a metal shield. He quickly took several steps forward and turned around. The appearance of the enemy was finally revealed. It was a skeleton standing beside the wooden door. White bones formed the skeleton's body and it was holding a rusty black war axe with both its hands. The skeleton was running toward Angele, its bones shaking as it moved. A skeleton soldier? Angele hesitated. A skeleton soldier that's not controlled by a wizard that knows necromancy? The skeleton soldier charged at Angele as he thought, swinging its axe down again. Clank! The blade of the axe slashed across the surface of the shield, but sending sparks in all directions was all it managed to accomplish. Interesting, Angele already scanned the skeleton soldier using the biochip. The soldier was like a muscular mortal using a large war axe and it could only deal 8 to 10 degrees of physical damage. Raising his right hand, Angele pointed at the skeleton soldier. Chi! The long red hair on his head started growing. The hair covered the skeleton soldier's body within seconds and trapped it on the floor. Ka! The skeleton soldier thrashed around several times, but it could not move at all. Its war axe was still in the air. Angele's hair looked like a red spider web, the skeleton soldier trapped in its center. He walked to the skeleton after making sure that it could not do anything. Angele touched the skeleton's rib cage. It was cold and hard. The edges of the ribs already started decaying and Angele's hand was covered in the white dust from the bones after he touched it. The skeleton was still struggling and making noises. Angele reached into the skeleton's empty chest, but there was nothing inside, just like its appearance suggested. He then focused on checking the skeleton's skull. Obviously, there were no eyeballs in its eye sockets, and there were some black worms crawling there instead. What energy does this skeleton soldier consume? Why is it moving? Angele went around the skeleton's solitaire and put his fingers into its eye sockets. As expected, there was nothing inside. This thing does not know how to check its opponent's strength, but it was not damaged by the radiation of my elemental mentality wave. Interesting, Angele kept thinking. What if I do this? He cut some of the skeleton's bones into pieces and stabbed the dagger into its chest. The skeleton soldier was still just struggling. So, this thing won't simply die. Then what about? Angele aimed at the skeleton soldier's skull with the right index finger. Chi! A silver needle stabbed into the skeleton's forehead and penetrated its skull. The skeleton was still struggling. It seemed like the attack did not damage it. There must be a core. The silver needle returned into Angele's skin and he looked at the skeleton. Blue light dots appeared in front of his eyes. 0, scan the target for me. Adjust the effective range when necessary. Scanning, a ray of blue light was released from Angele's eyes after 0 reported back and it dropped on the skeleton's body. The blue ray moved from the skeleton's skull to its feet quickly. Scan completed. Unknown gene change detected. Visualize it in your sight? Sure. Angele's eyes flashed again as he finished the order. A blue light screen appeared in his sight. A hologram of the skeleton started spinning on the light screen. The image shifted several times, from the surface of the backbone to the stem cells, and to the cross-section of the bone's stem cells. Angele could see the cross-section of the cells clearly on the hologram. He gasped after he noticed what was inside the cells. The cells were filled up with black triangular magic circles, and those circles were blinking in a breath-like rhythm. Each of the magic circles was built with 3 basic points, and each of the points looked like the shape of and. That's incredible. Angele knew that runes like these ones would probably lead him closer to the ancient bloodline wizards. The cells from different parts of the skeleton were being displayed on the light screen, and they were all filled up with the simple magic circles. Angele crouched and used the metal string to recreate the triangular magic circle on the slate. He carefully put down the 3 and on the magic circle. The circle looked exactly like the one he found in the cells. He took out 3 regular magic stones from the pouch and dropped them on the 3 signs quickly. Crack! The 3 magic stones cracked together after the 3rd stone was dropped on the last sign. The stones turned from black to white and translucent. The center of the magic circle slowly turned dark, and it looked like a deep hole leading to the abyss. Chi! An eye suddenly appeared in the center of the magic circle. It was an eye with black pupils, and it had the size of a small fish. The eye looked like an eye from a mortal, but its size was increased. What is this? Angele looked at the magic circle, confused. The eye was glancing around, but nothing happened. If the magic circle inside the bone cell of the skeleton is the foundation of the whole thing, something similar should happen after I powered the circle up with magic stones. Angele's brow furrowed. Wait, there's another possibility. He searched through his memory. Maybe the triangular magic circle is just an agent, and it has different effects on different things. It can power up the skeleton soldier when it's applied to a dead man's bones. I powered up the magic circle with magic stones, and the effect must be related to magic stones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 368, The Snake Honor, 1. Chapter 368, The Snake Honor, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, New. The eye on the around was still glancing around curiously. Angele observed the eye for a while and removed the broken pieces of magic stones. However, the eye was still there. What creature is this, and where does it come from? Angele was confused. He stood up and pointed at the circle. A large metal piece was released from his hand and covered the eye. He returned to the skeleton soldier. After thinking for a while, he pressed on its skull. Crack! The skull broke into pieces, and the whole skeleton soldier fell apart. The black and rusty axe dropped to the floor as well, since there was no longer any skeleton holding it. Angele picked the axe up and quickly checked it. The axe had a wide blade, and a sentence was engraved on its handle, Tichita. The sentence was written in the universal ancient language and was a bit blurry due to the decomposition. Angele swung the axe several times in the air. About 25 kilograms, he had weighed the axe using 0. His long hair started to shorten, shrinking in size, and returned to its normal length seconds later. Angele walked over to the coffin in the center of the hall with the axe in hand. The stone coffin lied there quietly, and the rubies around its edges looked like hundreds of eyes. He placed his hands on the coffin and pushed it slightly. However, the coffin remained tightly sealed. Glancing to the sides, he saw that the lid had been completely fused to the coffin. Angele thought for a while and decided not to open the coffin. He turned around and started checking the books one at a time. The books were all about the achievements the one in the coffin had obtained, but the authors of each book were completely different. He walked to the altar as he did not find anything valuable from the books. He walked up the stairs and stood in front of a burning flame. The intense heat waves were coming from the flame, but he noticed that it was burning without fuel. There was nothing inside the bronze container, and the strong flame was floating in the air. The bronze container was surrounded by dried, black flowers, and there was a silver short sword with a complicated pattern on its handle lying off to the right. The patterns on the handle looked like two snakes with their mouths open, seemingly as if they were poised and ready to strike. Angele looked all around, but that was all he found here. He grabbed the short sword and slashed forward. Chi! A ray of silver light was released from the tip of the sword, sinking into the stone wall on the opposite side. A slim mark was left on the wall. The mark was dark, and it should be at least several meters deep. This was very surprising. I don't remember applying any energy to the sword. He held the cold handle of the sword tightly. The handle was a bit wet and the whole sword weighed as if it was made of wood. He raised the sword and slashed forward again. Chi! Another silver ray left the tip of the sword and another slim mark appeared on the wall. Angele checked the sword multiple times, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary, even with Zero's help. It was a simple sword, but it felt like the blade was infused with something, like energy particles. He tested the sword against random objects in the tomb, but nothing stood a chance in the face of the silver ray. Angele carefully wrapped the sword with silver metal, creating a makeshift scabbard, and tied it to his belt. Before leaving, he collected all the books in the tomb and tied them up with metal strings. The magic circle was just left on the ground. Angele was certain that the eye would disappear after all the energy in the magic stones was consumed. Crack! Angele pushed the wooden door open. Right as he was about to take a step forward. Woo! Chilling wind brushed the back of his neck. Angele turned his head around and noticed the light had already disappeared from the tomb. The chilling wind had come from the depths of the dark. His expression changed. He left the tunnel quickly and returned to the root of the large tree. It was still night and the mist still lingered in the air. Blue lights penetrated the clouds and illuminated Angele's body. Angele checked the surroundings and started heading back to the mansion. However, he noticed that something wasn't right several steps later. He turned around and what he saw scared him. The large tree was moving and struggling like a live human being. The tree screamed in a high-pitched voice and it was shaking its trunk, like a man in his death throes struggling to survive. The tree's trunk, skin, and branches started melting, turning into a pile of black sticky liquid within 10 seconds, and disappeared into the ground. The only thing left was a patch of green grass, and it almost looked like the tree was never there. Angele checked the books and the short sword. Those didn't disappear with the tree, however, the eyes of the snakes were covered with a black glow. I need to leave the area now. Angele was filled with a sense of foreboding. He, filled with caution, drew the short sword and decided to leave the area. Chi! A large crack appeared on the grass and a large eye appeared on the ground. The eye was looking around curiously. The eye was about 10 meters long, giving the illusion that there was an enormous beast underground looking upward. Angele paled, recognizing the eye immediately. It was the same one from the magic circle. Even the details were identical, but its size had increased greatly. He took 2 steps back and started running towards the mansion. He kept checking around him as he ran, but there were no traces of anything following after him. Angele felt a bit relieved. There were just too many strange things in the nightmare realm, and although he was a knowledgeable wizard, he had no idea what was going on. Turning around, he was surprised, instantly stopping and standing still. A trail of tiny footprints stopped right in front of the barrier created by the metal force field, and they were disappearing into the ground quickly. The footprints stopped moving when he stopped running. Something invisible slowly turned around and it felt like the thing was staring at Angele. He could feel the chill climbing up his back. Angele raised the short sword and slashed forward without hesitation. Chi! Silver light flashed in the air. Pa! It sounded like a bubble burst. The silver ray disappeared after hitting the invisible thing. Angele took several steps back and he noticed that the invisible thing was no longer moving. He turned back around and started running again. Although he was still constantly checking the surroundings, he saw that there were no more footprints following after him. "That thing probably followed me out of the mansion and I thought it left before I entered the cave," Angele guessed. The thing was nearly impossible to detect. It doesn't release any form of waves, whether it be energy, mentality, or soul waves. The only trace was the footprints on the ground. Angele returned to the mansion quickly after he increased his speed. After seeing the energy barrier and the vines, he felt much better and calmed down. Suddenly, his expression turned cold. Countless tiny footprints surrounded the energy barrier, but their sizes varied and they were all standing, facing the mansion. Suddenly, as if they noticed Angele's presence. Pa. All the invisible creatures turned to Angele at the same time. Angele could not see anything, but he felt as if he was being stared at by a large group of people. The forest grew deadly silent. Angele's expression turned serious. He raised the silver sword again. Chi. Several silver rays were released into the air and landed on the grass. Pa. Half of the footprints on the ground were erased by the silver rays. Angele took 2 steps back and ran to the other side of the barrier. Immediate after sheathing the short sword, he created a dark red lava ball. He threw the lava ball into the air without looking. Boom! Intense light from the lava drops brightened up the whole forest and drove some of the mist away. Angele could feel that the lava drops were destroying the invisible creatures. He suddenly stopped and looked around. Trees were damaged by the lava drops, and branches were on fire. Some golden lava drops were still dripping down on the tree trunks. The footprints disappeared from the ground completely and the heat waves were spreading in all directions. Satisfied with the result, he stepped into the burning flames without any hesitation and headed back to the mansion. The high fire resistance from the molten core river helped him against all the incoming lava drops, and as a result, the fire didn't damage him at all. The fire from the burning wood warmed up the area and the strange feeling was no longer bothering him. Angele passed through the barrier and the black vines started moving again. Taking a deep breath, he walked past the fences. Many things happened during my exploration. I wonder how Fry is doing now. He said he just wanted to check the cities around the area, but anything could happen on his way. Angele sighed and grabbed the books that were still tied up by the metal strings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 369, The Snake Honor, 2. Chapter 369, The Snake Honor, 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Leo. Angele pushed the door open and stepped inside. He saw someone sitting on the sofa in the darkness. He was about to draw his sword but realized that the only other person in the main building was Freya. "Freya, why aren't you sleeping?" Angele questioned in a gentle tone. "Green?" Freya stood up and ran toward Angele. "I thought you were not coming back." Freya jumped into Angele's arms. She was trembling due to the low temperature in the living room. The girl's face was pale and her brow furrowed. It seemed like she had a nightmare. "That'll never happen." Angele rubbed Freya's long black hair softly. "What happened? You should put on some more clothes." With a flick of his finger, a ball of red flame beside the two, bringing warmth to the room. Freya's face turned pale and she hesitated. The girl hugged Angele tight and she started speaking several minutes later. "Green, I know you have left the mansion many times during the nights." Freya's body was still trembling. "The nightmares wouldn't stop haunting me and I decided to sit in the living room. I thought of going to the garden but I was scared to go alone. Also, I saw someone peeking at me from the forest on a rainy day. I was so scared and I wanted to talk to you. However, you were nowhere to be found, and I learned that sometimes you were not in the mansion at all." Angele could feel the freezing cold but soft body of the girl. He remained silent. He would return to the main world when the night fell. it was impossible for him to stay in the nightmare realm forever. He had tried to take Freya back to the main world. Sadly, none of his methods worked. There were too many mysterious things in the nightmare realm, and Angele knew that it was hard for Freya to survive in the mansion alone. The place was too large for the girl. Freya started having nightmares after she learned that Angele was not in the mansion all the time, and the fear was infesting her mind slowly. Angele was certain that Freya would not be able to handle the loneliness even if she was a boy. "Come on, listen, I'll stay here with you. Just sleep." Angele stood up with Freya in her arms. He walked to the sofa and the burning flame ball was still floating around. "Thank you, Green." Freya raised her head and looked at Angele quietly. Her expression loosened as she closed her eyes. The girl fell asleep within seconds. Angele sat down on the sofa again and stayed up the whole night. Sleep was not necessary for wizards. Angele would not feel tired without having any rest. Freya slept quietly in Angele's arms. He decided to practice the molten core river since he had the time. Angele's mentality was increasing slowly but steadily. The morning sunlight shined through the windows and dropped on the red carpet, the latter reflecting some bright red light. Freya slowly woke up. It seemed like she had a good dream this time. Freya was growing well. Her breasts were larger than what other girls at her age boasted, and Angele could see that through the thin black sweater she was wearing. The girl was only wearing a white underwear on the bottom, and she tried to cover it with the long sweater. Freya's face blushed as she just realized that her outfit was revealing. Angele was still meditating, and Freya realized that her father would not look at her in a sexual way. Angele washed Freya's body several times when she was still young, and he also helped take care of Freya when she was sick. The girl knew that Angele had seen her naked body, and her face stopped blushing. Fry, Todd, and Angele were probably the only three males Freya knew. She felt shy because she knew the basic differences between men and women. However, the males around Freya were her family members, and it was just her instinct that she did not want a man to look at her half-naked body. Angele noticed that the girl had already woken up, and he quickly scanned the sky. "Morning. Did you have a nice sleep? Go have some food now." "Sure." Freya jumped to the floor. "I want to check the sunflower first." She looked excited as she finished her words. Angele smiled and raised his right hand. "Woo." Phoenix left his body and landed on his hand. "Go with Phoenix." "Sure." Angele watched Freya run to the garden happily, Phoenix circling around her. He slowly stood up and his sight fell upon the books with red covers. Angele started reading those books in the living room after breakfast with Freya. Freya was also reading the books curiously, but she got bored quickly. The poems were tiring to read, the vocabulary used in such books was fancy but meaningless. Freya leaned against Angele's right arm and fell asleep again. Angele quickly scanned all the poems into the database and asked Zero to collect the helpful information for him. He found the information he wanted quickly. Chi. Angele slowly drew the silver short sword he found. Blue light dots blinked in front of his eyes, and he finally learned what the sword was. Snake Honor Sword, a sacrificial sword that is used to stop the dead ones from reviving, the biochip reported back. Angele held the short sword in his hand to scrutinize it, but it just looked like a normal sword. Angele double-checked the 2 defensive matrices outside the mansion and returned to the library. He wanted to finish the system he was designing. He decided to leave the mansion again after checking the specimen he had in the lab. It was like a different world during the daytime in the nightmare realm. He decided to check the place he visited last night again. Angele walked down the stairs and grabbed a black cloak. "Freya, I need to leave for a minute, don't worry, I'll be back before you know it." "Stay in the mansion with Phoenix." He looked at Freya. "I want to go." Freya woke up quickly after hearing Angele's words. "Well, fine. Angele had taken Freya to the forest several times before, as he already knew that the daytime in the nightmare realm was relatively safe. He just needed to avoid dark areas. Freya put on a black cloak as well, and they stepped out of the barrier with Phoenix. Angele checked the route he recorded in the biochip and found the location quickly. A vibrant grassland was surrounded by tall brown trees, but it was empty. Angele was a bit confused. He walked around but did not find any trace of that eye. Rays of golden sunlight landed on the ground and illuminated the grass. "Green, what are you looking for?" Freya walked around the area as well, but she did not find anything interesting, and she returned to Angele. "Some mysterious things," Angele responded. Angele checked the surroundings. He did not extinguish the fire around the mansion last night, but he did not see any burned trees on the way here. It almost looked like nothing had happened last night. Angele was certain that he had destroyed a part of the forest. He checked the surroundings carefully again, but did not find any valuable information. Angele decided to return to the mansion with Freya. They stopped by the small wooden house by the Ness River. Freya started fishing by the water. She had a brown fishing rod, and the bait she used was just some random flowers. Angele sat on the side and started to ponder about the things that had happened last night. He was certain that none of the strange creatures were in their soul forms. Although he acquired snake honor and it was a strong weapon, the invisible creatures, the dying tree, the tomb, and the eye on the ground all left a deep impression in his mind. "Freya, you've heard many stories from your father, right?" Angele looked at the girl and suddenly asked. "Yes." Freya nodded. "Father told us about many strange things he encountered in this world when we were young." "What happened, Green? How much of the stories do you remember?" "Each of the stories was told many times, and I remember most of them," Freya answered with confidence. "Have you heard about a huge eye on the ground and something like an underground tomb?" Angele went straight to the point. "An eye on the ground?" Freya searched through her memory. "I think I've heard about it from a tale my father told us. It was a story from the Book of the Church. The eye on the ground is something from the Oblivion realm, and it would only appear when certain requirements were met. Time, location, and sacrificial materials. The eye is hard to summon, and. Freya stopped for a second and continued. Many hunters tried to summon the eye, but none succeeded. My father said that it was just a tale and we should not treat it seriously. Do you know a weapon called snake honor?" Angele wondered. "Yeah, one of the widely used weapons from the churches. They were only given to the strong ones with a title called the Holy Eye, and they were all very close to the Hunter Lord. My father said that he had the chance to become a Holy Eye, but he was too old." Freya blinked as she explained. "The Holy Eye had a beautiful armor, a strong mount, and the mutated creatures stood no chance if they encountered one of them." Freya recalled. Angele drew the short sword. It seemed like the weapon was left in the tomb by someone else, and it did not belong to the knight in the coffin. Maybe the owner of the weapon had the ability to communicate with the Oblivion realm. Also, it was possible that a Holy Eye was killed by something when he was exploring the tomb. He realized that this weapon had the features of the concept gear he failed to acquire. BLOP. Freya lifted her fishing rod and there was a small fish on the hook. Pa! The fish dropped onto the grass. However, it was not an ordinary fish. The thing had countless legs and it looked like a centipede. It rolled several times on the ground and started crawling back to the water, the hook still in its mouth. "Well, it's inedible anyways." Freya shook her head. She removed the hook and threw the fish back to the river. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 370, I Devil 1. Chapter 370, I Devil 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Leo. Angele glared at the small fish and threw the snake honor into the air. Chi! The short sword penetrated the fish accurately and dropped into the water. Green, why did you throw the sword away? Freya was surprised, but she noticed that the sword was connected to a silver string in Angele's hand. Blop. Angele pulled the string slightly and the sword jumped out of the water with the fish on its tip. The sword returned to his hand and Angele started checking the blade. The blood from the fish was dripping down the blade. It almost looked like the sword had its own blood vessels. Angele looked at the short sword and started thinking. Freya was still fishing using the flowers as bait and she threw most of the strange creatures with weird appearances she caught back into the river. The sun started setting and it was getting dark outside. Freya finally stood up. Let's go, Green. There was a metal bucket in her hand. It was created by Angele's force field. The tiny fish inside the bucket was great for making a fish stew. Angele nodded slightly and stopped thinking. One more thing, Freya. Stay in the mansion and don't even leave the main building in the next several days as I need to make sure the areas around are safe, Angele exhorted. Understood, Green. Freya nodded several times. Angele escorted her back to the mansion and asked her to cook the fish stew first. He then put on the cloak again and left the mansion. Angele walked around the mansion and walked to the small forest on the opposite side of Freya's room. The orange light from the setting sun filled up the forest. The dim sunlight illuminated the tree leaves, tree trunks, and the grass. The wind in the late afternoon was warm and soothing. Angele walked to the large trees and started observing. He slowly crouched beside one of the trees. The grass under the tree was leaning. It looked like someone stepped on it. Angele touched the grass. It was wet and warm. He also detected a hint of energy particles. He stood up calmly and glanced around. Pa! He heard someone stepping on the grass. The noise came from the deep forest. Who's there? Angele disappeared into the air. Only a small hole was left in the place where he was standing at. He turned into a black shadow and rushed to the source of the noise, moving through the woods at full speed. Pa! The black shadow hit one of the trees on the way and he quickly created 2 silver daggers in hands. Chi! The tree trunk was slashed into pieces and the tree started falling to the left slowly. Bam! The tree dropped to the ground, the cracking branches and the leaves making loud noises. Angele stood beside the destroyed tree and checked the surroundings carefully. Suddenly, a blurry gray shadow entered his sight. The shadow was running away and it was about to jump into the bushes. Angele's expression turned cold, his body turned into a black shadow again and rushed toward the gray shadow. The distance between them was reducing quickly. A silver light dot appeared in front of the black shadow and the light dot hit the back of the gray shadow hard. Bam! The gray shadow was pinned on the tree trunk. Moo! A strange voice echoed in the air. The black shadow turned around by the gray shadow. It was Angele with the black cloak. His cold stare fell upon the gray shadow that was pinned on the tree trunk by a silver dagger. It was a small man that was only about 1 meter tall. The man looked like a young child, and he was wearing a broken linen outfit. His skin had the color of an old candle and his body was unbalanced. The small man was facing the tree trunk. He was struggling and trying to get rid of the dagger, but nothing worked. Strangely, the dagger penetrated the man's chest but there was no blood leaking out of the wound, and it almost looked like the man was a puppet. Angele's brow furrowed and he approached the tree carefully. The man suddenly turned his head around and shouted again. Angele blinked his eyes and he finally had a clear view of the man's face. The man looked almost identical to a human being but only had one eye. There was only one eye on the bridge of his nose. It was a white eye with 2 black pupils, one on the right and one on the left. It looked like a normal pair of eyes but on the same eyeball. The man stared at Angele and Angele could see the fear in the man's eye. The man was pushing the tree trunk with all the strength he had, but it was not working. Can you understand my words? Angele questioned in a low voice. "Mo-oh," the man screamed again in fear. Angele pursed his lips and raised the dagger in his right hand into the air. Chi. A blood hole was left on the small man's forehead as the tip of the dagger extended. The small man stopped struggling and lost all his strength. He looked like a dead beast that was hanging on the tree trunk. Angele pulled the dagger out of dead man's body and carefully gouged his large eyeball out. Angele held the fist-sized eyeball in hand carefully. He took out a test tube from the pouch which was filled up with translucent slimy liquid. He removed the wooden stopper and applied the sticky liquid on the surface of the eyeball, preventing the eyeball from drying out. The fist-sized eyeball had the texture of soft rubber ball and it had a hint of charming fragrance. Angele carefully covered the eyeball with a thin layer of metal after applying the sticky liquid. He put the metal ball on his waist and used the force field to prevent it from falling. Pa! The dead body of the small man dropped to the ground. Angele was not interested in the dead body, he was looking at the trees in the front. There were about 10 more gray shadows moving in the front. Ha! Angele pursed his lips again, his body turned into a black shadow and charged forward. Moo! Moo! The deep voice was familiar, a large group of gray shadows was trying to escape. Angele was running to the northeast of the mansion. It took him about half an hour to kill some more single-eyed men and he collected 16 fist-sized eyeballs. They looked like a bunch of white grapes. The night was about to fall. Angele stood between the trees with a bunch of eyeballs in hand, and he decided to return to the mansion. You're just going to leave? A high-pitched voice came from behind, but Angele was not sure if it was a man or a woman. Angele turned around and saw someone stepping out of the thin mist between the trees. Ha! You know how to communicate with me? Angele narrowed his eyes, he looked excited. You're the second one that knows how to speak I meet here. Interesting. The mysterious man revealed himself as he left the mist. The man was wearing a black outfit with a black mask and a black hat. The only thing Angele could see was a pair of blue eyes. You killed my single-eyed gnomes and you're just going to leave? Single-eyed gnomes? Angele looked at the eyeball. You mean the owners of those things? What else can it be? The man responded in a cold tone. Well, so, we'll have to fight? Angele's expression turned serious. The single-eyed gnomes are not impacted by the mutation, they're the best servants you can find now, but you killed them all. You must pay for what you have done, the man said. I don't like facing the strange creatures in the night, but it doesn't mean I fear them. The night is about to fall, make the right choice. Are you threatening me? Angele looked at the man in black curiously. What a joke. He raised his right hand. Chi. A ray of silver light flew toward the man in black. Clank. The man used a white dagger to block the silver ray. However, his pupils constricted as the two metal objects contacted. The silver ray exploded after being blocked, turning into countless silver strings, flying toward the man. Halo, the man shouted and created a black string. A large black bird spurted out of the string, it was a bird formed by the shadows. The bird swung its wings several times and jumped to the glowing silver strings. The silver strings sank into the bird's body and disappeared. Twitter. The black bird shouted and flew toward Angele. Angele raised his left hand and a ball of golden light spurted out of the white ring on his middle finger. The light of the thorn. Chi chi chi. Countless rays of eye-blinding golden light blocked the black bird. Although the bird handled the metal force field like it was nothing, it started melting quickly in the golden rays like ice that met fire. The golden rays were flying everywhere and the temperature in the area started rising. The light illuminated Angele and the mysterious man's bodies. Rossi, the man screamed in a high-pitched tone, his voice turned into the voice of a woman, and black mist appeared behind him. The black mist was moving toward Angele quickly, it almost looked like the mist was a living being. The mist slowly disappeared before it reached Angele. Inside it was a skeleton in a broken black outfit. The skeleton floated in the air and jumped to Angele. There was still some white hair on the skeleton's skull and it was surrounded by a black glow. For some reason, Angele could feel that his movement was impaired. His body was still strong, but he felt weak and he was slowed down. Warning! Warning! You are under the effect of an unknown force field. Debuff, slow, senility. The chip's warning echoed in Angele's ears. The effect ignored my defensive force field and impacted me directly. Angele's expression changed and 2 lava balls appeared in front of his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 371, I Devil 2. Chapter 371, I Devil 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Kurisu. The cracks on the surface of 2 lava balls flying toward the skeleton were filled up with golden liquid. There was a short distance between the 2 lava balls. The skeleton leaned to the left and dodged the first lava ball. Boom! The first lava ball exploded after passing the skeleton, turning into a golden light ball. Most of the lava drops splashed on the bones of the skeleton. The skeleton screamed in a high-pitched tone. Half of its body was burnt to ashes and it lost its original form. It almost looked like a beast took a large bite of the skeleton and crushed it. Hua! The skeleton broke into pieces and dropped to the ground. The second lava ball was flying at the mysterious man. Angele took out a lot of glass bottles and tubes from the pouch carefully. He did not even check the result of the lava ball's attack. He used the force field to remove all the lids and stoppers from the containers. Angele raised his hands, then poured all the colorful pills and liquids into his mouth. He quickly swallowed them all. Seconds later, the effect of the potions and pills helped him remove the debuff. He was no longer slowed and weakened. Angele raised his right hand and reached forward. Boom! Countless silver strings formed a silver flood, moving toward the man in black that was still standing on the other side. The trees and grass between them were destroyed by the flood. Basilicata, the man in black shouted again in the high-pitched tone. The sound wave materialized in the air. It looked like the wave on the surface of the water, spreading to all angles. Final judgment. A light voice came from nowhere, mixing with the one from the man in black. Chi. Suddenly, 4 black wings appeared on the back of the mysterious man. The wings were growing rapidly, reminiscent of those bats boasted. They covered the whole area within seconds, yet still kept expanding. The black shadow under the wings covered the grass, tree trunks, dry leaves, and the sky. Everything was turned into black. Each of the wings was more than 10 meters long. Manifested in the form of 3 slowly spinning black diamond-like crystals, a cold and terrifying energy wave was moving toward Angele. The dark energy coming from the surface of the crystal penetrated Angele's defensive force field and sank into his body. The silver flood approached the mysterious man at the same time. Boom! The silver flood was stopped by an invisible energy barrier when it was about 1 meter away from the man. The silver needles were trying to attack the man, but they could not proceed any further. Black light flashed in his eyes as Angele's face turned pale. Die, he shouted, raised his left hand, and created a long silver sword. Chi! The sword disappeared from his hand, turned into a silver string, then started extending. The sword used the silver flood as a bridge and it was going for the man's head. The mysterious man removed his mask. It was a woman with an attractive face. A ray of black light was released from her mouth and it contacted the tip of the slim silver sword. Clank! The black ray hit the sword and they both disappeared into the air. The woman swung the enormous wings slightly and jumped into the air. She almost looked like a dark angel. Dark night, she shouted furiously. Boom! The 4 black wings' size increased again. They painted the sky in black like spilled ink. The setting sun disappeared and the area beneath the wings almost looked like the night sky with blinking stars as decoration. The whole forest was covered by the shadow. Angele's movement was slowed down again. he had no idea what effect the woman's skill had. He released 2 more lava balls and the 3 silver scars appeared on his cheeks. Boom! The strength of the silver flood doubled and it was going for the woman that was flying in the sky. Phoenix, a red bird, appeared on Angele's right shoulder. He decided to let the silver flood do its thing. Angele raised his hands and created a long metal bow, then quickly drawn the bowstring fully. Chi! A long silver arrow appeared on the bowstring and he stared at the target. Woo! Angele's eyes became surrounded by a red glow after a crisp noise. His eyes were clear like a pair of rubies. Modifying the angle, Zero's voice echoed in his ears. I am Ususi, heed my call. Angele chanted a short incantation with a low voice. Countless small red beads appeared around the arrow, they looked like a bunch of spinning glass beads. Then, dark red flame appeared on the tip of the arrow. Red light dots and blue light dots were moving in front of Angele's eyes. His left eye turned red and his right eye turned blue several seconds later. The blue light came from the chip and the red glow came from the molten core river. Pyroblast. Chi. The arrow turned into a red string and flew toward the woman. Angele had no time to check the result. He stopped the silver flood and started backing off. He finally stepped out of the darkness after moving back for more than 10 meters. The red string mixed with the retreating silver flood and the 2 lava balls as they hit the woman in the sky together. A ball of red exploded in the air and it almost looked like a small sun appeared in the night sky. Angele covered his eyes with her right hand to block some of the eye-blinding light. The heat wave warmed up the wind, spreading to all angles. The smell of the burnt wood permeated the air as a streak of black smoke rose into the sky. The light faded away quickly. The woman's black outfit was damaged, but it seemed like wings on her back changed again. Angele saw that there was an hourglass pattern in her right eye. The hourglass was made from redwood and glass. There was not much sand left in the upper part of the hourglass. Chi! A long black spear appeared in her right hand, coated with dancing dark shadows. The dark energy was the source of the black spear's power, and its size and length were increasing quickly. Also, the shadow flame around the spear was getting more and more intense. Angele could feel the pressure coming from the sky. He raised his head and put his right hand on the chest. Then, a red glow appeared in front of his chest, and a singing female voice resounded in the sky. The red glow illuminated his chest and a strange energy wave was released from the bloodline signet. His long red hair started growing rapidly. Angele and the woman both knew that they were more or less evenly matched. Angele could feel that the woman was slightly stronger than him, but it seemed like she was scared by the bloodline signet from the scorpion woman. Also, he knew that the 3 diamond-shaped crystals around his body were damaging him using the dark energy waves. Those materialized energy waves looked like black smoke, and they were invading his force field in his body. The defensive barrier from the crystal scorpion, the metal force field, and the high-temperature force field all failed to stop the dark energy. It was probably the reason why Angele was slowed and weakened again. Without the help of the potions and pills, he would stand no chance against the woman. The two looked at each other, but neither was trying to attack first. They both knew that they were about to use their strongest skills. They traded several attacks, but none of them dealt any actual damage. However, the next exchange would probably decide the outcome of the battle. The woman hesitated for a second and suddenly started laughing. Well, is it really worth it? I mean, we are fighting because you killed my single-eyed gnomes, but I'm not sure we have to go as far as trying to kill each other. The woman's voice returned to normal, but it still sounded a bit strange. You're right. I'm just using them for my experiment. I knew something would happen, but I didn't expect to meet a strong opponent. Angele's expression relaxed. An experiment? The woman was a bit confused. They're just materials for you? Of course. Angele nodded. I've been collecting materials my whole life and I'll go after anything that I've never seen before. To be honest, I didn't want to start the battle. Well, we should probably stop here, then. The woman nodded. Let me introduce myself. You can call me Devil, and my territory is the Lion Tree City. Angele decided to tell the woman a fake name. You can call me Phoenix, my territory is the forest and that river. You should make things easier for us. The lords have never heard of you. You know this world is a mess now. Devil chuckled. I was here to expand my territory, but I meant no offense. It's my fault. I lived in the forest for too long and I have no idea about the current situation. Do you have a map of this area? We can do a trade, what do you think? Tell me what you need. Angele shrugged. There's no need to trade for it. Devil dropped a leather scroll to the ground. Pa! Angele caught the scroll and scanned it with the biochip. He made sure that it was not a trap and slowly opened the scroll. It was a very detailed, large map. A city in the center of the map was marked with a white block and it said, Lion Tree City. Angele also found the Dark Cloud City, Dawn City, and several lakes around the Lion Tree City. Angele had visited the Dark Cloud City before. It was to the northeast of Ness River, so he recognized it quickly. All three cities were on the top right of Ness River and they formed a triangle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 372, Invitation 1. Chapter 372, Invitation 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Karisu. The Devil slowly landed on the ground and black wings slowly disappeared from her back. The sand had completely disappeared from the hourglass in her eye and the light from the setting sun returned to the forest. The red light slowly disappeared from Angele's chest, but the three black crystals were still spinning around him, so he glared at Devil. With a flick of her finger, the three crystals cracked into pieces at the same time and slowly dropped to the ground. Angele could feel that his body was lightened up and the debuffs were removed. Such mysterious power, it ignored my defensive barriers. I've never seen something like that before, Angele praised. He was certain that Devil was not using all her power. He used the data collected by Zero to compare their power levels and it turned out Angele was slightly weaker. That was the reason why he was talking to her politely. Although Angele had the bloodline signet, it did not mean that he could win the battle. Angele thought that he would die after severely injuring Devil even with the help of Hen. He did not know why, but he knew he would lose. The power of Devil was terrifying. However, Devil fought similarly. They were not familiar with each other's skills. It's not the first time I've heard someone saying that. There was a gentle smile on Devil's face. She surmised that the guy named Phoenix had a strong background as she could feel the pressure coming from multiple angles during the battle. It felt like the skills the man used were similar to the abilities she knew. Her expression loosened again after thinking for several seconds. Devil threw the black spear into the air. Chi! The spear turned into a ball of black smoke and returned to Devil's body. I want to invite you to my party if you don't mind. The strongest lords in the area will be attending the party and I can introduce you to them. Devil smiled. A party? Angele hesitated. In the Lion Tree City? Of course. I invited all the lords in the area. You're interested in the special experiment materials, right? I'm sure you'll find the things you need there. Angele was not sure if he should accept the invitation. He stood there and hesitated for a while, but still decided to attend the party. All right, I've been living in the woods for too long and I think I should learn more about the society. Thanks for the invitation, I'll attend the party. When does it start? Devil raised her right index finger and pointed at Angele's map. Chi! Black light flashed on the map and disappeared within seconds. Angele opened the scroll again and found a black arrow mark on the map. What's this? Devil Eye lowered her finger. It's just a small trick. The direction of the arrow will keep changing until you find the location of the party. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. He scanned the map into the database and nodded slightly. Interesting trick. Alright, I'll go prepare for the party then. When will it be held? The day after tomorrow. Angele folded the scroll and put it in his pouch. I'll see you soon. Devil smiled again. I'll be waiting. Angele nodded again and picked up the metal-coated eyeballs. He turned around and started heading back to the mansion. He was checking the surroundings constantly using the biochip and the mentality wave. His right hand was in the pouch, holding an energy potion. He was ready to fight again. Angele could feel the cold sight of the devil. The mysterious woman was glaring at him, and he was not sure if the words she said weren't just trying to earn his trust. Angele stopped, turned around, and looked at the forest after he made sure that he was no longer in Devil's sight. The sight of Devil's body had been completely blocked by the vibrant trees and bushes. All right. Angele sighed, turned around, and started walking to the mansion again. He returned to the mansion about half an hour later. There were countless black vines surrounding the mansion. They moved to the side and created a path to the gate for Angele. Angele walked on the path and disappeared into the bell-shaped barrier. The vines returned to their original position quickly. Devil appeared on a tall tree in the small forest beside the mansion as Angele entered the mansion. She crouched on the branch and looked at the luxurious mansion, licking her lips. So, he wasn't lying. She muttered and tapped on her forehead slightly. A blood hole appeared between her eyebrows. Her red veins and white skull were visible through the blood hole. Several seconds later, a tiny brown octopus climbed out of the blood hole. The octopus was swinging its sticky brown tentacles as it jumped on Devil's hand quickly. A hint of a smile on Devil's face as she looked at the octopus. She threw the octopus to the ground and it rolled several times before disappearing into the mud. This guy's skill impacted my bloodline. He probably already has the true form. However, he did not even use the true form to fight my sealed form. I could have won that fight. Devil looked at the defensive barrier and she looked surprised. The defensive system is incredible. Without the true form, it's nearly impossible for someone to build such a fortress. He wouldn't be able to support the system without the power of the true form. I made a wise decision. I'm not sure what's going to happen if Devil thought she was lucky. She did not want to get injured as she had a big plan in mind. She was certain that the man named Phoenix had a similar power level to her. Wait. I should probably try to convince him to work with me if he has a similar personality as Carl, but Devil sighed with mixed emotions. She gave the mansion one final glance, then disappeared into the forest. Inside the mansion, Angele watched the dark shadow disappearing into the forest through the window on the second floor. He suddenly covered his mouth as his face turned pale. Blood was about to spurt out of his throat, but Angele forced it down. He took a deep breath after Devil completely disappeared. She probably misunderstood something. Devil was not serious during the battle and I'm sure she hasn't revealed her true power yet. However, she almost forced me to use my final plan. The pressure Devil gave him was almost as strong as Vivian. Angele calmed down and started checking his body. Angele drank a lot of high-quality potions and swallowed many pills at the same time to cleanse the debuffs, but there would be consequences. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes for several minutes. He took out a small blue tube from the pouch. The tube was filled up with black pills. He took one of the pills quickly. Blood returned to his pale face again. It seemed like the pill helped him recover. The special alloys for my metal force field were all used up during the battle. I need to craft some more. Angele's brow furrowed. He did improve the metal skills by a lot, but the fast consumption of the special alloy was a big problem. The metal he had was usually enough for quick fights, but a battle like the one he just experienced was way too intense. A lot of the special alloys was gasified before reaching Eye Devil, and it was impossible to collect them from the air. It was a big loss for Angele. All for those damn eyeballs, Angele sighed softly. He turned around and looked at the white platform in the center of the room. There were more than 10 eyeballs piled on the surface of the platform. They looked like some terrifying fruits. With a flick of his finger, a ball of yellow flame appeared around his body. The clean yellow light illuminated the platform. It was perfect for the experiment. Angele grabbed one of the fist-sized eyeballs carefully. The two black pupils looked like a pair of normal eyes. The texture, Angele scrunched his eyebrows. Let me see what I can get from it. I need to test its resistance, cell activity, and pH value. Everything needs to start from scratch. He walked to a sink on the other side with the eyeball in hand. There was a test tube shelf over the sink, and it was full of colorful test tubes. The colorful liquids inside the tubes was moving like they were alive. Some were bubbling and some were changing their forms every other second. About half an hour later, Angele took out the eyeball from a test tank carefully and checked it using the biochip. That's all the basic information I need. He returned to the platform with the eyeball, and a magic circle was already prepared on the surface of the platform. The magic circle was large enough for all the eyeballs. There was a moon rune in the center of the circle, and a beetle pattern was engraved in the middle of the moon. Angele put the eyeball on the moon rune carefully. He then put his hands on both sides of the circle. Woo! The magic circle was surrounded by a red glow. The runes and strings all looked like that they were infused with fresh blood. The eyeball pile started melting at a visibly fast rate. Angele could see the changes with his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 373, Invitation 2. Chapter 373, Invitation 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Kurisu. The eyeballs melted and turned into red liquid. The liquid formed a head-sized blood ball on top of the magic circle. The surface of the blood ball was boiling. Angele raised his hands and started drawing runes in the air. Blinking red runes were released from his fingers and sunk into the blood ball. The blue light dots in front of his eyes were getting brighter and brighter as more and more runes merged with the blood ball. Also, there was sweat dripping down his chin. The floating blood ball started shrinking as the runes sunk into it. The color of the ball also changed. The intense red glow brightened up the whole reading room. Angele finally finished the last rune after about 1 hour. The last red rune drew a straight line in the air and jumped into the ball. The blood ball was still shrinking. Pong pong. The deep noise sounded like humans' heart beating. The blood ball looked like a small human fist, and there was no longer anything happening on its surface, but Angele could see the red vapor rising from it. The vapor created a mysterious red mist, and it had an intense syrupy smell. Angele looked at the fist-sized blood ball and scanned it with the biochip. Bloodline extracted. Checking the database, 0 reported back quickly. Searching completed, no data found. Bloodline effect simulation started. Simulation completed. Possible bloodline merging effect. Increase your attributes, acquire an unknown ability, possible evolution. Consequences, body shape change, appearance change, and more. Please collect more data. 0's report came back. Angele read the result carefully, but he was a bit confused. The result of the simulation was not helpful. It did not mention how many points of attributes he would get, and not all the consequences were listed. He hesitated for a second inside. I should wait. He tapped on the surface of the blood ball. Chi. The red ball turned into a ray of light and sank into his chest. It turned into an eye-shaped signet beside the red musical signet. It was the third bloodline signet he got, and it was also sealed inside Angele's body. Angele had 2 choices at the moment. First, he could keep practicing the Molten Core River and slowly progress just like the other wizards in the central continent. Second, he could extract the bloodline's abilities and walk the same path as the ancient wizards. Although Angele was not sure how the ancient wizards strengthened their bodies, he knew that the ancient wizards increased their power by improving their bloodlines. They signed contracts with the strongest beings from different realms. They also acquired the power, knowledge, and bloodlines by exploring the mysterious chaos world. It was nearly impossible for the modern wizards to travel to other realms. For them, the only way to communicate with the beings from other realms was by using the world stones. However, Angele had the bloodline signets. He could easily go to other realms and find the information he needed. He had the opportunity to become one of the strongest modern wizards in the main world. He rubbed the bloodline signet several times. Angele decided to visit the Lion Tree City and see if he could some valuable information or knowledge there. 2 days later. In a forest northeast of the Ness River. The golden sunlight warmed up the surface of the ground and the temperature was high between the trees. The gentle wind was hot and humid. The golden light was reflected by the dark green tree leaves which looked vibrant and clean. There was a large sea of trees beside the endless yellow plain. A man in a black cloak slowly stepped out of the forest. He slowly removed his black hood, revealing his clean face and long red hair. It was Angele from the Ness River. He left the mansion when the time was right and followed the directions as indicated by the arrow on the map. Angele finally left the forest after 2 days of traveling. He stood by the edge of the forest and looked at the plain. It was a yellow plain with no grass, no creature, and no tree. It was empty. He was standing on a small hill and the view was quite nice. On the other side of the plain, there was a yellow city sitting on a large empty area quietly. The wind mixed with the sand blurred the sight of the city slightly. Angele looked at the city, but the latter was surrounded by some yellow fog. It almost looked like the whole city was covered with fog, and he could barely see anything. The only noise he could hear was that made by the wind. There were no insect and no bird cries. The place was deadly silent. Angele took out the scroll, tapped it slightly and unsealed it. This is the Dark Cloud City. He moved his right index finger on the map and found the mark quickly. The Lion Tree City is not far ahead. He checked the black arrow. It was not pointing at the Dark Cloud City, but the city on the left of the plain. Angele put on the hood again. He sealed the scroll and started advancing. Chee. Suddenly, he heard some strange noise coming from behind. Angele stopped moving, leaned to the side and glanced around, but he did not find anything and so decided to keep moving. Yellow smoke rose from the ground quickly in the grass behind Angele. The yellow smoke turned into a translucent human-shaped shadow. There was nothing connecting the man's head and neck. See, the shadow shouted and jumped to Angele. Bam! The shadow hit the black cloak and was turned back into a pile of yellow smoke. It returned into the ground quickly. Angele was not interested in the strange creature. He increased his speed and headed into the direction pointed by the arrow. It was not the first time he had seen something like that translucent shadow. He met many of them on the way here and their appearances varied. Some were old, some were young, some looked like males, and some looked like females. They would try to jump on Angele after they saw him, but they were all blocked by the black cloak. Angele was not sure what those creatures were. They looked like creatures with no intelligence, but it was possible that they were the mutated citizens of the city. They could not be destroyed by physical damage and they could go through any object that was not black. Those creatures were only active during daytime as the night was too dangerous for them. The whole nightmare realm was getting more and more strange. Angele increased his speed again after tightening his cloak. He was headed to the left of the Dark Cloud City. It was night. On a small hill on the plain. The sky was covered with black clouds and the moon was nowhere to be seen. The air was hot and humid. Angele was standing on the hill overlooking the city on the plain. He was still wearing a black cloak. A dark area was surrounded by a circle of red string. That dark area was the Lion Tree City according to the map. A sulfurous smell permeated the air as the wind brushed over his face. Angele calmed down and stared at the city. The red strings were flowing slowly, releasing poisonous gas and high-temperature heat waves. The string was a river full of dark red lava, its surface bubbling. The dark area in the center was filled up with buildings built with black rocks. Some of the buildings were more than 100 meters tall, but some were only 6 to 7 meters tall. They looked identical to the office buildings on Earth. The city was surrounded by heat waves and poison. It almost looked like the city was set on fire. The red light from the lava river was eye-catching in the dark night. Angele inhaled once. He could smell the sulfur from the air. Good thing I'm practicing molten core river and this heat is like nothing to me. Angele sighed. He quickly made several hand gestures as he chanted some strange incantations. More than 10 red eyes slowly appeared around his body as he finished the incantation. Those glowing eyes disappeared into the air quickly. It was the improved Eye of Fire spell. Angele stepped forward and started moving to the city. Boom! Suddenly, a green star appeared in the sky. It was dropping toward the Black City. The green star made some loud noise. It sounded like a plane, leaving a trail of green light behind. Angele could see that there was a terrifying creature inside the green star. The creature looked like a berserker wearing a terrifying bone armor. There were 2 green axes on the creature's back. He was wearing a horned bone helmet with a white flashing rune on it. There was a crazy look on his face and his mouth was wide open. It seemed that he was shouting. The star landed in the Black City quickly. Boom! A ball of green light disappeared into the city and the land was shaking. Angele's expression changed several times and he started walking toward the Black City again. It was a great opportunity for him to communicate with other intelligent creatures in the nightmare realm. He wanted to learn more about this world and the things happening around. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 374, I Devil's Party, 1. Chapter 374, I Devil's Party, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Karisu. The color of the mud under Angele's feet was getting darker and darker. The temperature of the ground was also increasing, and pink mist was rising from the cracks in the land. Ka. Angele was advancing slowly but steadily. White smoke would rise from his feet every time he took a step forward. Chi! A strange noise came from his feet. Angele knew that it was the sound made by his burning boots. He could feel that his feet were getting hotter and hotter. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. There were only several hundreds of meters between him and the lava river. My fire resistance is high but I can still feel the heat. Angele looked ahead. The red smoke kept rising from the black area in the front and he could see some lava flowing in the cracks on the ground. The smell of sulfur permeated the air. Angele stopped for a second and took another step forward. Chi! Fire sparked on the edge of his black cloak and quickly expanded to other parts of the cloak, igniting the whole thing. Woo! Angele's body was covered in red flames and the cloak started burning. He raised his hands. Black metal liquid spurted out of his skin and coated the surface of the burning cloak completely. The fire extinguished seconds later and Angele had a new black cloak that was made of black metal. His face turned pale and he quickly put his right hand on the face. A black mask appeared on his palm and he covered his face with the mask. The nose and mouth area of the mask started transforming. They turned into a large filter. Angele took out a glass tube from the pouch and poured the yellow particles into the filter. He dropped the tube to the ground after the process was completed. He started walking to the dark city again. The eye-catching red lava river was getting closer and closer. Angele could hear the noise made by something burning in the air and the color of the sky around turned from black to red. On the other side of the river, there were some small burning dots moving around. Those humanoid light dots were surrounded by the poisonous fire, they were naked and their bodies were red. Angele could see the golden flames in their eyes. Those strange creatures were humpbacked, their hands and feet replaced by sharp claws. They were also breathing heavily. With the help of the black metal cloak and the black metal mask, Angele's body was not exposed to the air. He stood beside the lava river and white smoke started rising from his body. Angele stood by the edge of the lava and raised his head, but he did not see any bridge. Damn, this place is definitely not for human beings, blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. Average temperature of the area, 782 to 952 Celsius. Air composition, unknown poisonous gas, 87.21%. Final conclusion, not a place for mortals, Zero reported back quickly. Angele took a deep breath, the air from the filter was minty and refreshing. The high-temperature gas was not a big problem to him. He had already completed the third stage of the molten core river and his fire resistance was probably higher than most of the creatures in the area. He walked to the river and stepped into the lava with no hesitation. Pa! Black metal liquid appeared under his feet and it quickly formed a rectangular blanket over the red lava river. Angele walked on the metal bridge calmly. The humanoid creatures were staring at the unwelcome guest. Ha! Red poisonous gas was coming out of those creatures' mouths. They were looking at Angele like looking at a delicious piece of meat. The creatures already prepared their claws, they were ready to strike. Angele walked over the metal bridge and landed on the other side of the river within half a minute. More than 20 firemen were moving toward him from all angles. He quickly glanced at those firemen. Each fireman was about 1 meter tall, they were getting closer and closer, the road was almost blocked by them. What's this all about? Angele stepped forward with a blank expression on the face. Chi! A sea of red hair spurted out of the black cloak and penetrated the heads of the firemen around. Chi! All the hair returned into the cloak. Angele only stopped for 1 second, then started walking again. The firemen fell to the ground, turned into piles of red lava, and slowly sank into the cracked land. The rest of the firemen witnessed the scene and decided to retreat. They watched Angele walk to the large city slowly. Angele entered the dark city and the buildings around him were all burnt black. There were burn marks everywhere and he did not detect any living beings around. The warm wind was blowing the black ash into the air. Angele felt like he was walking on a thick blanket that was covered with ash. The ash almost covered the back of his boots. It almost looked like the land was covered in burning firewood and there was fire sparking from time to time. The street was dark and he did not detect any movement of any living beings. Angele checked the surroundings and headed to the center of the city. It was a tall black building. It only took him about 10 minutes to reach it. Angele observed the buildings on the street carefully. The whole city looked like a ruin that just survived some intense fire and there were dead bodies on the ground, but they were also burnt black. He saw 2 people already standing in front of the tall building. The first one was the star he saw from the sky. It was the berserker with bone armor and a bone helmet. The grayish-white bone armor was decorated with dark green crystals. There were 2 green axes on the man's back and they were made of translucent dark green crystals. The man's head was hidden under the horned helmet. The 2 horns had different length and they looked wild. The other one was a woman wearing dark red armor. There was a V-shaped open area on her chest, it almost looked like she was wearing a V-neck tight suit. There were 6 black thorns on the back of the woman, they looked like a pair of bone wings, there was red glow on the tips of the wings. The 2 quickly noticed Angele's presence. Angele took several steps forward and stood several meters away from the 2, so he would have enough time to react if anything happened. The woman looked at Angele and smiled, countless green crystals appeared on her cheeks and they looked like a bunch of terrifying green eyes, blinking constantly with green lights. Finally, someone knew. She chuckled. I didn't expect I devil to find us some new blood, dot. The berserker did not say anything, he glared at Angele and lowered his head. The man was more than 2 meters tall and he had a muscular body. His arm had the size of a male adult's leg, it looked quite strong. "One more," he spoke in a deep tone. They heard the noise made by some metal armor as the berserker finished his words. Dang dang. It sounded like an empty metal armor suit walking on the ground. The noise was getting closer and closer. The three turned their heads around and looked at the black street. A man with a full black armor was walking to the building step by step from the street. The man was fully geared and there was a broken purple cloak on his back. The cloak was dancing in the heat waves. Strangely, some green gas would be released from the gaps of the man's armor every time he took a step forward. There was a long silver sword in the man's right hand and there was a pair of green eyes on the sword's handle. The blade was about 2 meters long, but it was thin and Angele noticed that there was a long green string in the center of the blade. "You're early." The voice from the black armor sounded like it was a robot that was speaking. He was speaking in the ancient language. It sounded a bit like a swarm of bees flying around and the voice was hard to distinguish. The man looked around and his sight fell upon the stranger in a black cloak. "Ha? A newbie? Who invited him here?" "Spider, did you invite him here?" "Bone, was it you? What are you talking about?" It looked like the berserker hated his nickname. "Why does it have to be us? You didn't even mention iDevil's name." "We know each other for years and I know how iDevil deals with things. He'll try to kill every newbie he meets. The only possibility is that he can't kill this guy," the black armor responded. "Do you really think iDevil can't win a fight against him?" "Well, anything is possible." The woman that was named Spider started playing with her long purple nails. The black armor glared at Angele again and walked past him. He leaned against the black building and stabbed his long sword into the ground. Angele hid under the black cloak and he looked a bit speechless. He was trying to scan the three using the biochip, but the force field around the three could easily deal more than 1,000 degrees of damage and Zero could not analyze their power level at all. Fortunately, Angele had high attributes and the interruption effect of the crystal scorpion. Otherwise, he would have trouble standing still under such pressure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 375, iDevil's Party, 2. Chapter 375, iDevil's Party, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Kurisu. In the Eye of Fire, the three were releasing eye-blinding light and they looked like 3 small suns. The stronger the creatures were, the more intense the light around them would be. That was the fundamental of the Eye of Fire. However, Angele had never seen such strong light, even when he tested the spell on Vivian. The three stopped chatting. They just stood there and waited patiently. Angele decided to proceed with caution, so he just waited there as well. The other three here could easily kill him. His only advantage was the 2 bloodline signets on his chest. For some reason, the energy waves released by the signets covered the mentality wave he was releasing. It was a passive ability that would take effect when he partially activated the signets. The energy waves released by the signets were old but elegant. The other three had trouble understanding the strange energy waves, so they did not say anything else. Angele had not expected to meet such terrifying creatures. He'd thought that the lords attending the party were at the similar level as iDevil and he could somehow handle the situation using the bloodline signet. However, the situation was much more complicated than he'd thought. Angele knew the environment and the creatures of the nightmare realm were dangerous, and what he witnessed confirmed the theory again. The 4 stood in front of the black building for 2 hours and they looked like 4 sculptures. A large white eyeball appeared in front of the black building. The eyeball was surrounded by tentacles and covered in blood veins. "Masters, please follow me." "My lord has finished the preparations," the eyeball spoke in a high-pitched tone. It turned around and walked to the entrance of the building after finishing the sentence. The tentacles around its body were waving in the air. The bone started moving the spider, the black armor, and Angele followed after them. They entered the dark hall together. There was a complicated red magic circle on the surface of the floor. There was a triangular platform floating in the center of the magic circle, and there was a silver crossguard sword standing on top of the platform. The triangular platform was moving up and down. The four followed the eyeball into the magic circle. Chi. Red light flashed in front of Angele's eyes and the environment around changed. It was a spacious red hall, and the red light was fading away from the magic circle on the floor. The hall closed and the eye-shaped glowing crystals on the walls were releasing bright red light. There were several tiny windows beside the glowing crystals. Angele could see a black cliff through the window. A burning waterfall of lava was dropping from the cliff. It looked like a long red blanket. The noise made by the flowing lava was loud, and the heated air was over 1,000 degrees Celsius in temperature. It's underground. Angele looked at the sky, but the only thing he saw was black rocks. Clap, clap. Welcome to the Eye Devil's Cave. Clap, everyone. A bloody eye suddenly appeared on the right side of the bumpy wall. The eye looked like a feline's eye, and it was moving around. It seemed like the eyeball was trying to get used to that eye socket. Angele recognized the voice immediately. It was from the woman he met in the forest. Get to the point. Don't waste our time. The black armor leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. It seemed like he was getting impatient. The eyeball on the wall moved again, and its sight fell upon the black armor. Vapor, be patient. I invited many guests here. Ha! Are they all related to the thousand-eyed bloodline? Spider seemed interested. Eye Devil chuckled. Well, I'm not the only one with the thousand-eyed bloodline this time. Alright, let's get out and we'll know how many people are here. Bone shook his body and his bone armor made some loud noise. He walked to the left side of the hall and the wall separated as he reached the end of the hall. Behind the wall, there was lava. Bone stepped into it with no hesitation. Wait, I'm not finished yet. The location was changed to the blood hall this time. Eye Devil opened her mouth again after Bone left the hall. Spider shook her head and laughed. Well, why can't you be nicer to Bone? Angele did not say anything, but he felt a bit relieved. If the party were to be held in the lava, he was not confident that he could handle the 1,000-degree golden lava for too long. Also, he would have a hard time trying to observe the area inside the lava. It was good that they changed the location. One more thing. Eye Devil's sight fell upon Angele. This is a hermit I met in the southwest area. His sealed body had the similar power level to me. I think he's one of the sleepers that woke up due to the broken seal. Friend, tell us your nickname, just trying to make things easier here. The other two stared at Angele as they waited for the response. Angele noticed a hint of fear in their eyes and he was speechless. He felt like he was standing on a cliff and there were people waiting to push him down. Angele was playing with fire, but he was not sure if he would be damaged by the fire. He must not reveal his true power to those terrifying creatures. They would probably devour him if they found out about the truth. Angele calmed down and smiled. You can call me Phoenix. I think I already told you that last time, but... Oh. Yeah, I have a bad memory. Sorry, you did tell me last time. Alright, Phoenix, I hope this will be an eye-opening experience for you. You can leave through the exit now as the coordinates had already been changed. The eye disappeared from the wall as she finished her words. The red lava by the exit turned into a dark red light screen after she finished her words. Let's go. Vapor held the long sword in hand tight and entered the light screen. Spider followed after him. Angele turned his head around and looked at the wall that Eye Devil vanished into. Eye Devil, I hope I'll find something I need this time, he muttered and entered the light screen before Eye Devil responded. I won't disappoint you. Eye Devil's voice came from the behind. Angele stepped forward. His sight blurred for a second during the teleportation. He entered a larger red hall and there were several people waiting inside. Those people were naked and countless red eyes covered the surface of their red skin. Their hands, bodies, necks, and faces were all covered in human eyes. There were 2 long rectangular tables on both sides of the hall and raw meat was lying on the silver plates quietly. Some of the meat looked like human arms and legs. Chi. A tall man that was covered with eyes was sitting on the table beside Angele. He was cutting a living woman in half. He bit on the woman's leg, tearing off a large piece of flesh. The blood dripped down the legs of the table and entered the sinkholes in the ground. The smell of blood and barbecued meat permeated the air. Angele stood in front of the light screen and glanced around. He followed after Vapor and Spider. They were heading to the center of the hall together. He noticed that the red men would bow to them as they walked by. Angele could see the respect and fear in their eyes. They also bowed to Angele as he was following the lords. Spider was not concerned about the people on the side. She glanced around and she looked disappointed. The blood hall is sick as F***ck. Well, I like it. Vapor chuckled. He was walking in the front. The 3 walked down the hall and reached 2 rows of black seats on the other side of the hall. Angele looked around and sat down on a chair with tall back. There were a total of 8 seats, 4 on each side, and they were reserved for the main guests of the party. Angele sat on the side, Spider and Vapor sat next to each other. The blood hall stank. The strange smell came from the dead bodies of the animals on the table. There were also bodies of human beings and they were cut into pieces. None of the meat was fully cooked. Green blood, blue blood, and red blood were mixed all together, then turned into a strange dark red color. The tables were a mess. Angele calmed down quickly. The scene was disturbing, but he was a dark wizard and he had seen people doing experiments using living human beings. Although the scene made him uncomfortable, he decided not to say anything. He wanted the others to consider him a strong individual that did not like to speak too much. The fewer things he did, the safer he would be. Woo! The floor started vibrating as Angele was thinking about his situation. A long rectangular table appeared in front of the seats. 3 girls with countless eyes on their red skin brought them 3 large silver plates from the side and they carefully laid down the plates in front of the important guests. Inside the plate, there was a naked human girl with clean blonde hair. Her hands and feet were attached to the edge of the plate and it seemed like they cut off her tongue. The girl was struggling and there were tears running down her cheeks. The red girls also served them several cups of bubbling green drinks. Please help yourself. This is the appetizer. A young and beautiful human girl. We checked her blood and health condition before washing her. I assure you that she was not infected and she just woke up from the blood cell about 2 hours ago, the red girl explained in a gentle voice. Angele looked at the girl on the plate and his face was twitching. It seemed like they wanted him to eat the girl alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 376, I Devil's Party, 3. Chapter 376, I Devil's Party, 3. Translator, Leo. Editor, Karisu. This 15 or so year old girl had clean and elastic skin, and the silver plate fit her body perfectly on the table. The girl was staring at Angele with fear and sadness in her eyes. Angele raised his head, glancing at Spider and Vapor. The bones on Spider's back stabbed into the young boy on her plate. Also, it seemed like the boy's flesh and organs were already turned into liquid. He looked like a balloon that was filled up with liquid. Spider was absorbing the red liquid from the dead boy using the bones on her back. Vapor was still wearing the full-body black armor. He supported his chin with the right hand but he did not touch the girl on the plate. It seemed like Vapor was thinking about something. The dark green light on his armor already faded away, then turned gray. The texture of the green string on his long sword changed from translucent to metallic as well. Also, the color of his helmet and armor all turned gray. He sat on the seat, looking like a silver stone sculpture. Good, it seems like not all the people here eat human beings. Angele felt a bit relieved and he was about to move his sight away. Gee! Vapor suddenly raised his hand and pulled the girl's right breast off her body. He threw the flesh into his mouth without paying it too much attention. Blood leaked out his helmet and splashed on the table. Vapor was not concerned. He wiped the blood off with the back of his right hand and started thinking again. The girl in front of him was struggling in pain and was in her death throes. Angele was a bit speechless. He looked at the girl on his plate and narrowed his eyes. He leaned to the side and looked at the red girl that was standing beside him. Where did you find the material? He pointed at the girl on the table. The eyes on the girl's body blinked several times. She looked confused. You mean the human girl? It's a rare treat. We caught them at a human residential area not so long ago and they reproduced in the blood cells. You're looking at the product from the honorable blood cell technique of the thousand-eyed bloodline. Only one human being can be reproduced every 10 years. The one on your plate is an important source human from the cell. Angele was interested after hearing the explanation. I want to take her back and do some research. Are you sure she was captured not so long ago? Of course. Do you want me to pack her up for you? We'll prepare everything for you, the red girl responded politely. Pack her up? What do you mean? Angele wondered. Well, I'll cut off her hands, feet, and head so we can put her into several bags and it'll be easier for you to carry, the red girl explained calmly. She'll be dead if you do that. I want to do some experiment with her first. Ange was disappointed. The girl was surprised. She bowed to Angele and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, master. I'm sorry. I didn't know that. You can leave now. Angele waved his right hand. Yes. Master. The eyes on the girl's body blinked several times again. She turned around and walked to the side door of the hall. Angele observed the girl carefully and stopped the girl from struggling with both hands. It seemed like the girl heard the conversation between him and the red girl. She calmed down slightly after she learned she would not be killed. The girl looked sad and tired. However, she knew that Angele would do experiments with her body. Although she would not be killed right away, she knew that the procedure of the experiment would not be a pleasant experience for her. Angele rubbed the girl's waist softly. It was smooth and clean. It felt like touching warm silk. He grabbed the girl's breast. The texture was soft and comfortable. He then checked the girl's eyes. Good, eyeballs are normal, Angele muttered. Open your mouth and show me your tongue, he ordered in a light voice. Tears spurted out of the blonde girl's eyes. She opened her mouth but there was nothing inside. Ah, sorry, I forgot your tongue was cut off. Angele sighed and removed the metal belt that was preventing the girl from escaping. He turned the girl around. He pressed the girl's neck and slowly moved his hand down. Angele stopped after reaching the girl's tailbone. He sighed with a hint of relief. Good, no curse, no tracking spell, it's a healthy subject. Angele did not want to take back anything that could expose him to danger. He tied the girl up with the metal belt again and lowered his hands. Angele just sat on the seat quietly and the girl started struggling again. Angele quickly glanced around the hall. There were dozens of people standing or sitting beside the two long rectangular tables on both sides of the hall. They were naked and their red skin was covered with the red eyes. It seemed like the eyes were checking the surroundings constantly. Some of them were drinking fresh blood and chewing human flesh while chatting. Besides the eyes on their body, they also had a pair of normal eyes under their eyebrows. Also, it seemed like they did not care that their genitals were exposed to the air, maybe such was their culture. Angele also saw several tall men with only one eye on their faces devouring the food on the table. Those muscular single-eyed men were almost bald, their muscular bodies were only covered by yellow leather skirts and none of them was wearing shoes. Also, it seemed like the large white bones they carried were their weapons. Also, most of them were chewing large bones with little meat on them. A tall and muscular man stepped out of the dark red light screen as Angele was looking around. The man was wearing a large bone helmet and there were 2 dark green axes on his back. The man was breathing heavily and he was furious. King I Devil. Damn it! One day I'll crush you into pieces and feed you to the insects, he cursed and walked to the main seats of the hall. It seemed like he was ready to fight. However, it looked like the monsters in the hall were used to Bone's reactions, they just bowed to him. Bone was not concerned about how others thought of him. He walked to Angele and sat down on an empty seat. Someone! Bring me a wild rhino, he shouted to the waiters in the corner. Several minutes later, a 5 to 6 meters long black rhino was brought to him by 2 red girls. Bam! The enormous silver plate was dropped in front of Bone. To ensure that Angele had enough space in front of him, the rhino was standing on the plate. Bone was about to grab the rhino's head but he turned to Angele first. Hey, Phoenix, right? You don't like that soft meat too, huh? He pointed at the blonde girl and pursed his lips. Angele was surprised, he was not sure what he should say. Bone grabbed the rhino's head and pulled a large piece of skin off its head. Try this, it has a bite. He moved the left hand to the middle of the rhino's body. Ka! A large piece of bloody rhino meat was dropped to Angele's silver plate, including the bones. Trust me. You'll like it. Bone chuckled and started sucking the brain out of the rhino's skull. He put his head close to the rhino's head and started devouring the creature. The blonde girl on Angele's plate was hit by the bloody rhino meat with skin hard. She trembled and wanted to move away but her movement was restricted by the metal belt. Angele grabbed the rhino meat, it had the texture of a stone. It felt like holding a large red tire in hand. Also, he would rather eat raw rhino meat than the human flesh. Although he preferred the cooked meat, he did not want to draw any unnecessary attention. Angele decided not to eat the girl and his excuse was his intention to use her in an experiment, but there was no excuse for him not to eat the food Bone gave him. He thought that he should at least show his appreciation as a guest at the party. Angele scanned the meat using Zero and pulled a strip of meat down with his incredible strength. The mouth area on the metal mask melted so he could throw the meat into his mouth. Angele started chewing the raw rhino meat quickly. Ha! The taste of the meat was not what he expected. It was sweet and fragrant. The meat had the texture of the creamy beef jerky on the earth. Also, the rhino blood made the meat juicy and sweet. The meat was quite tasty. You know your meat. Angele nodded at Bone, he was satisfied. But the meat is a bit tough for me. Ha, I knew you'd like it. Bone laughed, he sounded happy. The meat is not tough, you're just too weak. You should eat more rhino meat, it'll help you build your strength. Angele was speechless. His strength was over 15 and it was at the similar level as a mutated beast. Angele was certain that he could fight the mammoth from the tails, a creature famous for its incredible strength. He could easily destroy the rhino on the plate without using any spell, but Bone thought Angele was too weak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 377, I Devil's Party, 4. Chapter 377, I Devil's Party, 4. Translator, Leo Editor, Kurisu. It's understandable, you and I Devil didn't focus on training your strength, Bone said as he chewed on the large rhino bones. He'd already finished eating the rhino's brain. Angele was not sure how he should respond to Bone, but someone else interrupted before he could say anything. Bone, not everyone is like you. Phoenix was sealed for too long and he's probably still recovering. A familiar face appeared on an empty seat beside. The woman was wearing a black robe with a silk mask, only the top half of her face was exposed to the air. It was Devil. Devil! How dare you! Bone dropped the rhino bone to the table and stared at Devil. Why didn't you stop me? Well, you left that hall before I could finish my words. You should blame yourself for that. Devil chuckled. Whatever, I won't let it slide this time. Bone turned around and started eating again after he stared at Devil for a while. Devil's sight fell upon Angele. Phoenix, why don't you have some food? You didn't like the appetizer? Angele smiled. I'm taking her back to do some experiments. I need to see if human beings have changed after all those years. He decided to choose his words wisely. Is that so? Do whatever you want to. Devil did not say anything else. Bone patted Angele on the shoulder. I know you're different. Come here, let's have some real food. He used his right hand to cut the rhino in half and sliced off a large piece of fresh rhino meat for Angele. Bone did everything so fast that Angele had no time to decline the offer. Angele lowered his head and saw a large piece of rhino fillet on his legs. Thanks, rhino meat is the perfect snack for me. I like it. He nodded at Bone slightly. The rhino meat reminded him of the beef jerky on the earth. He pulled a small piece of fillet down and threw it into his mouth. Snack? Bone and Devil's expressions changed. Rhino is a relatively large creature and you consider it a snack. How large is your true form? Devil and Bone looked at Angele in a different way. They misunderstood Angele's words. Devil pursed her lips and closed her eyes. Angele was chewing the rhino meat, but he suddenly heard Devil's voice echo in his ears. Phoenix, I have an offer for you. Angele was a bit surprised. He was not sure if he could send the words to Devil using the energy particles without being detected. He decided to exchange eye contact with Devil. It seemed like Devil was not getting suspicious. It's easy. Help me make the price higher and I'll give you a share. Also, I'll help you once for free. The detailed procedure is. In the front of the hall, there was a red platform between the main guests' seats. The 5 waited for about 2 hours and the rest of the main guests filled up the 3 remaining seats. They were all wearing black cloaks and their faces were covered by metal masks. They looked like 3 human beings, but Angele had no idea what kind of monsters they were. The people eating at the tables all stopped and stood up. The red girls cleaned the table and the floor. The place looked much better without the blood. Devil disappeared from the seat within seconds and she appeared on the red platform quickly. Clap, clap, clap. Devil clapped her hands several times. I'm glad that you decided to attend my party. We have 3 masters from the ultimate hell, Bone, Vapor, Spider, and a hermit named Phoenix that just broke the seal. There are 8 sealed masters here, something that hasn't happened in several thousands of years. This is a grand party for the lava hell. Clap. The guests beside the tables started clapping together and they were staring at Devil with excitement in their eyes. A gentle smile appeared on Devil's face. As the host of this party, I appreciate that you decided to join us today. She bowed to the guests slightly. Also, I prepared a small activity before we start the party. She clapped her hands as she finished the sentence. Chi. A bloody meat cocoon dropped down from the ceiling. The meat cocoon was supported by some white spider web and it was floating on the right side of Devil. Devil smiled and pressed on the meat cocoon slightly. We found this item on the edge of the void fissures. We'll auction the item before the party starts. The rules are the same as always. Tell me the price you want to pay using the void talk. The meat cocoon cracked open in the center and inside, it was a golden headguard that looked like a crown. There was a fiery ruby in the center of the V-shaped headguard. The whole item looked simple but elegant. This is the minstrel's crown, an artifact from an empire of the Soul Lake realm. The crown was worn by two of the Empire's emperors. That's the reason why this accessory is infused with mysterious power. Devil smiled and looked at the guests. You must be the nobles from different areas since you received my invitation. Come closer everyone, you can check the artifact with your own eyes. Devil walked straight back to her seat. She sat down slowly and started resting. The guests stepped forward and started observing the crown inside the meat cocoon carefully. They took the crown down and whispered as they observed the artifact. Spider, Vapor, and Bone stood up as well. They walked to the crowd and looked at the crown. Time flew. The three black robes that came from the ultimate hell were not interested in the crown. Two of them stood up and started checking the ancient paintings on the walls. The last one was communicating with someone else with the void talk ability. The two black robes stood next to each other. They were releasing freezing energy waves. A red man and a red woman walked to the two black robes and greeted them politely. Elder Ice Lance and Elder Snow Devil, right? Do you remember me? We've met in the ultimate hell once about 150 years ago. The red man opened his mouth. Of course, Elder Luis, it's been a while but you still look young. One of the black robes chuckled. I'm nothing compared to you two. You're still at the top level, but we're getting old and we're much weaker than before. The Thousand-Eyed Bloodline is relying on Devil now. The eyes on the man's skin blinked altogether. This is Lena, my new Lias, and she'll be with me for the rest of my life. The man named Luis introduced the girl to the two elders. The girl bowed to the elders. Nice to meet you, elders. Nice to meet you too. Lias, huh? Please take care of Luis for us as his wife. The other black robe hugged the girl slightly. It's my duty, don't worry. The girl nodded and smiled. The four had a short conversation. Luis wanted to introduce his wife to his old friends and he reached his goal. The red man and the red girl left together. The two black robes started observing the paintings again and no one else talked to them. Snow Devil, did you see the guy that covered himself with the black cloak? Ice Lance looked at Angele. The young man was taking a nap. I don't like him. Did you notice the strange fragrance around his body? I noticed that moments ago. Where did Devil find this sealed form? He probably just broke the seal and he's having trouble stabilizing his power. Don't worry about him. Also, what do you think about this crown? Snow Devil responded. It's a decent artifact, but I don't want to pay too much for it. Ice Lance showed two of his fingers. 20,000 soul crystals? Snow Devil gasped. Well, that's a lot of resources, but I guess it's fine for you, but... Angele noticed the two black robes as well. He opened his eyes and started chewing the rhino meat again. He was checking the creatures in the hall. The terrifying part was that all the defensive barriers around the creatures in the hall could easily deal over 1,000 degrees of damage. It meant that he could be easily killed by any of the creatures attending the party. He hid his true power with the bloodline signet, otherwise, those creatures would know how weak he was. Angele used the mentality compression technique and let the bloodline signets do their thing. He already knew that the crown everyone was looking at might be counterfeit. Such artifact would only be treated as collectible after being purchased. No one would try to activate its effect. An artifact from the Soul Lake realm, it was an honor for any nobles to own an artifact like that. Devil wanted Angele to raise the price for her and she would give him a share as a reward. She knew that Angele just broke the seal and he would do anything to get the resources. It was a thought she had after the fight with Angele in the forest. The woman had a similar way of dealing with things to the wizards. She would do anything as long as the benefit justified the cost. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 378, Devil's Party, 5. Chapter 378, Devil's Party, 5. Translator, Leo Editor, Karisu. The guests returned to their own seats after checking the crown. Vapor and Spider returned to their seats as well. Idevil slowly stepped onto the platform in the center and glanced around. So, have you checked the authenticity of the artifact? Of course, it's authentic. It's an artifact from Idevil and we all trust you, a Minotaur that was surrounded by burning flames responded in a deep voice. The Minotaur's words made the other guests chuckle. Is that so? Elder Ebola has some good taste. Idevil nodded at the Minotaur. Alright, name your price now. 10,000. A young red man stood up and shook his wineglass slightly, there was a smile on his face. 12,000. Another man shouted, he was talking to his friend not so long ago. The two black robes nodded slightly and one of them joined the bidding. 20,000. Idevil's sight fell upon him. Thank you, masters from the ultimate hell. Thanks, Idevil, the black robes responded to Idevil politely. It seemed like they feared Idevil's power. 23,000, someone else joined the bidding. The two black robes did not move an inch until Idevil stopped looking at them. Ice Lance was a bit confused. Elder Snow Devil, I don't think we need to be so polite to Idevil. It's common sense, we pay our respect to the strong individuals, Snow Devil answered in a light tone. We're not the sealed ones, we're just here to represent them. You're here because of your father and I'm here because of my master. Idevil is not being polite to us, she just knows who is behind us. You're right. Ice Lance nodded. The price was already raised to 30,000. Idevil blinked her eyes and smiled. Spider and Vapor were talking to each other but their voices were so low that Angele could not hear anything. Angele and Bones sat on the side and watched the guests bid. 37,000. An old man with the thousand-eyed bloodline stood up as he used the void talk to increase his voice. The hall became silent after hearing the number, it seemed like no one was willing to pay more than that. The guests in the hall hesitated after hearing the number. The main guests glanced around and waited to see if someone else would bid again. Angele's sight fell upon Idevil and noticed that she raised her right fist slightly. 40,000, Angele buffed his voice using the energy particles so the guests in the hall could all hear him. Suddenly, all the guests looked at the stranger with curiosity in their eyes. The hall remained silent for several seconds. 41,000. Elder Luis held his wife's right hand tight and joined the bidding. 50,000, one of the main guests raised the price again. It was Spider, she was sipping fresh blood from a red wineglass. Spider's cheeks were covered with tiny green crystals, they looked like opened green eyes and they were blinking. It almost looked like the eyes were part of her skin. Angele shrugged. I'll stop here if Spider wants the crown. Spider looked at Angele and there was a friendly smile on her face. 50,000 was the final price. Idevil clapped her hands after the auction ended. Two teams of red girls stepped into the hall, there were golden beetles on the plates that they were holding. The golden beetles had patterns that looked like human faces on their backs. They were screaming and struggling on the plates. The plates were put down in front of the guests, they floated in the air and it almost looked like they were supported by invisible stands. There was a plate in front of Angele as well. There were more than 20 golden beetles lying on the tiny silver plate. Those beetles were running around the plate like crazy, but they just could not leave the plate. It looked like they were struggling in pain. Nice, finally some good stuff. Bone praised. He grabbed a beetle from the plate and threw it into his mouth. The man looked satisfied as he chewed the beetle. This is the Beetle King from the Oblivion Realm, try it, you won't be disappointed, Bone explained. Beetle King? Angele looked at the beetles curiously. Those beetles had golden shells and 6 legs. Some of them were trying hard to turn themselves over. Angele's brow furrowed, he grabbed one of the beetles and threw it into his mouth. He could feel the 6 legs of the beetle moving in his mouth. Angele hesitated for a second and bit the beetle. Crack! The beetle stopped moving and some sticky liquid leaked out of its body. The liquid was salty, it tasted like a thick shellfish soup. Angele tried his best not to spit the beetle juice out. Although his body was strong enough to handle the weak poison inside the beetle's body, the texture of the thing was just unpleasant. You can have mine if you want more. I don't like it. Angele spat out the beetle legs and pushed his plate to Bone. Bone grabbed the plate and poured the beetles into his plate. Thanks. The man looked excited. Angele was a bit speechless as he watched Bone chew the golden beetles. All right, we should get to the point since the auction is finished. Idevil stood on the platform and asked the waitresses to take the crown away. The woman glanced around and the smile disappeared from her face. I think you've already heard about the information of the Void Fissure, but the images from the other realms appeared in the Void Fissure, and that's the reason why we gathered you here, Vapor added in a light tone. Idevil, just tell everyone about the situation. Idevil nodded. All right, which realm should we Southerners choose this time? I think you're familiar with our old plan. Well, it depends, I want to know which fissure is easy to go through. A single-eyed man chuckled. Although we all want to go to the elf realm, it's not us who makes the decision. Moro is right. The Lords of the North will select the Soul Lake realm. They were defeated the last time and I'm sure they are not happy with the result, Luis explained. Bone sat on his seat, he was still eating the golden beetles. What's the new plan? Idevil, did you find a good target for us this time? We just broke the seals and we need some time to recover. Let's postpone the discussion and wait for the Lords to regain their power. The Void Fissures can wait. Idevil clapped her hands and the walls of the hall started moving down. The hall turned into an open platform after all the walls disappeared. Angele heard some loud noise from outside. The platform was surrounded by a sea of lava and there was a lava waterfall dropping from a high cliff on the other side. The lava drops splashed on the surface of the lava sea. The platform was built in a large cave underground. There were many dark tunnels leading to other areas of the cave. The lava entered those dark caves and disappeared. However, the lava from the waterfall refilled the lava sea and it was a balanced loop. Angele sat on the seat and he could feel the temperature around him increasing at an unbelievable rate. Warning! Warning! The temperature is reaching the limit that you can handle. Angele's expression changed, but his face was covered by the black mask and no one knew what he was thinking. How's the temperature around me? He wondered. 1231 to 1257 degrees Celsius. It felt like being trapped in a heated metal cube. Angele's skin was burning, and his dark red hair looked like heated iron on his shoulders. A burnt smell permeated the air. The good thing was that his hair was also buffed by the fire resistance from the molten core river. The only problem was that the venom on his hair could not handle such heat. Most of the creatures in the hall could handle the temperature, but some of them were reducing the temperature around their bodies using some special techniques. Not all the creatures could handle the bizarre environment with their physical forms. All right, the rules are the same as always. Let's get the party started. Idevil smiled and returned to her seat. Suddenly, translucent fire spirits appeared in the area around the platform. Each fire spirit was about the size of a human's palm and there were invisible wings on its back. They were naked and they were all playing some light music using the harps in their hands. The music was getting louder and louder, it almost covered noise made by the waterfall. The music sounded like boys and girls breathing. It was beautiful and attractive. Some of the single-eyed men and women hugged each other. They fell to the floor and rolled several times. Also, the naked men and women with the thousand-eyed bloodline started having sex right away. Most of the guests in the hall were affected by the music. Spider jumped into Vapor's arms and she was seducing the man. Idevil sat on the side and smiled. She was sipping from a glass of blood wine slowly. This again. It's so boring. Bones stood up. Well, I'll be leaving. He glared at Angele. Phoenix, you're not interested too, right? Why don't you leave with me? Yeah. Angele stood up. Let's go. Wait, Devil, where are the materials you promised me? He looked at Devil. Don't worry, I've already prepared them for you. Devil smiled. I asked my servants to get them ready. She clapped. A red girl appeared by the edge of the platform. She walked to Angele and Bone quickly. Masters, please come with me. Angele and Bone nodded. They followed the girl into the dark red portal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 379, Devil's Party, 6. Chapter 379, Devil's Party, 6. Translator, Leo. Editor, Karisu. The two returned to the first building they entered after leaving the portal. A large red magic circle was releasing rays of blinking red light on the ground, and there was a stone platform floating in the center of the circle. A long silver sword was stabbed into the stone platform. Bone stretched his body and the bone armor made some loud noises. Alright, I thought there would be something that I could help you with, but the crown she auctioned was a joke. With a flick of Bone's finger, a white light dot landed on Angele's palm, turning into a white skull. Angele checked the weight of the skull. What's this? You can contact me using this thing. To be honest, I haven't met a man that I liked in years. Just talk to me if you need any help. Bone hit his chest armor with his right fist, making some noise. Alright, I'll go back to my bone sea now. Also, don't trust Devil, that woman is hard to deal with. She can get mad at you anytime. Be careful. Sure. Angele nodded. He still had several questions to ask, however, green flames covered Bone's body before he could say anything else. The green light blinked and Angele's sight blurred. Bone had already disappeared from the scene after he could see things clearly again. A wide smooth tunnel appeared on top of the building and Angele could see the night sky through the hole. A green star was flying away from the area in the sky. It was Bone, his body coated with the green flame. The tunnel on the ceiling slowly disappeared. It looked like a recovering wound. The female servant was not surprised by the scene. She started talking after Bone left. Please follow me, master. Sure. Angele and the female servant went straight to the 27th floor. They stopped in front of a dark red room. The door was open. There was a blonde girl standing in the room. It was the same girl that Angele saw on his plate. There was also a group of single-eyed men with sharp ears that were tied up by the wall. They looked tired. What caught Angele's attention was not the living creatures, it was a pool of blood in the center. The blood in the pool was boiling and a sweet fragrance permeated the air. The blood pool was surrounded by 4 black snake statues and there was dark red blood coming out of their mouths. The female servant bowed to Angele politely. Those are the gifts my master prepared for you. The blood in the pool is the essence of the creatures collected by the thousand-eyed family. Also, those single-eyed men are the inheritors of the single-eyed giant. The female human you asked for during the party is also here. Good. Angele nodded slightly. He looked satisfied. You can leave now. Understood. The female servant left the room quickly. Angele glanced around. The blonde girl and the single-eyed men were looking at him in fear. He shook his head slightly and walked straight to the blood pool. Devil, where's the reward you promised me? Angele turned around and talked to a wall. He noticed that someone was hiding behind the wall when he entered the room and he was certain that it was Devil. Angele detected the difference between it and other walls because he had 2 bloodline signets. Chi. The wall was ripped open by a large bloody eyeball. The black pupil in the eyeball twitched for several times and calmed down. The reward is here too, but I need to make one thing clear: I can't give you any soul crystals. You can choose something else. Devil's voice came from the eyeball. I was never going after the soul crystals. Tell me more about the nightmare realm. I noticed that something isn't right after breaking the seal this time. Angele spoke in a calm tone, but his heart rate slightly increased. He was trying to play as someone that just broke the seal form after a long sleep. The realms overlapped. It's not a big deal. How long have you been sleeping? Whatever, let's not waste the time. What do you want? Devil responded in a calm tone. What do you have to offer? Angele questioned, and his expression did not change. You know what, I acquired an inheritor's secret technique not so long ago. It was from a sealed one that had similar abilities as you. I can give that to you for free. I think it'll aid you greatly. The secret technique is too good to be the reward of what you did for me, but I might need you to help me again in the future. Inheritor's secret technique? Are you sure that the technique doesn't come with a secret trap? Angele wondered. Well, there'll be traps, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. Many living beings had access to the secret techniques, but only a few of them succeeded. Devil was not concerned. You're right. Angele nodded slightly. All right then. Secret technique it is. Do you want me to deliver those things to you? No, it's fine. I'll walk back and check the changes that happened to the environment on my way. Angele declined the offer politely. Sure, I'll see you again. Devil's voice stopped after finishing the sentence, and the eye on the wall slowly closed. A black scroll was released from the closing eye and dropped to Angele's feet. Angele picked the scroll up and put it in his pouch. He glared at the blood pool, and there were blue light dots flashing in front of his eyes. An hour later, Angele slowly walked out of the black building. A naked girl with blonde hair was following after him. The girl was surrounded by some red light, protecting her from being killed by the high temperature. The two went across the city and passed through the lava river. They slowly stopped after they were far away from the city. Angele turned around and stood on top of a small hill, overlooking the Black City. The red eye-shaped bloodline signet was blinking on his chest. The light was much more intense than the musical note from the signet of the Scorpion Woman. Angele was playing with a small red stone in his hand. He extracted the blood essence from the blood pool and turned it into a blood crystal. The energy from the blood pool was all stored in the crystal. He did not expect that there was so much power in the pool that it could be turned into a blood crystal. The bloodline signet from the single-eyed giant was successfully buffed by the single-eyed slaves. The reward for attending the party was quite good. He glared at the blonde girl. What's your name? Angele sent the words using energy particles. I don't know. The girl hesitated, her tongue was fixed by Devil's servant. I forgot everything. Part of my memory was taken away by the blood cell, and I don't know anything about myself. Is that so? The blood cell is interesting. Angele decided not to ask too many questions. He did not want to save the girl, but he did not want to kill her either. He had his own rules. The girl did not offend him or take anything important away from him. There was no point in killing a human being for no reason. It was something that he would not do. The girl could not survive alone in such a bizarre environment, and Angele did not want others to know that he was a human being, as Devil might try to kill him if she found out about the truth. Also, Angele did not want to bring a random stranger back to the mansion, as he had no idea if the girl was a trap. He did not want to put Freya in the risk. He thought for a while and took out the black scroll that he acquired from Devil. Angele unsealed the scroll, and countless dark red runes appeared on the surface of the leather scroll. Woo! The scroll started vibrating, and rays of red light were released by it. They formed a translucent light screen that looked like a hologram in the air. It was an enormous dark red map. The map was divided into 3 areas separated by a lava river. The 2 areas on the left were in red and some tiny areas were marked in black. The larger area on the right turned from red to blue, and then blue to white. Phoenix, this is an interactive map called the Eye of the Truth. The information displayed on the map is collected by the eyes from the thousand-eyed bloodline inheritors. It's an important map and I hope you don't share it with anyone else. Actually, they won't be able to view the map without my authorization. If you want to know what is happening with the world, the only thing you need to do is checking the map. Devil's voice slowly disappeared after finishing the explanation. Angele glanced at the map without saying a word. He raised his left hand and pressed on the area on the left. Chi. The size of the red area was increased by multiple times and it filled up the whole light screen. Clear views of the mountains, rivers, ruins, and forests were displayed in front of his eyes. A sentence that was written in the universal ancient language was displayed at the bottom of the map, 2 hourglasses until the next time the Oblivion realm overlaps with the word. There were 2 red wooden hourglasses behind the sentence and the sand inside the hourglasses already started dropping. Overlap of the Oblivion realm? Angele was a bit surprised. He looked at the scroll and opened the second half of it. Woo! Red light flashed on the surface of the light screen and the scene changed. A man's deep voice came from the light screen. According to the intel collected by the thousand-eyed bloodline inheritors, the Oblivion realm has been moving toward our nightmare realm in the last several years. The Oblivion realm is the realm of death and corruption. It is a totally different realm than the nightmare realm. Something like this should never happen. I think all the realms are merging with each other, but it's just an assumption. We're not the only example here. A female voice joined the conversation. You mean the realms will change if they contact each other, and this is our best chance to explore the other realms. We should take over their realms and conquer them. We haven't got the chance to communicate with the other realms since the wizards that could talk to us disappeared. This is our best opportunity. We shall take everything that enters our sight. You're way too aggressive. We should wait for the old bastards from the other realms to move first. It's impossible for the nightmare realm to take over other realms if we use a plan like yours every time the realms overlap. Alright, it's about time for us to end the broadcast. This is Collins and Blue Feather from the Thousand Eyes. Please tune in again tomorrow for the new broadcast. Angele was speechless after listening to the broadcast. He slowly closed the scroll. He thought the conversation was a record of a meeting or something and he did not expect it to be a broadcast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 380, Changes in Bloodline, 1. Chapter 380, Changes in Bloodline, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Karisu. Angele was heading to the mansion with the blonde girl. He applied a thin layer of dark metal to help her defend against the strange creatures. Several days later, the Dark Cloud City finally appeared in their sight again. Angele stood in the dark forest as the sun started rising. He overlooked the yellow city that was sitting quietly on the plain. The yellow city was deadly silent and the wind mixed with the sand. There was not a single person walking around the city. The blonde girl stood behind Angele and looked at the city as well. I think I've been here. She suddenly opened her mouth. Everything looks so familiar to me. Familiar? Angele turned around and saw the confused look on the girl's face. There was sadness in her eyes. He knew that the city reminded the girl of something, but she was trying to hide it from Angele. Angele narrowed his eyes. The red eye-shaped bloodline signet shined. The string around the signet released some red light. It's fine if you can't remember. He raised his right hand, patted the girl's head softly. The gentle expression on his face calmed the girl down. Angele rubbed the girl's soft blonde hair and the red light disappeared from his chest. Chi. A strange noise echoed in his ears. Countless images were transferred into his mind like a movie. The blonde girl held the edges of her dress and walked down the carriage. She walked to the meeting hall that was full of guests with a gentle smile on her face, and there was a man in a white suit by her side. The golden light illuminated on the two's bodies. They were elegant and polite. They drew everyone's attention with the golden light surrounding them. "Dear Angelica, the party is starting, we should hurry," the young man spoke in a gentle tone. They joined the party. The two mixed with the noble guests and started dancing along the music. Suddenly, the sky was torn apart and the earth started shaking. A group of men that was surrounded by flames rushed into the hall and they started executing everyone in their sight. The girl started running with the young man and the guards she brought here. However, the burning men caught up quickly. The girl asked the guards to draw the monster's attention and she wanted the young man to attack them from behind. However, the man gave the girl one final glance and started running away, leaving the girl to face the monsters alone. The images disappeared after the final scene. Only a split of a second passed when Angele was viewing the images. He slowly lowered his hand. "Do you want to go check the city out? It's your hometown, right?" The girl stared at the dark cloud city and tears were running down her chin like a river. The girl had already learned a lot about Angele in the last several days. The man treated her like a brother, he was always so kind and polite. "It's fine, master, let's just head to your place," the girl lowered her head and responded in a low voice. "This is no longer my hometown, all my friends were killed by the..." Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes as he nodded. "Let's make one thing clear, although you're my test subject, I won't hurt you for no reason. If you're willing to cooperate, your body will be strengthened after some minor damage from the experiments." "I'm ready, master. I'm grateful that you didn't eat me back in the hall." The girl raised her head. Although there were still tears on her cheek, she had already calmed down. "All right, let's go. I need you to become friends with another girl at my place." Angele turned around and started walking to the Ness River. The girl gave the dark cloud city one final glance. It seemed like she wanted to memorize the look of the city. She ran toward Angele as the young man was already meters away. The two slowly vanished into the vibrant bushes of the forest. 10 days later, by the Ness River. The golden sunlight of the afternoon illuminated on the surface of the river and the mansion. Hua! The leaves from the trees on the left of the mansion were dancing in the gentle wind. Two people stepped out of the forest slowly. One was tall and the other one was short, and they were both wearing long metal robes. Not a single inch of their skin was exposed to the air. Finally, the man in the front removed the black mask from his face, revealing his pale skin. It was Angele. He turned around and looked at the girl. "Do you remember your name? What should I call you?" The girl opened her mouth but she hesitated. "I don't. Master, please give me a new name." Angele nodded slightly. "All right, I'll just call you Orphe from today. It means forget in the chaos language." Forget. Orphe. The painful memory struck the girl again, but she tried her best to hide it. It seemed like the memories were coming back to her. Angele looked at the mansion. "Let's move. It has been a while since I left my territory." He stepped forward and a red string spurted out of the black cloak, stabbing into the mud on the ground. The red string returned to his cloak within a second. It was formed by Angele's long red hair. Angele was not interested in the tiny spy he just killed and he just started walking again. Orphe glanced at the ground. She noticed that blood was leaking out of the mud and she was a bit scared. The girl stopped looking immediately and ran toward Angele. The girl had no way to survive in such a bizarre environment alone. The girl had no crystal card device and she lost part of her memory, so there would be nothing she could when facing dangerous creatures alone, even if she knew how to activate the crystal card device. Angele stepped into the sea of vines in front of the mansion. The vines on the ground already turned black. They moved aside to let him pass through. Angele was advancing slowly. the blonde girl behind him was checking the surroundings constantly. She already noticed the remains of the dead creatures between the vines, and some of the vines were soaked in colorful blood. They finally arrived at the defensive barrier about 1 minute later. Angele raised his right hand and pressed on the barrier. He lowered his hand after several seconds and grabbed Orphe's hand. They then stepped into the barrier together. Gee! It felt like walking through a large bubble. They finally returned to the mansion. Angele pressed on his chest and released a ball of fire. The fireball turned into a red bird that was surrounded by a golden glow. The bird swung its wings and flew toward the mansion slowly. Phoenix! The door of the main building was pushed open. A girl jumped out of the door and grabbed Phoenix in her arms. Green! You're back! Freya was still wearing the gray sweater with a pair of thick cotton socks. Her long black hair trailed over her shoulders and the hair on her left shoulder was braided. The girl looked pure and cute. Yeah. Angele nodded. I brought a friend back for you. This is Orphe and she's my new lab assistant. Freya looked at Orphe and blinked her eyes curiously. Orphe. You're the first human being I met besides Green, my brother, and my father. You've been living in the mansion your whole life? Orphe sounded surprised. Angele watched the two girls greeting each other. He walked away as the two started chatting. Freya had been practicing sword skills for years and Angele was certain that Orphe would not be able to hurt Freya. He checked Orphe's memory multiple times on the way and made sure that Idevil did not plant anything inside the girl's body. Angele did not care about the soul stones, the map, or the inheritors of the single-eyed giant. The inheritor's secret technique that Idevil gave him was the most important item he'd acquired this time. Angele quickly walked to the second floor as he entered the main building. He entered the reading room and locked the door. A black snake rune flashed on the surface of the door. He quickly walked to the lab platform that was covered with random items. Hua! All the random items were blown away to the side. Angele pressed on his chest using the right hand. The musical signet and the eye-shaped signet started shining at the same time. Red glow was released from Angele's body and the red light engulfed the whole room. Every object in the room was illuminated by the red light. Angele took a deep breath and calmed down after the preparation was completed. He relaxed and put down the filter mask on the corner of a table. He slowly took out a stick that looked like a flute from the pouch. It was a yellow stick, its surface covered in complicated flower and vine engravings. There was also a mermaid engraving in the center of the stick. It was the carrier of the secret technique that Idevil gifted him. Angele held the stick in hand and observed it carefully. It's a musical instrument that looks like a flute. He noticed that there were many tiny holes on the stick. The flute is infused with fire energy particles, but mermaid should be the symbol of water. That's strange. Angele played with the flute for a while, but he did not find the right way to activate it. Create task. Scan the object in my hand. He had to rely on the biochip. Task created, scanning. A hologram of the flute was displayed in Angele's sight. The flute started spinning and it was scanned by several translucent blue strings. Seconds later, rows of data slowly appeared under the flute. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 381, Changes in Bloodline, 2. Chapter 381, Changes in Bloodline, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Kurisu. The hardness, heat resistance, tenacity, completeness, different energy conductivity, etc., rows of data kept refreshing in Angele's sight. Activation simulation started, the biochip reported back. Angele waited for about 10 seconds and the flute finally stopped spinning in his sight. Activation method, fresh blood. Lead your mentality to the 3rd, 5th, and 7th hole. Angele remained calm. He raised his left hand and pointed forward with the index finger. The tip of his finger was slashed open and a fresh drop of blood landed on the surface of the flute. It looked like a chemical reaction occurring as the blood came in contact with the flute. The flute vibrated and dark red flames were released from the holes. The dark red flames formed several palm-sized mermaids and they started rotating around Angele's body. Chi! Flames were released from the flute and the mermaids dissipated in the air one by one. Angele narrowed his eyes as an invisible mentality wave was divided into 3 parts and they entered the 3rd, 5th, and 7th holes of the flute accurately. Pa! Intense dark red flames spurted out of all the opening in the flute. The flames floated in front of Angele, turning into a large mermaid. Strangely, there was a key in the center of the mermaid's chest, a golden key that had the texture no different than a normal key's. Angele raised his right hand and turned the key around. Crack! The mermaid opened her mouth and released a ray of red light. The light hit Angele's forehead hard. Angele leaned backward due to the impact. The red scorpion mark between his eyebrows appeared and it was absorbing the bright red light. The information was transferred to his brain. It took more than half an hour for the mermaid to finish transferring the information to Angele. Woo! The mermaid separated into red flames and returned to the flute. Angele shook his head. It seemed like he was trying to understand the information that was just sent to his brain. That was refreshing. Such secret technique can only be studied by ancient creatures with pure bloodlines. Although my bloodlines were extracted from the inheritors of the ancient creatures, I can still study the technique. There were a lot of thoughts going on in his mind, but Angele's expression did not change. Alright, I'll skip the confusing part and study the basics first. Maybe I can start practicing it soon. Angele grabbed the flute and returned it to the pouch after all the flames were gone. He walked to the left and sat down with his legs crossed. He closed his eyes tight and sat in the quiet reading room. The 2 bloodline signets on his chest were releasing eye-blinding red light. The red light turned into strings of energy and started rotating around Angele's body. Time flew. The 2 signets on Angele's chest started merging into each other several hours later. The black metal robe slowly melted on Angele's body and it was absorbed by his skin. Seconds later, the 2 bloodline signets completely merged into each other. They turned into a blurry red meatball and it looked like there was a small balloon on Angele's chest. The red meatball released countless blood veins that looked like tree roots. They quickly covered Angele's whole body. 10 minutes later, Angele was covered by the terrifying blood veins, including his face. The blood coming out of the red meatball was being transported inside Angele's body through the blood veins. The meatball looked like Angele's second heart, it was bumping quickly. Angele already lost his consciousness, but he could still feel the constant pain coming from the skin. It felt like he was being stabbed by thousands of sharp needles. He got used to the pain quickly as he had survived countless dangerous battles in recent years. Angele was no longer the young man that could not handle the pain. He had no idea how long had passed, but he could feel the pain leaving. Angele opened his eyes again and he noticed that the room turned into a mess. It looked like all the objects in the reading room were blown to the ground by a strong wind. Some weak containers like the glass beakers and test tubes hit the walls or the floor, they broke into pieces and there was colorful liquid everywhere. Angele slowly stood up from the floor and his feet numbed as he sat on the floor for too long. He could feel the itchiness coming from his head and the center of his eyebrows. Angele looked at his chest, the red meatball already disappeared and the 2 bloodline signets were no longer there. He raised his right hand and held the fist tight. It felt like his body was lightened for some reason. This is strength, the pure strength of my physical body. Angele noticed that his body looked different and he could feel the energy from inside. Angele waved his right hand after the numbness disappeared from his feet. The silver metal liquid slowly formed a mirror in front of him. What the? Angele was surprised. The man in the mirror looked completely different. Angele's face remained the same, but there were 2 tiny cracks at the place where his eyebrows should be. They looked like a pair of eyes that were closed, and there was golden light leaking out of the cracks. Also, a dark red horn appeared on top of his head. It was still growing between his long red hair. Angele's body was much stronger than before. He looked like a barbarian that just left the snow mountains in the mirror. He touched his new eyebrows and discovered that they had similar texture to his eyelids. Interesting. But what will happen if I return to the main world? Will my body stay in this form? Zero, have you finished checking my body? The two ancient bloodlines merged into each other and the impurities were removed. Your attributes are increasing at a fast rate. Angele Rio, Strength 21.2, Agility 18.5, Stamina 32.0, Mentality 157.1, Mana 157. 2. Fire Resistance 247 degrees, Other Resistance 104 degrees. Gene Limit reached. Healthy. Bloodline Signet ability has been turned into Talent ability, 0 reported back quickly. That's crazy, Angele gasped. His strength was increased to 21 from 15 and his agility was increased to 18 from 11. The mentality was increased by 30 points and the stamina was increased by more than 10. Angele's new attributes were terrifying. He was certain that he could handle the fire spells casted by rank 2 wizards just with his physical body. He could just stand there and wait for the opponent to use up all his mentality and mana. He waved his right hand again and the metal mirror disappeared. Angele's expression turned serious, it seemed like he was thinking about something. Seconds later, he pressed the center of his chest and his body disappeared from the room. Main world, in the mansion beside the Ness River. Angele's body slowly appeared in the reading room. He quickly created another silver mirror as he regained his physical form. The man in the mirror looked just like a normal human being. Angele tightened his fist, the only thing that changed were his attributes. Also, he noticed that he could no longer activate the abilities of the bloodline signet in the main world. It seemed like something was preventing him from doing so. It seemed like there was a mysterious power interrupting his bloodline ability. The ability of the musical note and the memory scan from the eye-shaped signet already turned into his talent ability. However, he had not fully activated the eye-shaped signet yet. Why is the nightmare realm different from the main world? Angele was confused. He walked the window. The glass was blocked by the curtain and only several rays of golden sunlight passed through the gap between the curtain and the window. Angele moved the curtain to the side and peeked outside. He saw Lynn talking to a new maid they just hired. The female wizard was wearing a long black dress. She noticed Angele's sight and raised her head. Angele nodded at Lynn through the window. He lowered the curtain and returned to the center of the room. He then pressed on his chest again. Chi! Red light flashed in front of his eyes. He returned to the nightmare realm again and there was red mist in the air. Angele created the metal mirror again, the horn appeared on top of his head and his eyebrows were replaced by 2 eyes. He looked in the mirror and started thinking. The merging of the bloodlines was the result of studying the basics of the inheritor's secret technique. The bloodlines I used were extracted properly and the method I used was simple. There was no point for the creator of the technique to write down fake information. I'm sure that the different environment is the reason why my appearance changed. Angele was trying to find out what was happening to his body. Sadly, Hen is studying the 1000 Shadow Orb right now, otherwise, I could ask her about the situation. Angele shook his head slightly. High-rank wizards could spend years to study a rare item and Hen had not talked to him for months. The good thing was that Hen's mentality wave was covered by the 1000 Shadow Orb and that was the reason why the Shadow Lord did not go for Angele. Angele licked his lips and there was a strange sulphurous taste in his mouth. He was a bit surprised and opened his mouth. He saw that there were countless sharp teeth in his mouth through the mirror. The teeth had the shape of a crocodile's teeth and there was white light reflecting on them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 382, Power of the Bloodline, 1. Chapter 382, Power of the Bloodline, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Kurisu. Angele rubbed his teeth with the right hand and it felt like touching the blade of a saw. I don't even know what my true form will look like. The true form is the basis of all the inheritors' secret techniques. I have the Scorpion Woman's bloodline, the Single-Eyed Giant's bloodline, the Tree Elf's bloodline, and my soul that is from the earth. I wonder what will happen if I combine all of them together. Angele waved his right hand and the mirror disappeared. He then quickly created a black mask on his face. Turning around, he opened the door and left the reading room. Angele noticed that it seemed like Orphe and Freya had an argument. They sat far away from each other and no one was talking. He glanced at the two girls and walked to them. Orphe, tell me if there's an area full of large creatures around here. Angele was not sure how strong he was after his body was upgraded. He wanted to test his power on the creatures of the nightmare realm. Orphe quickly stood up as she saw Angele walking to her, however, she hesitated after hearing the question. Master, I'm not familiar with the surroundings, but I know that there was a creature called the Water Devil in the rivers around the Dark Cloud City. It was a strong creature and you can go have a look. Dark Cloud City, huh? Angele's brow furrowed. He did not want to travel that far. Well, it's fine, I'll try to find some in the areas close to the mansion. Freya walked to Angele and jumped into his arms. Green, why are you wearing a mask? She questioned curiously. The girl was over 20 years old, however, she stayed in the mansion for so long that her mental age was still very young. There's a problem with my face and I don't want you to get scared. Angele rubbed Freya's hair softly and responded gently. Alright, you two should stay in the mansion, I'll be back before you know it. Angele calmed Freya down and assigned a room to Orphe. He then quickly left the mansion. He stood outside the barrier and looked around. On the left, there was the Ness River, and on the right, there was the forest that led to the Dark Cloud City. He hesitated for a second and walked to the pass between the river and the forest. The path led to an empty ground that looked endless. Angele's sight was blocked by the thin gray mist. Angele walked along the path and passed by several dark green willow trees. The trees' long green branches were swaying in the wind. He heard something vibrating in the air after walking for a while. Angele slowly stopped and looked around. Everything was coated by the mist. The further away he was from the mansion, the thicker the mist would be. He could barely see the green surface of the river and the only thing that was clear in his sight was the mud under his feet. Woo! The noise was getting louder and louder. It sounded like there was a group of bees approaching. Angele chanted an incantation in a low voice and countless flaming eyes appeared around his body. The eyes vanished into the air after about 1 second. He raised his right hand and released a lava ball in the direction of the noise. The dark red lava ball slowly blew the mist away with the heat wave it was releasing. Chi! A blurry eye appeared in the center of the lava ball and was observing the surroundings. A red light screen appeared in front of Angele's body. It showed the scene the eye on the lava ball was seeing. The left side and the right side were engulfed in the white mist and the mud on the ground was moving backward. Angele could hear the wind blowing from the light screen. Suddenly, an enormous shadow appeared on the light screen. Angele's pupils constricted. The creature that appeared in front of him was a humongous black dragonfly. The dragonfly was more than 10 meters long and the translucent wings behind it were vibrating. Also, the way the dragonfly was flying looked identical to a bee's. The dragonfly was slowly flying on above the surface of the river. It seemed like the dragonfly was looking for food. Ka! The mouth part of the dragonfly moved slightly. The lava ball was already inside its sight. Chi! Boom! Suddenly, the dragonfly disappeared from the light screen as the lava ball exploded. The light screen turned into flames and slowly dropped to the ground. Woo! The intense vibration noise was still approaching. It was getting closer and closer. Angele's expression changed. He created a long silver sword with bright burning flames on its tip. A black shadow flashed in front of his eyes as he prepared the sword. Bam! Something hit his chest hard, but it was blocked by the black shield created by the metal force field. The strength of the creature is terrifying. Angele stood there and he did not move an inch. His strength was 21, and with such strength, he could easily handle the impact. Angele held the sword tight and slashed forward. The black shadow was approaching. It looked like the shadow was going for the blade. Clank! The black shadow was blown away by the impact, and it seemed like the shadow stopped after hitting a tree. The sword in Angele's hand looked like the edge of a crescent moon. Angele's brow furrowed and the sword was absorbed by his skin. The alloy was not hard enough for his increased attributes. He stepped forward, the mist slowly disappearing, and finally got a clear view of the scene. 2 of the large trees in the forest were destroyed, and the large black dragonfly's body sank into the trunk of the 3rd tree in the middle. The dragonfly's left eye was cut in half and its right eye was cracked. Its wings broke into pieces, but the dragonfly was still moving and struggling. The dragonfly has a strong body, Angele praised the monster in mind. I didn't use all my power, but the physical damage was over 300 degrees and it could easily crack the hardest sulfurous crystal. But this monster did not die after taking the direct hit. Angele walked to the dragonfly and raised his right index finger, aiming at the monster's head. Chi! A silver needle flashed in the air. A blood hole appeared in the center of the dragonfly's head. Scan the gene structure for me and check if the dragonfly has any ancient bloodline. Angele ordered. Blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes. Task created, scanning. Zero's mechanical voice echoed in his ears. The hologram of the dragonfly appeared in Angele's sight. The hologram quickly shifted to the blood hole on the dragonfly's head, and the detailed picture of the creature's white flesh was displayed in front of his eyes. Seconds later, the scene changed again and it turned into a hexagonal cell. Chi! The hologram disappeared from Angele's sight. Analysis completed. No ancient bloodline detected. No special ability detected. The dragonfly's strength came from its special body structure. Body structure? For some reason, the word reminded Angele of the skeleton soldier. Also, he realized that there was a basic application of the runes mentioned in the inheritor's secret technique. Maybe I should give it a try later. Angele looked a bit excited. He left the dragonfly's dead body on the ground and walked along the river. This time, he wanted to see what he could do as a rank 2 wizard. He applied the wind energy buff to his body so he could move much faster than before. Angele decided not to rely on the power of the bloodline when trying to fight against the monsters in the forest, so that he would know how much the bloodlines had been helping him. 2 more dragonflies appeared above the river from the left. Angele could hear the noise made by their wings. The dragonfly on the left was black and the one on the right was red. They were smaller than the one Angele just killed. Angele released 2 lava balls without locating the target, then quickly stepped back and moved to the side. He raised his right hand and started doing the gestures that would trigger the spells. He was also taking out tubes and bottles using the left hand. All the containers were quickly slammed on the ground. Bam bam bam. An earth golem and 2 wind golems were created on the ground beside the river after the loud noises. The dark brown earth golem was more than 3 meters tall. It hit its chest with the fist several times and opened its mouth. 2 translucent wind golems were rotating around the earth golem and releasing light green energy strings. They were trying to trap the 2 dragonflies using the energy strings. The strings were being destroyed by the dragonflies constantly, but they successfully slowed them down. Boom! One of the flies failed to dodge the strike from the earth golem and it was thrown into the river. The other dragonfly grasped this chance and removed a large piece of rock from the golem's body with its attack. Angele's expression changed. The earth golem was not created with simple mud, it was made with granite. The body of the golem was much stronger and harder than normal earth elementals. However, the granite golem could not recover its body like the golems that were made with mud. Angele was certain that normal earth golems would easily be destroyed by the dragonfly's strike. He chanted an incantation with a low voice and created several flying fire beads over his palm. They looked like a ruby bracelet that was surrounded by flames. Pyroblast, he shouted and released the ruby bracelet from his hand. The bracelet flew toward the black dragonfly that was thrown into the river. Boom! A circle of intense flame exploded in the air. The dragonfly was blown back into the water and started sinking. Angele glanced at the granite golem and the two wind golems that were fighting with the red dragonfly, then quickly casted a level 2 wind category binding spell. Countless green strings spurted out of his hands and flew toward the dragonfly. The strings looked identical to the ones released by the wind golems. The two types of strings combined together and finally slowed the red dragonfly down. The granite golem hit the dragonfly with its right fist. The red dragonfly leaned down and hit the ground with its tail, then charged toward the golem's fist. Bam! The noise was loud and deep. The golem leaned backward after taking the hit. It seemed like the dragonfly was stronger. Chi! The red dragonfly made some noise and rotated in the air. It started charging toward the golem again. Boom! The granite golem lost its balance after taking the hit. The red dragonfly increased its speed and hit the golem again before it could regain the balance. The wind golems and Angele could barely catch the dragonfly with their energy strings. Although Angele could see the dragonfly's movements easily, he wanted to fight with the creature using only rank 2 wizard's power. He asked Zero to do the simulation, and it seemed it was impossible for a rank 2 wizard to catch the dragonfly using spells. Also, he would not be able to predict the dragonfly's movements or track it down with the mentality wave as a rank 2 wizard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 383, Power of the Bloodline, 2. Chapter 383, Power of the Bloodline, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Karisu. There was a red string rotating around the granite golem beside the river. A large piece of black granite would fall to the ground every time the red string hit the golem. The two wind golems were already destroyed after being penetrated by the red string. The granite golem was still trying to fight back, but its body size was shrinking at a fast rate. Angele released multiple binding spells and a level 2 illusion spell, however, none of them worked on the dragonfly. Several minutes later, the black dragonfly jumped out of the river again. The dragonfly took the pyroblast directly, but it was just slowed down and there was no visible wound on its body. Angele stood on the side and stopped moving. There were blue light dots flashing in front of his eyes. Data collected, new creature profile created, please name the creature. Zero's voice echoed in his ears. Red dragonfly and black dragonfly. Show me their data, Angele ordered. The spinning holograms of the black dragonfly and the red dragonfly were displayed in his sight as he finished commanding the biochip. Black dragonfly, estimated power level, rank 2 wizard. Strength 6, agility 6.3, stamina 17, mentality 13, fire resistance 200, wind resistance 150 to 200. Talent ability, defensive buff, resistance buff, fast recovery, energy barrier, draw energy particles from water resources, maximum defensive power is 294 degrees. Angele's expression changed after checking the black dragonfly's information. The black dragonfly was the shield of the two-man army and it could easily soak up the damage. He then looked at the information of the red dragonfly. Red dragonfly, estimated power level, rank 3 wizard, evolution product of black dragonfly. Strength 12.5. Agility 11.7. Stamina 16.5. Mentality 15.1. Resistance, fire resistance 300, wind resistance 200. Talent ability, defensive buff, resistance buff, agility buff, fast recovery, energy barrier, same as the one black dragonfly has, with counterattack as passive ability, Angele finally understood why the two dragonflies were so hard to deal with. The black dragonfly he slew not so long ago was a bit larger than the two dragonflies in front of him. However, it was killed by Angele's bloodline ability within seconds. Angele nodded his head and he looked satisfied. How much data of the wizards have I collected in the database? He questioned. 1432 cases have been collected. What about the wizards over rank 2? Rank 3 wizards, 5, rank 4 wizards, 3, 0 reported back immediately. Scan the data and simulate the battles for me, use my current power level as a reference. Angele was not sure if the order was going to work. Need more data. Your talent ability hasn't been activated yet, but... Talent ability? Angele rubbed his chin as he watched the black and red dragonflies destroying the granite golem. The dragonflies switched their target and were charging toward him. Well, let me give my talent ability a try then. He gathered all the bloodline power of the scorpion woman at the horn on top of his head and the bloodline power of the single-eyed giant on his extra pair of eyes. Angele tried to activate the horn with the mentality. For some reason, he opened his mouth and it looked like he was about to roar. Chi! A translucent sound wave was released from Angele's body. The two dragonflies dropped to the ground, struggled for several seconds, and died. All the trees, flowers, and grass started dying in the area around Angele. The effective range was more than 30 meters. The brown tree trunks turned black, then twisted and cracked. The tree leaves turned from green to yellow, and yellow-gray before falling to the ground. The grass turned from green to yellow, and yellow to gray as well. It looked like they were burnt by flames. The grass was blown away by the gentle wind like ashes. Angele stood there and stopped releasing the sound wave as his face turned pale. It was the first time he fully activated the bloodline power of the scorpion woman. After merging the bloodlines, the only thing he needed was the mentality, and the bloodline of the ancient creatures would no longer be consumed. However, the sound wave cost him a third of his mentality. Everything inside the effective range was turned into gray ashes and blown away by the wind. Let me name this ability as Ash Bluster. The area damage is around 500 to 600 degrees. It's a strong ability. Let me try the bloodline of the single-eyed giant as well. Angele took a deep breath and focused on the second pair of eyes above his eyebrows. Angele blinked his eyes. Chi! The golden eyes on his eyebrows slowly opened. The pupils looked like the ones the cats had and the eyeballs were rolling. Angele could see more things in his sight with the 4 eyes and his vision radius was greatly expanded. It felt like looking at a different world. It would take him some time to get used to the 4 eyes he had. Suddenly, Angele could feel that his body was filled up with a violent power. The objects around were sinking slowly. Wait! My height is increasing. He suddenly realized what was happening. Angele lowered his head and looked at his body. The muscles in his legs and arms were growing. His body size was increasing like crazy. Raising his right hand, a silver metal mirror appeared in front of him. The man in the mirror looked completely different. It was a strong giant that was more than 5 meters tall, his body coated with a thin layer of black metal. Red spikes appeared on the man's shoulders, elbows, and knees. The spikes looked like sharp teeth. Asterisk chi 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 star dot. Angele felt that his back was itching after hearing the noise. A layer of a red substance that looked like bones removed the metal layer and covered his body. Several minutes later, Angele's body stopped changing. His body was covered with dark red bone armor and the appearance of his head had changed completely. The top half of his face was covered with a red mask and there were 4 holes for his eyes on the mask. Angele's pale chin and bloody red lips were exposed to the air. His long red hair almost reached his waist. Angele looked in the mirror and deactivated the talent ability. Chi! Angele's body started shrinking after several seconds. His height and muscles returned to normal, but the dark red armor was still on his body. He still looked slimmer and slightly taller than before. So, that's the effect of the single-eyed giant's bloodline? Angele looked at the man in the mirror and raised his right fist. He could feel that his attributes were increased to a terrifying level without checking Zero's report. A strong ancient bloodline, Angele gasped. He pointed at the river and flicked his finger. Bam star! A translucent ball of air was released from his finger and splashed in the water. Angele stretched his arms that were covered with sharp red spikes. He waved his arms hard in the air. The size of his right arm increased by several times and the diameter of the arm was more than 1 meter. It looked horrifying. Bam! A 1 meter wide and 10 meter long fissure appeared on the ground. The wet mud and the gray stones splashed in the air. So the single-eyed giant's bloodline is all about the strength. Angele nodded slightly. He looked satisfied. The hologram of his body appeared in his sight, spinning. Rows of data were displayed under the hologram. Strength is increased to 45 but agility is decreased to 8.2. Mentality is the same and my stamina increased to 56. Angele's face twitched several times. He knew that his attributes increased, but the numbers were still hard to believe. I probably look like an enormous creature from the tales. Angele was a bit speechless. Angele partially deactivated the ability again and his right arm returned to its original shape. Woo! A lava ball appeared above his palm and it was spinning. The golden lava was flowing through the cracks on the surface of the ball. Angele raised his left hand and pointed at the lava ball. Ka! His left hand stabbed into the lava ball. It felt like touching some warm water. His hand was not damaged at all. Zero, what is my power level now? Angele lowered his hands and questioned. Estimated power level, rank 3 wizard. Your power level will be similar to a rank 4 wizard if you can increase your mentality, Zero reported back. The increase of his attributes brought his power level to the next rank. Angele was certain that he could handle the spell damage from rank 3 wizards with his high attributes easily. It was the result of the merged bloodline, but it was just the basics of the secret technique. Devil is in her sealed form. I wonder how strong her true form is. It'll be horrifying. Angele knew his condition and his attributes were probably similar to a rank 4 wizard. The rank 4 wizards who spend a lot of resources improving their physical bodies probably had similar attributes as Angele. In another word, Angele would have trouble handling the mentality waves of the rank 4 wizards, but he could defend against their normal damage spells. I didn't expect the bloodline of the single-eyed giant to be so strong. Maybe I should use its talent ability more. Angele raised his fists and he could feel the endless power that filled up his body. I'm still curious about Devil and the other lord's true form, If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 384, The Past, 1. Chapter 384, The Past, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Karisu. Angele had a general idea about his power level after testing his abilities. Before activating the talent abilities, he was one of the strongest rank 2 wizards. However, his power level was close to a rank 4 wizard with the new body. If Devil and the other lords were the elders with the sealed forms in the Nightmare Realm and they could invade the other realms, they must be much stronger than rank 4 wizards. Angele recalled the day he attended Devil's party. The monsters could easily deal more than 1,000 degrees of damage and it was terrifying. He needed to advance to the next rank to have such power. However, those monsters did not activate any of their abilities. The damage came from their force fields. Angele could not imagine how strong those monsters would be if they actually used their abilities. He lowered his head and looked at the black armor on his right hand. Angele held his right fist tight, excited for what he achieved. However, he realized he was still very weak when compared to those monsters. I need to become stronger before they found out the truth. Angele stood beside the green river quietly and thought for about half an hour. He turned around and walked to the mansion slowly. I need to solve the problems in the main world first before extracting more ancient bloodlines from the creatures in the Nightmare realm. There were many things he needed to study, such as the mysterious rune and the magic circle from the tomb. The wizards in the central continent had no shortcuts to the higher ranks. They had to proceed slowly and steadily. The rare resources would not help them that much. Angele had the help from Vivian, the biochip, and the ancient bloodlines. However, his progress was still slow. Extracting the ancient bloodlines and adapting the talent abilities that came with the bloodlines was a much better method. Although his appearance would look terrifying, he was walking the same path as the ancient wizards. In the main world. In the reading room, rays of golden light shined through the gaps of the curtain. A man in black robes slowly appeared on the red carpet. It was Angele. He just left the Nightmare realm. He was wearing a long black metal robe and he looked just like an ordinary human. Angele checked his clothes, looking a bit confused. My assumption was correct. My bloodline abilities were deactivated after I returned to this world. I can't activate them and my power level is the same as a strong rank 2 wizard. Also, I can't even activate my bloodline signets anymore, which means I'm slightly weaker than before at it. Angele's brow furrowed as he walked to the windows and dragged the curtain to the side. He saw 2 maids and a night-level male guard chatting and laughing in the garden. They were hired by Lynn not so long ago. The maids were watering the plants. The golden sunlight reflected on the surface of the rippling Ness River and there were several white birds slowly circling above the water. Angele noticed something was going on in the forest on the other side of the river before he closed the curtain. The width of the Ness River was more than 300 meters. There were several people wearing brown leather armor fighting with 2 men in black. Angele rubbed the surface of his nails and started waiting. Seconds later, he heard the footsteps outside the door. Knock knock. With a flick of Angele's finger, the black snake rune disappeared from the surface of the door and the door opened by itself. Lynn slowly stepped into the room. Master, are you looking for me? The girl spent a long time studying the drugs and plants after she was drugged the last time. She got some decent results, but her outfit was infused with the smell of herbs. Lynn was wearing the short black skirt and pink tights with a pair of black silky gloves that were covered in mud. Angele glanced at the girl and questioned, "Playing with your herbs again?" Lynn nodded slightly. "Yeah, I failed to protect you as a guard the last time and it was you who solved the problem for me. I'm a watcher but I was ashamed of what I have done. Don't worry, I won't be drugged again since my resistance is increased to a very high level, and..." Angele waved his right hand and stopped Lynn. "All right, enough. Come here. Do you know what's going on? It seems like some people are fighting over there." Lynn closed the door and walked to Angele. She looked in the direction Angele was pointing at and saw 2 groups of people fighting. The 3 in brown were on the left and the 2 in black were on the right. They're fighting in Goodno family's territory, but... "Well, I think their patrols are fighting with some outsiders," Lynn responded in a light tone. "Goodno family? It's a small family, right?" Angele had never heard about the family. All the large families had tried to invite him to the parties they held, but only the nobles with high-rank wizards and their families were allowed to send invitation letters to the mansion and he had never gotten anything from the Goodno family. "Yeah, it's a small family. They don't even know that you live here and we didn't tell them anything when we purchased the mansion. The only thing they know was that this place is owned by a large noble family," Lynn quickly responded. "Is that so?" Angele nodded as he watched the fight. The fight was ending, one was injured and one was killed. They both started retreating and the fire caused by the spells was extinguished by another group of people. However, the traces left by the fight could still be found in the area. "Send someone to the Goodno family and ask the ones that were fighting to come see me," Angele stopped for a second and ordered. "Do you really want to see them?" Lynn was a bit surprised, but she understood the situation immediately. "Sure, I'll send someone there now." She turned around, left the room, and closed the door. Angele stood by the window and saw a knight in black armor jump on the black horse, then start moving to the other side of the Ness River right away. The horse and the knight disappeared from Angele's sight quickly. He knew that it would take at least one day for them to come back. Angele looked at his left hand. There was an eye-shaped amethyst ring on his middle finger. He rubbed the surface of the gem. Blue light shined upon the gem and a ray of blue light was released. The light dropped on the windowsill in front of Angele quietly. A row of text quickly appeared on the light screen. "This is the Intel Center, please tell us your question." "I want the event log of Elemental Hand," Angele spoke in a deep tone. Elemental Hand. Intel Level C, access granted. Chi. Suddenly, rows of information appeared on the light screen, looking like a blue waterfall. There was so much information that it blurred in his sight for a second. Blue light flashed in front of Angele. He recorded all the information using the biochip. The information flow stopped after several seconds. Angele rubbed the gem again and the color of the gem returned to purple. The blue light screen slowly vanished into the air. Angele closed his eyes and started thinking. He filtered the information he acquired from the Dark Wizard Tower's Intel Center. 2 of the messages caught his attention. The first one was about the Elemental Hand's army that was led by Vivian. The first elder of the Elder Council joined the battle. He assisted Vivian and started pressuring their enemy. The Alliance could not handle the pressure and started retreating, including the lords in the Thousand Waterfall City and the Storm Giant Lord. The second message was about the Fairy Realm. The portal Angele found the last time was not the only one. There were also several other portals in the Terry River area. Also, some of the wizards from the Central Continent Council already started an investigation. The details of the investigation were not mentioned, but 3 of the portals had been sealed. Those were the most important events for the Elemental Hand, and it seemed like things were going well for the organization. Angele started checking the communication runes after reading the messages. Vivian sent several messages to Angele, asking him to keep practicing in the mansion. She would test him after the war ended. Nicola also sent him several messages, saying that he had to stay in his family's territory for some time. There were also messages from Seth. Nicole's situation was getting worse, so Morian, Milan, and Seth all went to help her. Angele checked all the messages quickly. He had not visited the Mermaid Song for a while as the new department head for the Human Resource Department hadn't been assigned to the city yet. The Elder Council had no time to do that during the war, but things were going well for the city. Everything was well organized by the other assistant. The department did not need Angele's help, so he decided not to visit the city. Angele walked to the shelf after checking all the messages. He crouched and dragged a black box out. Crack! The box was unlocked. Inside it was a thick black book. The book was 1/2 meter long and wide. 2 silver crescent moons were painted on the cover of the book. Angele grabbed the book and put it on his knees. He wiped the dust off the cover of the book. The Book of Communication Runes. It has been a while. He shook his head slightly. It seemed like the book reminded him of something. Angele opened the book and saw communication runes that were in different colors and shapes lined up on the page. Most of the communication runes were no longer glowing, only a few of them were still surrounded by colorful light. So many people have passed away. Angele sighed with mixed emotions. Angele recorded all the communication runes he had in the book. The light of the runes would fade after their owners passed away. Wizards could not store all the communication runes on their nails. That was the reason why the Book of Communication Runes was created. Angele modified his book slightly. Every time he received a new communication rune, the rune would be recorded in the book automatically and all the messages would be saved at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 385, The Past, 2. Chapter 385, The Past, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Karisu. Angele kept turning the pages. The communication runes from the Wizards of Elemental Hand and some apprentices were also in the book. Most of the runes in the second half of the book were from the Wizards of the West Coast. Suddenly, his fingers slowly stopped at a wild glowing rune. It was Nancy's communication rune. The rune looked like a white rose, but its light was fading away. It seemed like the owner of the rune was dying. Angele checked the glow of the rune carefully. The glow. She still tried to become a formal wizard, but she failed several more times. Her potential and life energy were probably wasted during the procedure. Angele looked at the communication rune. He could see that the beautiful girl was slowly turning into an old woman with wrinkles all over her face. It's her own choice. I already did what I can. Angele shook his head and started checking the other communication runes. Suddenly, he stopped at a dark blue rune that had the shape of a centaur. The rune was surrounded by a purple glow. The message echoed in his ears as he touched the rune with the right index finger. I'm sorry, Green. I'm not sure how many years it'll take for this message to be delivered to you. The situation here is getting worse and worse every day. Most of the signal obelisks were destroyed by the strong merfolk soldiers, and I'm not sure if there'll be enough energy for the messages to be delivered to the central continent. I had to rely on some special method to send you the message. I've been working with your teacher in recent years and things are going well for me. However, I have one thing that I have to tell you. It was Isabel. Her voice was so familiar. I'm sorry. Your father has already passed away. He became an adventurer several years ago as he said that he wanted to explore the world. Although we sent some people to protect him, his ship was destroyed by the storm when he was trying to travel across the Gem Sea. The whole ship broke into pieces. We tried to find them with the help of merfolk, but the sea had already become their grave. Isabel sounded apologetic. Angele knew that Isabel had already tried her best to show her emotion. She had never changed. Father, Angele recalled the moment that he reincarnated to this world. A familiar scene visualized in his sight. It felt like he was looking down through the window of his room in the castle. The Baron with long hair and mustache was sitting on a strong horse, taking off his gloves and smiling at Angele. Angele stood up and sighed with mixed emotions. He knew that this moment would come sooner or later. However, it still made him feel depressed when it came. Angele was not the original Angele, and he did not spend too much time with the Baron. He stood beside the window and suddenly noticed that there were not many things or people connecting him with the West Coast. Cold Beauty Isabel, Mysterious Axis of Time, Terrifying Ramsoda, Endless Gem Sea, the Andes Alliance, the Answer Plane, and the perished Ruden Empire. The faces of the people he knew and the things that happened in the past were going through his mind. Angele just realized that he had visited so many places and met so many people. He put his index finger on Isabel's communication rune. I've received the message, he spoke in a low voice. The communication released some light blue glow. The message had been sent, but Angele was not sure if Isabel could receive it. He took a deep breath and closed the book, putting it back into the box. Angele's father had passed away and he never found out where his mother was. The only one that would take care of him like taking care of a family member was Vivian. He was not sure if he should thank Hen for her evil plan or not. It's probably what every wizard will go through in their lives. He took a deep breath and stopped muttering, staring at the sky through the window. In the Abyss Canyon. On the yellow plain, the deep canyon looked like a long centipede lying quietly on the land, releasing chilling waves to all angles. On the edge of the canyon, there was a white-robed person sitting quietly with his legs crossed. The white-robed person was a young and beautiful woman. Her right ear looked like the shape of a rabbit ear. It was sharp and furry. The golden sunlight landed on the woman and she looked like a white statue in the bright light. Twitter. A black bird and a white bird landed on the woman's shoulders. They jumped and twittered. It seemed like they were not concerned about the presence of the woman. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes. There were 2 black vortexes spinning in her pupils. Finally, she muttered. The death wave didn't remove all the traces you left on this land. She slowly stood up and the 2 birds' bodies quickly turned white. Layers of blue ice climbed up their bodies within seconds. Pa! The birds died and dropped to the ground. The woman raised her right hand and released a ray of white light. The white ray stroked into the sky and turned into a standing light cylinder. She just stood there and waited after sending the signal. Some white smoke appeared in the sky and landed in front of the woman, turning into a man in a white robe. Master Irwin, you found some traces, the man asked. What's the matter? Irwin was not interested in his question. The man nodded. 2 more rank 4 wizards from the underground world are attacking us and we need your help. They don't have the Inheritor's magic circle. I don't work for free. Irwin's expression turned cold. Tell him that I need 3 more years before I can find the one who killed my sister. Just leave me alone. 3 years? The man was surprised. Don't tell me you're going to. You guessed it. I need to go down the canyon to find my sister's body. Irwin shook her hands. She was losing her patience. I'll come back in 3 years. But, Master, the canyon is too dangerous, Anne. All right, you can leave now. Irwin waved her right hand and hit the man with a ray of white light. The man failed to finish his words and his body turned into white smoke, flying toward the sky. Irwin walked to the edge of the canton and looked down. The vortexes in her eyes were spinning faster and faster. The nightmare realm in the arena of the mansion. The orange light from the sun painted the whole arena in red. The gentle wind blew over the land and it brought warmth to the area. There were 2 people fighting against each other in the arena. It was 2 young girls with crossguard sword and a long dagger in their hands. They were trading attacks every second. Angele stood beside the arena and watched the 2 girls fight. Freya was wielding a crossguard sword and Orphe was using a long dagger. Orphe was having a hard time defending against the incoming strikes and her tight white swordsman's suit was already damaged. Freya had no trouble winning the practice match. Orphe, you need to practice more. I only used 1/3 of my true power, Freya mocked Orphe as she performed the sword skill combo. Orphe's face turned red and she only blocked half of the incoming strikes. Gee! Orphe's belt was damaged by the sword again. Clap clap. Angele clapped his hands slightly. All right, that's it. Freya, stop now. Freya jumped backward and pointed at Angele with her sword. Green, why don't you come and help me improve my skills? If you lose the practice match against me, can you take a bath with me? Don't run away from me this time. Her long black ponytail was dancing in the wind and her elastic skin looked pink under the light of the setting sun. The girl was young and full of energy. Angele was a bit speechless. You're no a kid anymore and I won't take a bath with you. Come on, take the bath and we'll have the dinner. Orphe blushed as she heard the conversation. I'll go take the bath now. She walked away quickly. She already knew that Freya did not treat Angele like her father after living with her in the mansion. Freya looked at Angele like a wife would look at her husband. It was like a romantic relationship with nothing to hide. However, Orphe was still not sure if Angele was a human being. She did not think too much about it as she was safe in the mansion. Freya still stood on the arena after Orphe left. Freya drew a flower in the air with the tip of her sword. Green, hurry. Are you afraid of me? Angele stepped on the platform and raised his right hand, creating a silver crossguard sword. Freya slashed forward before Angele could react. The blade drew a silver string in the air as the girl was going for his throat. Clank. Angele hit Freya's sword with his sword and leaned to the side. He suddenly charged forward and tried to grab Freya's shoulder. This combo could usually win the fight for him, and Freya would go have the dinner without saying anything else. However, Freya just let Angele grab her shoulder. She blocked Angele's sword and was still trying to hit him in the throat. However, Angele's sword would hit her face before she could hit him. Freya did not look at the incoming sword. It almost looked like she was trying to trade her life with Angele. "Now you're acting like a child." Angele was speechless. He slightly lowered his sword and blocked Freya's attack. Angele's hand was still on Freya's right shoulder. However, Freya suddenly leaned back slightly and he could feel that he grabbed something soft. He noticed that his hand landed on Freya's breast after she moved back slightly. "Well..." Angele quickly moved his hand away. It seemed like what Freya did was intentional. The two stood in the arena and the situation was awkward. "Green, what do you think? It's larger than before, right?" Freya looked at Angele and asked. It seemed like she did not mind that Angele grabbed her breast. She lived in the mansion for too long. Angele and his brother were the only two that could teach her about the things between man and woman. However, she never thought it was a big deal. "Sometimes I grab them myself and it feels pretty good, but if I use too much strength, it'll..." Freya started explaining. Angele had no idea what he should say. "Come on, stop. Go have dinner now. I brought Orphe to you because I want you to have someone to play with. If you don't listen to my words, I'll take Orphe away and you'll have no one to play with." "Fine." Freya rolled her eyes. It seemed like she got another idea, so she did not argue with Angele. She jumped off the platform and returned the sword to the weapons shelf. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 386, Visit 1. Chapter 386, Visit 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Karisu. Angele knew that Freya was planning something, but he was not concerned. He melted the long sword and absorbed it into his skin. The metal layer on his body was made with normal precious metals after the fight with Devil, and the magic resistance was much lower than before. Without the magic resistance material from the Claw Warriors, there was not much he could do. Also, the Claw Warriors almost disappeared from this world, and Angele was lucky that he had met several ones on the west coast. However, the wizard culture was much more developed in the central continent, and such materials would only be used for the gear specially crafted for wars. It was nearly impossible for organizations to share them with the members. Angele thought that the ones he met were trained by the owner of the mansion. He could probably get some claws by asking Vivian, but the elemental hand was at war and he did not want to bother her with unimportant matters. Anything could happen in the nightmare realm. He would find the items he needed sooner or later. Angele took Freya to the dining hall and they started having dinner. The only noise in the hall was made by knives and forks. The three did not say anything, they just focused on finishing the food. "Orphe, come to my room after dinner," Angele suddenly spoke in a calm tone. "I mean, the reading room." "Sure, master." Orphe sounded a bit surprised, but her expression did not change. She knew the day would come. She found that the way Angele dealt with Freya was a bit strange, and she thought that an old monster like Angele must have some weird hobby. Freya acted like she did not hear the conversation and was just eating her food. The white bread and meat corn soup were finished by her within seconds. She almost choked on the food, but she hated the black pepper steak and she did not even touch it. "I'm full." She put down the silverware, pushed the chair away, and left the dining hall. Angele glanced at Freya, and again, he knew that the girl was planning something. After finishing the dinner with Orphe, Angele turned the silverware into a large ball, which was absorbed by his skin. The leftovers were collected in a bowl, then frozen by the energy particles. The silverware was controlled by the metal force field, but the remains of the food would just fall down. Angele moved the plates over to the rubbish bin before turning them back to the metal liquid. The remains would drop into the bin easily. He took Orphe to the second floor and entered the reading room after cleaning the table. Crack! The door was locked by Angele and the black snake rune appeared on its surface. All right, take a seat. A gentle smile appeared on Angele's face. Orphe was still glancing around and he sat down first on a chair beside the window. Orphe nodded. Thanks. She sat down on the opposite side. What should I do? Angele did not do anything to her in the last several days, so she did not think that she was in danger. There's something I need to tell you. Angele cast an illusion spell on himself to cover his strange appearance after returning to the mansion, as he did not want Freya to get scared. He just looked like a normal human being at the moment. I think you know that the reason why I took you away from my devil was not that I wanted to save you. You don't have anywhere else to go, so I took you back to my mansion. To be honest, I have several human friends and I don't want to eat you, but we're just strangers to each other and I don't want to give you the resources for free. That's the problem. Orphe was wearing a white one-piece and with a long blonde ponytail. She looked cute and pure. She remained calm. I can understand what you're worried about. What should I do to earn your trust? Or how should I pay you in return? You know, if you kick me out of the mansion, I'll die within minutes. There are no other choices for me to choose. I'm glad that you can understand. Angele smiled. I just wanted you to help me with a small experiment. I'll do whatever you want me to. Orphe nodded. Angele nodded. He looked satisfied. Good, I like people that are willing to listen. You need to pay if you want anything, that's the truth of this world. He stood up. Let's get started now. As you wish. Orphe stood up as well. Angele pointed at Orphe. An invisible force slowly lifted Orphe up and helped her lay down in the air. Angele waved his right hand. Orphe's body was moved to the platform in the center of the room and lowered down. Angele walked to the platform and gently removed all the clothes from Orphe's body. The girl was trembling slightly, but she tried her best to calm down. She never wore any clothes in the blood cell and she already got used to it, but she felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at by a male. Orphe watched Angele remove her clothing and take out a blue test tube from the shelf. He slowly sprinkled the powder on the girl's stomach. The powder landed on Orphe's skin. It looked like tiny ice cubes and was extremely cold. She could feel that the bottom half of her body became numb due to the coldness of the powder. What's this? She could not help but ask. It's freezing. Angele responded as he sprinkled the powder carefully. A powder that will keep you safe. You'll get used to it later. Orphe bit her lips. Her body was getting colder and colder. She could barely move her limbs and she started having trouble breathing. Angele looked at the girl carefully. He built a wheel-shaped magic circle on the girl's stomach. Her skin was white and clean. The blue powder was absorbed by the girl's skin quietly as it landed on her body. It looked like the magic circle became part of her body after everything was done. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. The only thing you need to do is relax, don't think about anything. Angele's gentle voice sounded warm and comfortable. It helped Orphe relax. There was a strange energy wave surrounding her body. Angele was satisfied with the start of the experiment. Pa! He flicked his finger. The blue magic circle on Orphe's stomach started burning. The dark red flame brightened up the room slightly. The girl's body was warmed up by the flame quickly. Angele made several gestures in front of his chest and strings of red energy started gathering in the air. The energy strings thickened. They looked like countless red ribbons that were sinking into Orphe's stomach. Hilinmu, Yasawela, the moon of reproduction. Angele quickly chanted the incantation and created a long fire chain between his hands. The flames on the chain slowly faded away, turning into countless red light dots that dropped on the magic circle. Angele's expression slowly turned serious. He waved his right hand and blood appeared on his right index finger. He quickly pressed it on the magic circle. It looked like the red blood was sucked into the magic circle by something as the blood contacted her skin. Angele slowly lowered his index finger and looked at the wound. It already stopped bleeding. His high stamina helped him recover within seconds. Alright, you can just do your daily routine like usual, but you need to let me know if anything happens to your body. Angele looked at Orphe. The girl was still trying to figure out what happened. Understood. Orphe's brow furrowed and she slowly sat up. The girl was blushing and her skin was coated with a red glow. She looked at the magic circle on her stomach. The circle only had 2 levels beside the complicated strings. It was a circle and a triangle. The whole magic circle was simple, but there was a small red meat cell in the center of the circle, pumping. The thing looked a bit strange, but she could not feel any pain or itchiness. Alright, there's one thing I need to let you know about the experiment, Angele started explaining. Your body was modified to fit the blood cell and you could no longer reproduce as a human being. You need to understand that if my experiment succeeded, you'll be able to reproduce again, so please be prepared for the possible changes. Orphe was a bit surprised at first, but she looked excited. Good, you can leave now. Angele waved his right hand. Yes, master. Orphe grabbed her clothes and left the room without putting them on. The door was slowly closed. Angele stood in front of the platform, blue strings flashing in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. The glowing crystals on the wall were out of energy and the only source of light in the room were the burning torches. The light from the flames shined on Angele's face as his expression changed several times. If I can succeed this time. With my blood, the reproduction ability of Orphe, and the inheritor's secret technique, I can probably validate my final assumption. He planted his own blood into Orphe's abdomen and raised the merged bloodline like a seed. If he could succeed, he would be able to get his own inheritor, an inheritor with the merged ancient bloodline. Although the inheritor would be weaker than him, the inheritor would still be able to develop its power in the nightmare realm. The pure bloodlines extracted by the biochip were stronger than the lords in this realm. This was Angele's biggest secret, and something that he could rely on. If he could improve the inheritor with the blood planting method, he only needed to pay a little to acquire a strong assistant. That was probably the reason why the sealed forms wanted to produce their own inheritors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 387, Visit 2. Chapter 387, Visit 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Kurisu. In the next 10 days, Angele met the representatives from the Goodno family and they told him the details about the areas near the mansion. He also asked the family to capture different insects and collect different plants for him. Angele would gift them magic stones for every new species they found. He spent most of his free time in the nightmare realm with the crystal scorpion activated and absorbing the essence crystal he acquired from the blood pool that Devil gifted him. Also, he was waiting for Orphe's body to change. Sadly, the magic circle on Orphe's stomach shrank and weakened. She regained the ability to reproduce, but the seed failed to grow. Angele checked Orphe's body and noticed that something was happening to the girl. He could see that the girl's eyes turned red. They looked identical to the color of his own eyes. 1 month later. In the nightmare realm. Angele looked at Orphe with his brow furrowed. The girl's skin was much smoother than before and it seemed like she was horny. He rubbed the girl's arms slightly. Ugh! Orphe bit her lips, her body trembled and her eyes rolled up. It seemed like she reached climax again. The girl's private part was wet. That's the change you noticed? Angele lowered his hands and started thinking. Although you can reproduce again, your body is so sensitive that you can barely. Sorry, it seems like something went wrong during the experiment, or maybe not. He did not finish the sentence. The bloodline of the Scorpion Woman was in the merged bloodline that was planted in Orphe's body. The Scorpion Woman was famous for her promiscuity. Orphe's condition was a consequence of the bloodline. Sorry, can you please help me deal with my condition? It's fine if I can't completely recover from this, but my body is so sensitive that I can barely put on any clothes. Orphe blushed and responded while breathing heavily. Sorry, but I can only try. Angele nodded apologetically. He turned the dark red armband on his right arm slightly. Chi! A ball of purple flame was released from the flame. The fireball expanded and landed slowly on the surface of Orphe's body, sinking into her skin. Orphe felt much better after the ball disappeared. I need to repeat this process once every half a year. You need to come and find me in time because your body's sensitivity is lowered temporarily. It's like adding water to a balloon, but the balloon will explode half a year later and all the water will. Anyway, just make sure that you remember the date, Angele explained. Also, I'll ask you one more time, do you really want to keep your body in this form? Yes, and I thank you for recovering the reproduction ability for me, it has always been my dream. The only consequence is a sensitive body and I can live with that, Orphe responded in a serious tone. Angele shrugged, he could not understand why bearing a child was so important to the girl. Alright, that's it for the day. You can go have some rest now. He suddenly turned around and looked out the window. Yes, master. Orphe got up and looked at the wetted platform. She grabbed the clothes, slowly walked out of the room, and closed the door. Angele waved his right hand and all the stains on the platform vaporized. It was a cleaning spell that was usually used to clean wizards' long robes, it was perfect for the occasion. Angele slowly walked to the window after everything was clean. He could see that there was a man standing quietly in the forest. The man was wearing a black hood. He raised his head after noticing that Angele was staring at him, and turned out to be a beautiful woman with her face hidden behind a purple mask. Angele narrowed his eyes, opened the window, and jumped down. Bam! He landed on the ground quietly and jumped forward. He turned into a black shadow, rushed through the barrier, and stopped in front of the woman. Hey, Phoenix, it has been a while. The woman had a gentle smile on her face. Thank you for helping me during the auction, I was just passing by when I realized that you live here. Passing by? Angele glanced around. He could see the traces of energy in the air that were left by iDevil. He also noticed the energy particles left by the human's magic card device. Those energy particles were not infused with the bloodline power, they were just like the ones he could find in the main world. Who are you after? He questioned in a low voice. Yeah, there were some insects trying to make trouble in my city, and I decided to send one of my doppelgangers here. iDevil did not hesitate to tell Angele that what he was seeing was just a doppelganger. Interesting, those insects are still trying to escape? Angele was trying to guess why iDevil suddenly came to visit. He was wondering if iDevil was getting suspicious. Yeah, those insects are good at escaping, and one of them is related to the old church. Anyway, let's stop talking about those boring things. Also, why don't you show me around your territory? I think I treated you well back in my house. iDevil rolled her eyes and pursed her lips into a smile. Angele was getting nervous, he had no excuse to ask iDevil to leave, however, Freya and Orphe would make her even more suspicious if she saw them. He started thinking and he was trying to find an acceptable excuse. Huh? There's a human in your shelter? And a female one? iDevil suddenly opened her mouth before Angele could say anything else. Well, she does look beautiful. iDevil's sight went over Angele and fell upon the mansion. Angele turned his head around and he was surprised. Freya was staring at them in front of the gate curiously. That's why you didn't eat your food at the party, huh? I didn't know you like. Don't worry, it'll be a secret between us. iDevil gave Angele a strange look. I served you the best young girl I had that day, not? Well, I was worried that you would devour her by accident. I started training her when she was young and I needed her for a special experiment. It won't happen. iDevil chuckled. Also, you'll attack me if I do that, right? You're much stronger than before, I assume you're breaking your seal? No, I'm still weaker than you. Angele smiled and shook his head. All right, please follow me. That took you a while to say that. Devil sighed. Well, I apologize. Angele noticed the woman's emotions were unstable, but he had no other choice but to invite her into the mansion. Angele could return to the main world if anything went wrong, but Freya would be in trouble and that would be a problem. Devil entered the defensive barrier with Angele. Devil looked around curiously. Freya watched Angele inviting a stranger into the mansion and walked to them. She jumped into Angele's arms. Who is she? Freya glanced at Idevi as she hugged Angele. Angele rubbed Freya's hair and spoke in a gentle tone. Don't worry, she's a friend of mine, and she's just here to visit. A gentle smile appeared on Idevil's face. What a cute girl. My name is Daisy and you can just call me that. Nice to meet you. She raised her right hand and there was a small blue fruit on her palm. The fruit looked like a walnut. This is a small gift for you. An unpolluted blue apple. A blue apple. My name is Freya and Daisy, you're beautiful. Freya's expression relaxed after seeing Idevil smile and she grabbed the apple from Idevil's hand. Thank you. Angele glared at the apple and patted Freya's back. All right, go to the garden with Orphe. We'll be having a short conversation. Sure. Freya nodded and jumped out of Angele's arms, walking to the garden. Angele felt relieved as the girl disappeared from Idevil's sight. What a pure and cute girl. I can't resist her smile. Idevil looked at Angele. Well, because you want to eat her, Angele thought, speechless. All right, I'll show you around. I'm sorry that this place is much smaller than your city and I didn't prepare anything. It's fine, no worries. Idevil's eyes were surrounded by a purple glow. It seemed like she was planning something. Orphe heard the noise as well. She was staring at Idevil in fear beside the door. She covered her mouth with both hands and tried her best to stay calm. However, she just watched Angele leading Idevil to the mansion. She knew Idevil, it was the monster she saw in the blood cell, who was there just to check if the food was still fresh. Outside the mansion, 3 people walked out of the bushes slowly after Angele entered the mansion with Idevil. Scarfarrow, are you alright? How's your wound? The leading one questioned the one behind him. I'm fine. I didn't know that the city was the territory of that monster. I miscalculated the whole thing, Scarfarrow responded in a deep tone as he held his right arm tightly. It was all my fault. I'm sorry. The last one was a female. She was wearing a leather armor that looked like a bikini with a long black robe. If the monster hadn't met someone she knew, she'd have found us and forced us to activate the magic card device the teacher gave us. The woman sounded depressed. Also, it seems like there's another monster here, but I saw a girl by the gate when they were talking. We need to tell our teacher about the situation. The intel might be helpful to my father, the leader spoke in a low voice. All right, we need to leave before they find us. Sure, the other 2 people agreed. The 3 jumped back into the bushes and concealed themselves in a black smokescreen that came out from nowhere. They started running in the opposite direction of the mansion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 388, Fear 1. Chapter 388, Fear 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Karisu. Angele and Idevil walked together along the hallway on the first floor. The hallway was open. On the left, it led to the living room of the main building, and on the right was the Ness River. The sun was setting and there was some thin mist above the surface of the river, like floating silk towels. Angele was leading the way, glaring at the dark surface of Ness River. The river is great, but it's the only attractive thing in my territory. I hope it doesn't disappoint you. He was checking Idebel's behavior constantly as he walked, as he had to make sure that she was not trying to attack him. Idebel followed after Angele with a smile on her face. I'm not disappointed at all. I like your place more than my own. It's nice and quiet. Well, it's nice you can say that. Angele shook his head and he was a bit speechless. They walked past the pool with clear water. It's a pool that I built a while ago. I swim in it from time to time, Angele introduced. Interesting, a swimming pool, huh? Idebel glanced at the pool curiously. They left the pool area and arrived at the garden quickly. Alright, this is my garden and I have some rare plants here, Angele pointed at the garden. Idebel did not seem interested. Orphe and Freya were taking care of the sunflowers carefully. They were watering and pruning the flowers. Idebel's sight fell upon Orphe. I have a lot of food like that in my city. Just tell me if you need more. I'll ship them to you. Well, if it's free. Angele smiled. It won't be free. Idebel rolled her eyes. Alright, let's go. Suddenly, she stopped before leaving the garden. Idebel quickly turned around and stared at Orphe again. Ha! The power. Idebel looked surprised. An inheritor? Wait. Angele was surprised, but his expression did not change. He waited for Idebel to finish her words. The power is interesting. I think I detected the power from a Scorpion King from it. Idebel turned around and looked at Angele. Phoenix, can you gift that pet to me? I'll send you 20 better ones later and you can do whatever you want to them. What do you think? Sorry, this is a prototype and I still need it. Angele shook his head and declined the request. Alright, let me explain. He planted the merged bloodline in Orphe's body not so long ago, and Idebel would find out the truth just by doing some simple tests on the girl. Idebel stared at Angele for several minutes and smiled. She did not say anything else. Let's go. I'll show you the other areas. Angele turned around and started walking again. They passed through the garden and arrived at the arena. This is where I practice my skills. Only physical skills, energy skills will probably destroy the platform. Also, I sometimes. Angele was interrupted before he could finish the sentence. I'll give you 100 slaves for that piece of meat, what do you say? Idebel did not give up. Angele shrugged. Well, I can't, sorry. 200. There was an apologetical smile on Angele's face. 300. Plus a piece of high-quality noble meat. Idebel's expression turned cold. Phoenix, think twice before you answer me. The smile disappeared from Angele's face as well. He stared at Idebel. Idebel, it's not about how many pieces of meat you can give me. Idebel stood in the center of the hallway. Invisible energy vortexes appeared around her body and the wind started blowing in the whole area. Angele and Idebel stared at each other calmly, but no one moved. The atmosphere was getting heavier and heavier. Phoenix, don't be too greedy. Idebel pursed her lips. You better give me what I want. I told you already, it's not about the price, Angele spoke in a deep voice. Idebel, don't make this hard for both of us. Idebel was still staring at Angele in the eyes. Several minutes later. She suddenly chuckled. Whatever, it's just a piece of meat. We shall not be so hard on each other just for that. Not worth it. Angele loosened his expression as the atmosphere lightened. You're right. Alright, I have some other places that I want to show you. He turned around and started walking. However, he noticed the intense energy wave coming from behind immediately. Angele had no time to think. He turned around and released several flame beads. Bam! The black light and red light exploded at the same time, but the hallway was not damaged. It almost looked like nothing happened, and the energy waves disappeared several seconds later. Angele jumped back slightly and looked at Idevil. Really? Idevil. Idevil stood there quietly and a sweet smile appeared on her face. It was just an accident. She did not look concerned. Also, I wanted to know if your power has already recovered. You said that your physical form was still weak several days ago. However, I can see that you're recovering just by looking at your reactions. Is that so? Angele stared at her calmly. Come on, I'm not stupid. This is your territory. Idevil chuckled, but Angele was still staring at her. She finally gave up. All right. I won't try to take it from you. I didn't know you would be so angry. It's great if you understand. Angele narrowed his eyes. All right, thanks for visiting me, but I won't walk you home. Please be careful when you leave. He was asking Idevil to leave. Are you sure you don't want to spend the night with me? I'll do anything for you as a compensation. Idevil rolled her purple eyes slightly and she was trying to seduce Angele. Any position, any hole, also, you can do it with your true form. Angele was not interested at all. Thanks, but I'll pass. It's getting late, and I want to rest. Please. Idevil sighed and she looked a bit sad. Fine, I'll visit you again later. Am I not attractive enough to you? She turned around and her body quickly became a ball of purple flame. The fist-sized flame flew through the defensive barriers with no problem and disappeared into the night sky. Angele watched Idevil leave quietly. Several minutes later. Ugh! He suddenly covered his mouth with both hands, blood was leaking through the gaps between his fingers. I was injured just by one strike? Angele removed the blood from his hands. Idevil is breaking the seal and even her doppelganger can damage me. I probably should have transformed. Angele remained silent after finishing the sentence. He looked at the direction that Idevil left and there were blue light dots flashing in front of his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Half a month later. In the Sherry Forest of the main world. It was early in the morning. The sunlight landed on the ground through the gaps between the tree leaves and white mist permeated the air in the forest. A man wearing a long black robe was moving quickly between the trees, his footsteps a bit loud in the quiet forest. The tall trees and the vines on the ground could not stop him from advancing. It seemed like the man was familiar with the environment here. He slowly stopped on a cliff several minutes later. There was an enormous tree in front of him. The tree trunk had a diameter of more than 10 meters, the shadow of the tree hundreds of meters long. There were light dots from the sunlight blinking on the surface of the ground as there were still gaps between the tree leaves. There were some dark green vines with white buds on the tree's trunk. The black robe stepped forward and stood in front of the tree. He removed the hood but was still wearing a black helmet. It was a normal metal helmet that had the texture of bronze. The helmet was just used to cover his face. The man tapped on one of the white buds slightly. Chi! The bud blossomed and it turned into an attractive white flower. An intense fragrance permeated the air as the flower blossomed. It was a mysterious smell that was a bit like the smell of an apple. Strangely, there was a white human face in the center of the flower, about the size of a nail. The eyes on the face slowly opened and looked at the man in front of it. Green, you're here, the human face spoke in a deep tone. The man in black was Angele. He returned to the main world to recover and noticed the message from the Dark Wizard Tower. It was about if he would become a core member of the organization. Angele thought for a while and decided to answer the call. However, he had to sign the soul contract with the organization before he could become a core member. It was a new contract that was developed recently, the consequences would be terrifying if he broke the contract. Dark Wizard Tower started recruiting core members right after finishing developing the contract, and the organization was trying to turn its elite members into a strong force. There were many elite members that were not sure if they should become core members of the organization due to the new soul contract. The elite members had high potential, and most of them were already relatively strong when compared to normal members. If they could become core members of the organization after signing the contract, it would have to be loyal to the organization. It was a great way to create a strong force. Angele knew that something big would happen to the Dark Wizard Tower right after reading the message. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 389, Fear, 2. Chapter 389, Fear, 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Karisu. Angele had completed several missions from the Dark Wizard Tower over the last several years and already collected a lot of points, but he only spent them on necessary things like purchasing extremely rare materials. Vivian could not acquire those materials for him. They were sold by the Dark Wizard Tower's members that explored the dangerous ruins. Angele told Orphe and Freya that Idevil was a dangerous monster before leaving the Nightmare Realm. Although Freya found it hard to believe, she still nodded her head and agreed to what Angele just said. The girl did not witness their argument. After everything was done, Angele took the blood essence crystal that was gifted to him by Idevil to the main world and absorbed its power every day. The crystal contained pure bloodline power, and it could help Angele modify his body. Dark Wizard Tower messaged him before he absorbed all the power from the crystal. Angele calmed down and stood in front of the flower, raising his left hand. There was a ring with an eye-shaped amethyst on his left middle finger. How many of them are here? Blue light flashed on the surface of the ring. The human face glared at the ring. You think I don't trust you? You don't have to show the ring to me. There are about 20 people here, and they're all elites in this area. All right, get in now. Angele smiled. I showed you the ring because it's the rule. He lowered his hand. All right, I'll leave now. I'll talk to you later. Sure, the human face responded. Angele walked past the tree, stopped by the edge of the cliff, and jumped down. Down the cliff was an endless abyss. The only thing he could see was some thick black fog. It was not the first time he traveled to the headquarters of the organization, but Angele still found this method inconvenient. His body was falling down at full speed. The strong wind was blowing into his pants, sleeves, and collar. He could feel that the heat on the surface of his skin was being taken away. Woo! The noise made by the wind was the only thing he could hear, and his skin was getting wet. The dark fog got thicker and thicker after he fell for a while. It almost completely blocked Angele's sight. Angele could feel that the weightless feeling was getting weaker and weaker. Several minutes later, he stood on the dark cloud, and it did not feel like he was still falling anymore. He could feel the texture of the cloud with his feet. It was soft but steady. Raising his left hand, Angele released a ray of blue light from the amethyst ring on his left middle finger. The blue ray stood in front of him like a blue stick, surrounded by blue light dots that looked like floating flower petals. About half a minute later, the black fog around Angele slowly disappeared. The environment around him had changed. There were white clouds floating in the bright blue sky. He was standing in a cylinder-shaped canyon with black cliffs on both sides. Under his feet was a rectangular blue light screen, which looked like a floating tile that was preventing him from falling. Angele could see a long spiral staircase created by blue light bricks in front of him. The staircase looked like a blue string leading to the entrance of a black city in the sky. There were 4 white waterfalls around the city. Their size varied. The water came from the tall towers in the sky, while the waterfalls were surrounded by mists. The noise they made was harsh on Angele's ears. Angele looked down. Under the translucent blue tiles, it was a white underground river. The water from the waterfalls dropped into the river and went into some tiny caves on the side. He raised his head. There were already several people that arrived early and were climbing up the stairs. Angele started moving as well. He stepped on the second blue light brick and made sure that it could handle his weight. He shook his head slightly and started walking up the stairs as well. Chee. Angele heard some noise coming from behind and turned his head around. He noticed that a ball of black smoke appeared in the air and another person landed on the light bricks after the smoke disappeared. It was a man wearing a long black coat, with thick brown fur around his collar. The man had a handsome face and his facial features were almost perfect. His skin was smoother than a woman's and his short red hair was waving in the gentle wind. Also, the reversed omega sign between the man's brow was quite eye-catching. The sign was red and there were red electric pulses around it. The man had a pair of red eyes and he noticed Angele as well. They quickly exchanged eye contact. Greetings, I'm Bismarck from the Sky Lord Palace. It must be the fate, we both like red. There was a gentle smile on the man's handsome face. He raised his hand and looked at Angele. For some reason, the red hair that stuck on his forehead made him even more attractive. Angele did not want to shake the man's hand. He started walking upstairs again. His long red hair and the long black robe flying in the wind. Angele could smell the sick smell of blood from the man named Bismarck. Bismarck hesitated for a second and lowered his hand. It seemed like he was not ruffled. The smell of the man almost made Angele puke. He noticed that as the man greeted him. It was the smell of the bloodline. After he merged with the ancient bloodline and started refining the true form, his sense of the bloodlines was much keener than before. The bloodline did not only contain a man's gene, the soul sigil of the man could also be found in it. Sky Lord Palace? It's one of the 3 Wizard Lord Palaces. Angele had no intention to make friends with people from the Wizard Lord Palaces. He already enraged the Lord of Shadow, if the Lord of Sky somehow got mad at him as well. The 3 Wizard Lords hated each other, but they could easily kill a low-rank wizard like Angele. I didn't expect to see someone from the Sky Lord Palace here. I wonder how strong the Dark Wizard Tower's elite members are. Angele raised his head and stared at the black city above. The wizards that could enter this area all signed the new contract, so Bismarck just simply told Angele who he was and who he was working for. This was the headquarters of the Dark Wizard Tower, and the wizards could not leave the area without the permission of the organization. Also, they could not send any messages to the people outside the headquarters. Angele calmed down and kept stepping up the stairs. Bismarck followed behind him. It seemed like he was enjoying himself. 2 more wizards appeared on the light staircase after Bismarck. The first one was a bald female wizard that was wearing a leather armor suit that looked like a white bikini. The second one was a gray robe with the head of an eagle and the body of a human. The woman and the eagle man did not say anything, they were just going upstairs quietly. Angele finally reached the top of the staircase after about half an hour. It was the entrance to the Black City. The city looked like an enormous altar with stone staircases in the front and the back. The staircases led to the top level of the altar. There were black buildings on both sides of the staircases. There were people walking on the empty grounds among the black buildings. Most of the people were wearing black crystal shoulder armor on their left shoulders, otherwise their outfits varied. Some of them were talking to each other. However, most of them covered their faces with masks and they were looking at others carefully. The entrance of the city was a large empty ground. A team of guards wearing black crystal armor was standing in front of the gate. All the guards had muscular bodies and their heads were covered by completely closed helmets. Angele also noticed the complicated magic engravings on the surface of their armor. Go to the first floor if you're wearing 1 piece of crystal armor. Go to the second floor if you're wearing 2 pieces of crystal armor, the leader of the guards spoke. He was talking about the crystal blade armor that was handed to all the elite members and should only be worn on shoulders. There were about 8 wizards at the entrance and Angele was one of them. Bismarck stood beside him. It seemed like he was interested in Angele. There was a black leather scroll in the guard's hand. There were some words written on the scroll. But what caught people's attention was the large mouth in the center that was full of teeth. A male wizard stepped forward and grabbed the black leather scroll. He read the contents carefully and chanted several simple incantations, pointing at the large mouth on the scroll. A white light dot was released from his fingertip and it sank into the large mouth quickly. Next, the guard took out another black leather scroll and looked at the second wizard that just stepped forward. "Ah, Sophia, long time no see." The guard's voice was gentle. "It's you. Long time no see." The female wizard stepped forward and repeated what the last wizard just did. Another white light dot sank into the scroll's mouth. "I haven't seen you in years, I'll talk to you after this is done." "Sure." The guard nodded. His voice was neutral. Angele was not sure if it was a woman or a man. The wizard signed the contract one by one and Angele's turn had come. He grabbed the black leather scroll and checked the contents. There was no trap or secret pattern, the words explained the rules clearly. It seemed like the masters of the Dark Wizard Tower were not trying to trick them. Angele did what the others did and released a white light dot. He sealed the scroll and started walking to the empty ground on the left of the first floor. There should be someone else waiting for him there. "So it's green. It's the name on your contract." "I saw it." Bismarck's voice came from behind. Angele's expression turned cold, he stopped and looked back. Bismarck raised his right index finger, a glowing, red butterfly on his fingertip swinging its wings. "Well, it's an accident. Why did you peek at my contract?" Angele spoke in a cold tone. Bismarck smiled and stared Angele in the eyes calmly. He suddenly winked at Angele. Ugh, Angele could feel the goosebumps rising on his skin. Is this guy trying to seduce me? He wanted to puke again. Bismarck was still winking at him and it was making Angele uncomfortable. Dumb *SS, the man's behavior was giving him chills. Bismarck was more horrifying than the monsters on Devil's Party at the moment. Angele tightened his collar as he suddenly felt cold. Angele turned around and walked to the servant that was waiting for him in the front quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 390, Filtering, 1. Chapter 390, Filtering, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. There were only 5 servants working as attendants. These attendants looked like waiters and waitresses standing at the side. Angele soon noticed, as he walked closer to them, that they were not living beings. The attendants' mouths looked similar to the ones wooden puppets commonly had, and not the hint of the existence of a soul was there in their eyes. Wait. It's not that they look like wooden puppets, they are wooden puppets. Angele thought of this as he focused his gaze on the representative's body. He discovered to himself that their skin seemed to be as hard as wood while having the color of human flesh. The attendant nearest at the front noticed that Angele was walking toward her, so she slightly moved her neck and rolled her soulless eyes, staring at Angele. Welcome to Sky City. I'm number 241, at your service. Please follow me. The attendant who was wearing a long white dress had a monotonous voice. Angele was about to return the greeting, but the attendant had already turned away and walked to a small building in the city. The entrance of this particular building was wide open, but inside was dark. Only one of the puppets conversed with Angele, while the rest of them remained standing in their respective place as they awaited the arrival of the next guest. Another wooden puppet attendant walked out of a different building and took the place of the attendant formerly assigned there. Angele turned to glance at Bismarck. The man was waving at him while smiling. Bismarck, too, was signing the contract. Angele no longer bothered himself with the man, as he accompanied the wooden puppet attendant through the door on the left. It was dark inside, though there were sun rays passing through the gaps between the window. The place was peculiarly hushed. Is this the new teleportation gateway? Is there anything you can tell me about this location? Angele tried to ask the wooden puppet attendant leading the way. Despite so, the wooden puppet attendant continued her way ahead, almost as if she did not hear his query. Sky City has gathered you here because we want to search for the elite of the elites among you. Since we are the administrator of this area, we are allowed to use any resource within our sovereignty. Not only that, we also can ask for the immediate presence of the organization's members if we do so please, the puppet attendant replied in a monotonous tone. Huh? Angele felt intrigued. How is it possible for you to ask the elites of the area to come here? It sounds like the organizational structure is quite simple, but it isn't about the organizational structure. You must pay for the benefits we are providing you with, or else, you shall be exiled, and your memory shall be erased, the puppet attendant explained. Erase my memory? Ha, Angele sneered, but he did not say anything else. The pair walked slowly through the dark, wooden building. Angele could not see anything around him. To him, it felt like walking into the endless abyss. The wooden puppet then suddenly carried on with an explanation before Angele even asked any other question. The competition will be held across the 5 major divisions with one sole purpose, to find the elite of the elites. And you can kill your own opponent if you wish. I can kill my opponent? Angele's eyes squinted. What are you implying, then? That the organization thinks the benefits it provides to its elite members are good enough for them to fight to the death? The winner shall become one of the division generals, and the top 3 participants shall be awarded with the Magic Circle legacy. Be reminded though, that, in reality, the participants will not die and lose their physical forms. The winner shall withal gain the right to participate in the secret meetings of the organization. I'm sure you will not be disappointed if you ever win in the competition. The wooden puppet attendant stopped her explanation right after. Angele was a bit surprised. Just the Magic Circle legacy alone would be an attractive reward. Certainly, Vivian's Magic Circle legacy was truly powerful, but she would not bequeath it to Angele unless she was about to die. Angele knew that Magic Circle legacies could transform a weak wizard into a high-rank wizard. Fighting and winning against a possessor of a Magic Circle legacy was nigh impossible. After all, the power difference was too great. Although he could only inherit one Magic Circle legacy, having one would still aid him significantly during crucial times in battles. Angele no longer asked anything else after listening to her explanations. Dark Wizard Tower's reward would surely make any wizard that possessed no Magic Circle legacy fight to the death. The Magic Circle legacy was built by the Dark Wizard Tower, and there are 2 versions of it. The first version used an infusion model and the second used the semi-inheritance model. If you have another original Magic Circle legacy you need, you can just infuse it into the one you will win in the competition and alter it into a Magic Circle legacy set, the wooden puppet attendant added. A Magic Circle legacy set. Angele was becoming thrilled. A Magic Circle legacy set was developed to aid wizards to surpass their limit in order to activate more than one legacy circle. The legacy set was much more difficult to build compared to the Magic Circle legacy itself. It too would require a vast amount of resources, but the result of gaining the ability to possess 2 Magic Circle legacies was well worth its price. A legacy set required too many resources that the top brass of mid-sized organizations had no capability of building one. However, it could mainly assist a wizard to activate the infusion model or the semi-inheritance model while also keeping the possibility of acquiring yet another Magic Circle legacy, which was the reason Angele was excited. Angele remained with the wooden puppet attendant as they slowly walked along, but he did not speak of anything else. The darkness surrounding them slowly disappeared from their sight. The tiny building made out of wood was no longer there. Instead, Angele could now once again see the blue sky, white clouds, and vibrant grass. The clouds were slowly passing across the endless sky. Angele soon realized that the attendant had disappeared, and he was now standing on an empty ground located beside a waterfall. His current location was surrounded by mountains. A green lake lay before him. There was a twin waterfall from one of the mountains, separated by rocks halfway in the air. They looked like numerous white ribbons descending onto the river. The noise created by the waterfall spread out across the valley. Angele stood by the river and overlooked the other side. He saw that there were two wizards standing next to each other. They seemed to be friends. The one on the left was adorned with a white cloak that completely did not expose his skin. The other, seemingly a male too, was wearing a golden armor with luxurious design. He had short, blue hair, and half of his face was covered by blue fish scales. He carried a high-quality silver bow on his back. The two immediately noticed Angele's presence when the latter looked at them. They became vigilant upon seeing Angele's behavior. But Angele did not mind that. He took out a small green bottle from one of his pouches and opened it. Immediately, a ball of green smoke drifted out of it. The green smoke formed into a hazy, human-like shadow, but it dissipated before it could solidify. It soon transformed into green particles that surrounded Angele's body. Angele could feel himself becoming lighter and he slowly flew into the air. He could now view the environment within and around valley clearly as his flight increased in altitude. Outside the valley, there were rivers and mountains. The mountains were filled with vibrant, green plant life. The entire place was filled with vitality. Angele's flight altitude continued to increase. He wanted to get a better look at the surroundings. Yet at this moment, a deep, hoarse male voice echoed in his ears. There are 5 cores for the 5 divisions of the Sky City. You will only be able to leave the World Rift if you can obtain a complete core. The number of core fragments you can obtain depends on your performance. That is how we award you. Please note that you only have 3 days left in the World Rift. World Rift? Angele's expression changed. He did not expect the area he was in right now to be a collapsing fissure of the world. No matter how powerful a wizard was, they would not be able to leave this place without knowing the teleportation coordinates. At once, he took a glance at the pair of wizards on the ground. They looked surprised, and obviously, they should have heard the voice as well. The voice spoke again, "Watch out for the cores." A vibratory noise slowly resounded in the sky. That made him feel like the heaven and earth started to shake. Angele quickly raised his head. 5 black stars soared through the endless blue sky and began their descent. At the same time, he saw powerful wizards, varying in forms, appearing on the mountains on the far side. Just like him, those wizards were spectating the descent of these black stars. The 5 stars that were surrounded by dark flames would soon strike the land. Angele did not rush toward the closest star. Instead, he took out some tiny, colorful stones from one of his pouches while blue light flashed in his eyes. He ground the stones until it turned into powder and scattered them into the air. The colorful powder was blown away by the wind. As Angele continued to watch, his expression became grim. They really did not lie. This is really a world rift. I didn't expect for Dark Wizard Tower to find a place like this. Wait. 5 places like this. Damn. Angele took a deep breath. I must go after the cores, or else, I won't be able to leave the rift. He glanced at the 2 wizards near the river again and discovered that they, too, were looking at him. The 3 of them seemed to be having similar thoughts. Angele turned around and directed the wind element to take him to the closest star. The 5 stars were becoming closer and closer to the ground. Boom! The earth started shaking for a while. The closest star descended onto a long river that was not so far away from Angele. He could even see the mud splashing into the air. Angele remained floating in the air. He could see wizards jump out of the mountains and make a beeline for the star as fast as they could muster. The scene looked like dozens of colorful ants moving toward an enormous black hole. Meanwhile, some of them were flying toward the star just like Angele. Angele stopped wasting his time. As he headed straight for the star, he saw a ray of black light flash in the deep crater it created. Chi chi chi. Within the deep crater, a black light ball exploded, turning into numerous pieces that flew toward all angles like raindrops. The black cores turned into countless black fragments that were drawing strings in the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 391, Filtering 2. Chapter 391, Filtering 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe. Alright, so that's how it works. Angele stopped flying. He seemed to already have understood the entire situation. The organization had arranged it in a way the cores would explode so that all wizards would have the chance of getting their hands on the core fragments. Due to this, wizards who did not have high agility would not be in too much disadvantage. However, the battle for the fragments would become much more intense this way. Shie. A core fragment flew by the right side of his face. Pa. Angele raised his hand and caught the fragment. It was a glowing core fragment shaped like a diamond. But then, he could feel that the fragment was trying to move away and was now certain that he ought to put it in a closed container. The traction of the fragment. It will lead me to the location where there is another fragment. Angele had completely understood this rule. He surveyed the nearby areas. Alright, it's still early. I shall now start collecting fragments. Shie. His body disappeared from the sky. In the next moment, he appeared in the area and he was now standing on the peak of a mountain. Angele looked over at an old man in a black robe standing beside the river. The old man had a grim expression as he pulled his hand out of the woman's chest. The woman was wearing a white armor, but there was a large, bloody hole right in the middle of her chest. Hand the fragment over to me. Angele raised his right hand. Black and silver pieces of rocks gathered around right in the middle of his palm and took form into an enormous gray greatsword. The old man glared at Angele, with a tinge of red light flashing in his green eyes, and he suddenly tried to capture Angele from the far side. Ding! A silver shield materialized before Angele, easily blocking a translucent hand. A white shockwave spread out after the collision and disappeared within seconds. It looked like the hand had been formed out of thin air and was about 3 meters tall and about 1 meter wide. The hand struck the colossal silver shield with immense force to try to break the shield. Angele held the greatsword in his right hand and executed a vertical slash. The upper half of the stone blade was broken into pieces and hurled toward the old man in black. Boom! 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 Dot. Like bombs exploding, the broken stones smashed into the ground near the river one by one, and mud and grass were blown into the air. Angele did not care. He once again slashed forth and created some more broken stones. The earth was shaking and the empty ground beside the river had already become a mess. There was some black light flashing in the flying mud and stones at first, but it disappeared quickly and nothing else happened. Angele dropped the stone greatsword to the ground. The mud and stones here are full of minerals. I can control them with my force field. He jumped down and slowly landed on the empty ground slowly with the help of the green smoke. The woman in the white armor and the old man in black were both crushed by the stones, but it seemed that they were still alive. The old man in black spat out some blood. He looked at Angele with a face that had already turned pale. I'm sorry, but I think I should be the one to keep your fragments. Angele smiled as he moved his hands near the old man's eyes. His fingers slowly reformed into silver needles. Suddenly, both the bodies of the woman and the old man became 2 rays of black light and bolted into the sky like lightning. 3 core fragments dropped out of the light and landed on Angele's palm. Ha! Angele was surprised, so the organization would actually do help the ones who are about to die. He caught the fragments and stored them in a metal sphere. Alright, next. He looked at the river's surface and walked to the next fragment. Under the river water, there was a man spectating the situation. He let out a sigh with a hint of relief. 1 day later. Water was flowing across the river. There was a white string in the middle of the river, of which had been formed by the waterfall from the mountain. Angele stood on the right side of the river, holding two silver crossguard swords in both of his hands and overlooking the other side of the river calmly. The green mountains on the other side were deadly silent. White mist drifted in the air above the river. There were several other people watching what was happening at the river from atop the mountains. The swordsman is fighting against the night devil. What do you think? A man asked softly. I don't know about swordsman's rank, but he has already killed all the people who got in his way. Hino the Thunderbird, too, lost the battle against him, but Night Devil is also one of the strongest wizards in this competition, another man spoke. The magic circles set up by Night Devil have killed more than 20 wizards who were after his core fragments, and all of them were at a high rank. I don't think swordsman can win here, the last man added. Alright, it's not our business. We just need to make sure we can protect our own fragments. Swordsman already knows we're here. He didn't attack us simply because we don't have many fragments in our possession. But Night Devil has 2 complete cores. Swordsman will not let this chance slide. The three sighed with mixed emotions. In their respective territories, they were considered to be strong wizards, and it was their first time meeting other people who were considered to be in the same caliber as them. However, they soon discovered for themselves that they were weak after fighting against several other elites from the organization. Due to that, they decided to team up in order to protect the fragments they had. The organization had not specifically made it clear, but if they were to fail to collect even a single fragment by the end of the competition, the punishment ought to be far worse than just wiping out their memory. There were more than 60 wizards in this division, and half of them had already lost during the battles. The remaining wizards knew how strong each other was. The strongest wizards were called Swordsman, Night Devil, and Deadman. These noms de guerre were coined by the wizards who were part of the division. The possessors of a nom de guerre were the best of the best within the division. Swordsman possessed at least 1 complete core, and the same applied to Night Devil. Deadman was slower, but he had 1 complete core as well. Either Swordsman or Night Devil would become the one possessing the most of complete cores after this battle. Angele was standing beside the river with a calm demeanor. Zing! Zing! He was spinning 2 silver swords in his hands. He was walking to the other side of the river. The splashing water covered the back of his silver boots. Night Devil, huh? That's the nickname they gave you? Angele walked as he talked. His long, red hair was flying about amidst the gentle breeze. He slightly raised his chin, and in front of his eyes, blue light was flashing. Angele could not use the lava balls. Although it could deal a lot of damage, all wizards in the central continent would then know who he was once they view him cast the spell. He could only rely on the enhanced metal force field and the one-time spell that was stored in the biochip, the pyroblast. He never rested on the first day. Angele followed the leading of the fragment and took away the fragments from all the wizards he had come across with. No one could deter him. There was one wizard who was called the Thunderbird. He left a burnt mark on Angele's right shoulder, but that was it. There was a total of 5 cores in the area they were in, and Angele was up against a person that was stronger than the Thunderbird, the Night Devil. He could feel the traction from the 2 cores Night Devil had. The problem was Night Devil's background. He learned from a wizard he defeated that Night Devil was one of the core members of Dark Wizard Tower and was alleged to have joined the competition because of the desire to obtain the Magic Circle legacy. Angele crossed the river while thinking of this. He stepped onto the muddy soil with his boots. Several white birds flew out of the plant life in the mountains. The birds departed the area very quickly. Angele raised his head, watching as the birds flew away. The shadow of the birds brushed on his face, and a white feather slowly dropped from the sky. He caught it and grasped it forcefully, breaking it into pieces. Chee! Countless red lines that looked like spider webs appeared on the ground and started glowing right after. The red light climbed up Angele's feet, attempting to bind him to the ground. Invisible waves appeared on the mountain's surface, and a pretty girl appeared out of nowhere. She had a pale face and was wearing a black armor. Her chest armor barely covered her chest, but her legs were well protected by the thick pieces of armor. There was nothing around her waist. Swordsman. You have already lost the battle the moment you stepped into my gravity trap. Her long, blonde hair trailing over her shoulders looked like luxurious silk. She looked at Angele the same way as her looking at a dead person. The gravity of this land will stop you from moving. Hand the core over to me. You have no chance of winning. When he raised his hand, he could indeed feel the gravity restricting him from moving. So you're Night Devil? He looked at the girl curiously. The girl had a pair of black eyes. She was holding a long-reaching weapon that looked like a crescent blade surrounded by black smoke. What are you trying to do? The girl sneered and moved her weapon, leaving a blurry shadow behind. She was targeting Angele right at his waist. Angele smiled and slowly moved his hand toward the girl. 3 silver scars appeared on his face. Mud and rocks from the land and the mountain around the girl started flying toward her as Angele's hand moved. Bam! Clang! The two struck each other at the same time. Angele's waist was hit by the blade, but the sound it created was akin to a piece of metal being hit. What was left on his metal barrier was a light scar. That's all you can do? How disappointing. Angele shook his head. You are too weak. I was expecting better from you. The girl was surrounded by mud and rocks. Red light flashed around her body, and a black face slowly appeared behind her as a pair of blue wings on her back started fluttering. Boom! Night Devil had cast 3 of her strongest spells before she finally blew all the rocks away. Blood leaked out of her mouth. She was now looking at Angele in pain. How dare you! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 392, Approaching and Striding, 1. Chapter 392, Approaching and Striding, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. What can you do if you can't move? Night Devil spoke cryptically while she was trying to compose herself. The girl raised her right hand. As she did so, rays of red lit up out of the magic circle drawn on the ground such that it surrounded Angele in the middle. Angele could only stand amid the magic circle quietly. He could not move freely due to the effects of the magic circle, which rooted him to the earth. The rays of red light were like oil climbing up his body. His field of vision had been overlapped by the red light, so he could not see anything else. It felt like he was standing in a pot of boiling oil. Blue light flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared seconds later. Disappointment took over Angele's expression. Not bad. I didn't expect that you could set up such a trap. It's impressive, Angele smiled and spoke aloud. You can actually bind. Bang! A towering stone fist bashed him from behind, hindering him from saying anything else. The fist had a black-brownish color and the size of a wheel. It had been formed out of the deposits of rocks and mud. Angele could sense another oncoming attack from behind. It was the feeling that something was about to strike him really, really hard. He frowned and tried to turn to where he was being attacked from, but the stone fist was much faster than his reflexes. Thud! Immediately, the strike landed on him. Angele knew, of course, that the fist had already hit him without him having been able to completely turn around. Crack! The stone fist cracked and reverted to countless rocks mixed in with mud as it dropped to the ground. Chee! A silver string drew a line in the air and disappeared into the red light at the back. Following the attack was a roar that sounded like it came from a beast's, coupled with the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. An earth golem? Although Angele's eyes were still blurry, he could hear the roar from behind, one that he had already heard of many times during the time he was back in the laboratory. That's a high-rank golem. Why would you waste it here? Angele did not even look back. Pa! With a flick of his finger, black rocks of varying sizes floated up above the ground. All of the stone pieces slowly reshaped into shards that were completely sharp and were seemingly aiming at all angles. A trace of silver light flashed on the scars on Angele's face. Shie! 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 Like droplets of rain, the stone shards darted toward all angles. The red light was affected by the explosive shockwave his relentless attack caused. Angele was fully concentrated on listening to the noises around him. Ahead of him was a sound similar to that of a stone hitting the surface of the mountain. By his left side, the stone had not seemed to have caused an effect. The same thing could be said for the one by his right side. However, when the stone struck toward the river, he heard the girl grunting in pain. He remained standing at his original position, while at the same time, many silver needles materialized around him. Strike! SS! 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 A shower of silver needles flashed toward behind him. Ding! 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 There was the noise generated by metal hitting an object. Damn, he heard the cursing from Night Devil herself, who was evidently behind him. Angele's body became lighter, and the red light coming from the magic circle faded out. The time limit's reached? Well, it's impressive that you could trap me in this magic circle for so long. I presume that the magic circle should have worked longer if my body was not unbelievably stronger. He spoke nonchalantly. Angele stretched his body and turned around. The red light had already disappeared, and now, there was that girl standing on the river surface. Her right arm had been injured in the battle, while the blade in her grip was broken in half. There was a pair of bloody holes on her right arm, caused by the silver needles. Night Devil was scowling at Angele with eyes full of hatred. Angele could see a black human figurine in her left hand, but he was not sure what it would do. Alright, you win, Night Devil breathed deeply to calm herself. I will give you one complete core, while I keep the other one. What do you say? Or perhaps you want to fight to the death with me? Angele smiled gently and innocently and stomped the ground with his right foot. Boom! The cracks in the ground looked like a spider web, and Angele had already disappeared from where he was. Boom! Night Devil was shoved away by Angele. She then flew up into the air and smashed into the mountain walls with immense impact. Angele soon appeared before her. Angele pummeled her into the walls of the mountain, resulting in broken rock fragments from falling from the cliff, but all of them were blocked by his energy shield. Ha! Angele stared at Night Devil confusedly. Your energy barrier is strong. He discovered to himself that the girl was not in the slightest bit injured after being hit. Night Devil sneered in response and waved her left hand. Boom! Green flames burst forth in the air. Angele was blown away by the strong impact that he had to retreat more than 10 steps back, just so he would not fall to the ground. Angele shook his head lightly because of him feeling dizzy. He looked at Night Devil, but the girl was yet to be injured. A defensive magic device from your teacher? Why didn't you activate it earlier? He put forward his questions. I wanted to test how strong I am. That is why I said you wouldn't be able to hurt me. I shall give you one core instead, as a proof that I have lost a battle to you. You should know it's impossible if you want to stop me, Night Devil coldly barked in reply. A gentle smile appeared on Angele's face. Believe it or not, the defensive barrier around your body wouldn't be able to stop me if I were to use my true power. Night Devil narrowed her eyes. She suddenly detected an unusual energy wave exuding from Angele's body. This is the core. She threw a black crystal bead into the air as she focused her gaze on Angele. Night Devil leaped away and slowly disappeared into the darkness. The girl did not want to mess with him any longer, as she was not sure what would happen hereafter had she not left. Angele took a step forward and caught the bead. His attributes were so high that his reaction speed was insanely fast. Night Devil could not damage him no matter what. The girl's attacks were weaker than the Thunderbird's, but her magic circle impressed him still. Mediocre wizards would have lost their ability to fight after being trapped in that magic circle. Night Devil would then have won once the trapped wizards no longer had sufficient mentality to maintain their energy shields. However, she could not at all do enough damage to Angele. The black figurine was the girl's trump card, but she did not fully activate it. She seemed to have considered that she did not want other wizards joining the fray once they noticed that she had already become an arrow at the end of its flight. Angele had not been injured by her final strike, so she decided to drop one and leave. At this moment, Angele now possessed 2 complete cores and even formed a third core by combining a whole bag of fragments. He raised his hand, and 3 eyeball-sized, black crystal beads were spinning atop his palm. 3 complete cores. But it was not mentioned that I would be able to leave just by collecting the cores. Angele looked at the sky. The soft, fluffy white clouds were floating in the azure sky. This place looked exactly just like an area in the main world. Angele would not believe that this was a world rift had he not taken the test. Angele lifted up his left hand and looked at the amethyst ring worn on one of his fingers. There was a black vortex silently spinning in the middle of the gem. Angele focused his mind and observed the 3 cores in his hand carefully. He noticed that the space around the cores was a tad twisted. The twisted force field surrounded Angele's body, but it covered a radius so small that it could only fit one person. So that's the benefit of the core. The force field will lead me to the coordinates and protect me from harm once the world rift completely collapses. I should be safe if I can protect the cores that will guide me back to the main world, Angele guessed. The only thing I must do now is to find a safe place and await its coming. He probed the surroundings, then he walked to a hill and started his ascent. Angele arrived at the hilltop minutes later. With a wave of his right hand, he created an empty field on the hill and sat down with his legs crossed to begin his temporary stay. There were about 20 different energy waves around the hill, and it came from the wizards who had spectated the fight between Angele and the Night Devil. They were trying to ambush the loser of the battle, but no one had been severely injured. The outcome of a battle between wizards mostly was reliant on their instant cast spells, talent spells, and magic devices or magic items. A battle like this would often conclude within minutes. The difference in power between Angele and Night Devil was indisputable. Angele had walked straight into a trap, yet Night Devil failed to cause injury to an immobile wizard. That was the reason she accepted her loss without having the magic device fully activated. Angele sat on top of the hill quietly, and time was passing quickly. It was becoming darker and darker. Once the night descended, the area visibility had become low. Fissures slowly manifested at the edge of the dark sky. It looked like paint being torn apart, and its cracks were the gates to the endless abyss. The thin airflow was drawn to the sky, being taken away from the world rift. Angele was still sitting on the empty ground and was surrounded by the force field produced by the fresh air. The force field was sending in fresh air to him. His eyes opened as soon as he detected the sudden change in airflow. Angele lifted his head and gazed at the fissures in the sky. Boom, dot. Explosive noises came from a hill on the other side. A translucent serpent raised its head as white smoke appeared and roared at the sky. It was a white serpent more than 10 meters long and it was moving its body around the hills. Angele could see a person wearing a white gold clothing flying around the serpent, releasing black smoke from his hand. It took form into human-like shadows and hit the serpent's body. Every time the shadows hit the serpent's body, the serpent would struggle and roar in pain. Meanwhile, the man had easily dodged all of the serpent's attacks. Several minutes later, the serpent crashed to the ground, causing mud and water from the river to be splashed away. Angele leaned down his head and stopped viewing the fight. It might have looked like a major fight, but the damage they could deal was lower than 200 degrees. A battle like that could easily be won by him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 393, Approaching and Striding, 2. Chapter 393, Approaching and Striding, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Kurisu. On the other side of the valley. The serpent fell to the ground and the man in gold slowly landed on its head. He was a young man with a blank expression, wearing a white goldish full body armor and a pair of black leather gloves. On the back of his gloves, there were 2 parallelogram engravings. "It's over, Kevin," he spoke in a calm tone as he stood beside the serpent's white eyes. The serpent opened its eyes, revealing the dark space inside. A man in black climbed out of the serpent's right eye, his body covered in wounds, and fell to the ground right away. "Where are the fragments?" the man questioned in a deep tone. The man in black chuckled and opened his mouth. "Too late, I've already handed them over to Puppet. You can try to take them from the puppet if you want." "The puppet?" The man in white's expression turned serious. "Was that what you were planning? We knew each other for years, but I didn't expect to see you here. Why should I save the fragments for you if I already know that I can't win the fight against you?" "I'm not dumb, Dot." The man in black sneered and disappeared into the cracks in the sky after turning into a ray of black light. "Fool." The man did not watch the black ray leave, he turned around and headed to where the next fragment was. "You'll lose everything if you don't keep the fragments for yourself. Dark Wizard Tower will not waste their resources on erasing your memory." "Puppet." The man muttered and his expression turned even more serious. He followed the lead given by the fragments and increased his speed. After about half an hour, he finally arrived at the indicated location that was near the river. He turned several times and arrived at a small canyon. The man gasped as he stepped into the canyon. A man in brown was fighting against 4 other wizards just by himself. Rays of black electricity-infused flames were splashing everywhere. Translucent energy waves were appearing and disappearing from time to time. The wizards were attacking the man like it was a tag match. Every time the 4 wizards tried to prepare a strong spell, they would be interrupted by the man in brown. However, they decided to cast the spells one by one, so the man had to defend against their strikes. The whole canyon was full of the noise made by the electric pulse and fire explosions, the wind created by the wind energy particles, and the furious roars from the elemental golems. The man in gold recognized the man that was fighting against 4 wizards immediately. It was Puppet. "All right, time is up." There was a mysterious smile on Puppet's face as he suddenly raised his right hand. The 4 suddenly stopped moving, they could no longer cast spells and looked scared. The 4 wizards were hit by a black fireball released by Puppet. Boom! 4 rays of black light soared into the sky after the explosion. Puppet waved his right hand, the black fragments were drawn into his palm and quickly formed an incomplete core. "Reveal yourself, insect." His voice turned serious, yet Puppet was not talking to the man in gold, he was looking at the other side of the mountain. Suddenly, translucent waves appeared on the mountain and a human-shaped shadow stepped out of the waves as his body quickly solidified. It was a creature with the head of an insect and the body of a human. Insect's head looked identical to a caterpillar's head. There were 2 green tentacles on top of its head and its eyes were reflecting a light purple color. Those eyes looked like they were taken from a humongous fly. "How did you detect me?" Insect sounded confused, his voice was deep and hoarse. Puppet chuckled, but he did not answer the question, he just stared at Insect. The atmosphere got heavy as the 2 stopped talking. "Insect, what's the point of ambushing me? You're a strong wizard and you should go for Albatross, I'm sure he has more fragments than me." Puppet narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth again. "Albatross? Why don't you ask me to go for Swordsman?" Insect sneered. "I prefer a quick death than a slow one." "Well, go ahead if you want to." Puppet shrugged. The 2 stopped talking again after finishing the conversation. They feared each other's power, but they were still trying to find the best moment to start the battle. The canyon was deadly silent, the only noise was made by the wind. The man in gold breathed slowly and started backing off. He knew that he could not win the fight against any of the two strong wizards. A translucent wave appeared in the sky above the canyon when the three were about to act. The wave had a diameter of 5 meters and was slowly expanding. It looked like an enormous glass plate. Chi! A human in white slowly stepped out of the wave. It was a woman wearing a tight white armor. Her body was slim and there were 6 white bones lining up on her back. They looked like a pair of bone wings without any feathers. Puppet and Insect raised their heads at the same time. Their expressions changed quickly. It seemed like they already realized what was happening. A strong wizard that just jumped through the divisions. Puppet spoke in a deep voice. She probably has more than 4 complete cores if she can jump through the divisions. I'm sure she's the strongest wizard in her starting division. The translucent wave was the rift wave and she used the cores to break the walls separating the divisions. His expression turned serious. Insect knew that the situation changed. He exchanged eye contact with Puppet and they decided to finish off the outsider first. A strong wizard from a different division was not here just to visit, she was here to collect more cores. They knew that they would not be able to win the fight against her alone and they had to work together. Now! Puppet swung his arms and countless white strings flew toward the woman in the air. Insect stamped his feet and a black shadow of an insect appeared on the ground, charging toward the shadow of the woman that was floating in the air. The shadow was moving without releasing any energy waves and it was deadly silent. It almost looked that it was not the first time the two worked together. The woman looked at the two and narrowed her crystal clear eyes. Woo! The next moment, everything in the area stopped moving. The white strings in the air, the black shadow on the ground, Puppet's arms, Insect's mouth, and the man in gold's right foot. The river stopped running and the airflow completely disappeared. The color also disappeared from the space. The river, the mountains, and the objects in the area, they all turned black and white. With a flick of the woman's finger, 3 rays of white light were released from her fingertips and landed on the 3's foreheads. Chi! 2 rays of black light shot into the air and the black fragments gathered on the woman's palm. The woman collected the fragments and scrunched her eyebrows. The color finally returned to the area several seconds later. The only thing left on Puppet's original location was a pile of wood dust. He was escaping on a large wooden bird. Puppet's face turned pale and the wooden bird's speed was increasing. He saw that there were still wizards fighting below him. The woman in white was flying toward him, increasing her speed. The wizards she passed by were all hit by strings of white light and turned into black light. The fragments from the area below were all collected by the woman. It felt like the woman was a reaper and no wizard could escape from her strike. White bubbles were coming out of Puppet's mouth. He used a secret technique to escape, but the technique severely injured his body. Although he was a strong wizard, he could not activate the secret technique consecutively. Several other wizards noticed the situation and started escaping. Some were riding their magic pets, some were assisted by their wind golems, some were accelerating using the pure power of the energy particles. All the wizards were trying to move at the highest speed they could reach. The wizards that were moving slowly were all finished off by the woman. Rays of black light struck into the air and the woman was still collecting the fragments. Let's head to Swordsman's location, someone shouted. Damn! Where did this woman come from? A wizard with a fractured arm shouted while flying in the air at full speed. Yes, go find Swordsman. This woman is from another division and Swordsman is the only one who can stop her. Puppet shouted as well. He knew that his mentality was running low. He escaped the first attack using the scapegoat and his injury was slowing him down. I'd rather give all my fragments to Swordsman. If all the fragments in this division are taken away by her, our rank in the organization will all be lowered, he kept shouting. The woman in white suddenly stopped and watched the wizards flying away like an army of bees. She slowly landed on top of a mountain. The woman raised her hands and formed a longbow with the white light. Chi! She pulled the bowstring to the full as a white flame appeared in her right eye. The woman's sight went over the mountains and rivers, falling upon an empty ground on top of a hill. Angele suddenly opened his eyes and two exchanged eye contact despite the distance between them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 394, Winner 1. Chapter 394, Winner 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Both of them knew that they were confident in their abilities after their exchange of eye contact. Angele slowly stood up and scanned the other side of the area. A white light was flickering on top of a mountain. Although the two were far away from each other, Angele could feel pressure in the middle of his chest. It seemed that the woman was aiming at his chest. Ka! Angele heard strange noises. Suddenly, he felt something weighing him down increase. In the middle of his chest, a white cross appeared, flashing. It was the sign of an incoming attack. The mark penetrated my energy barrier and force field shield. Then it landed on my body as if nothing happened. Angele's face became dire. Yet for some reason, the energy wave from the cross seemed familiar to him. Angele lifted his hands and conjured two silver crossguard swords. He executed forth a cross slash, leaving a silver cross in the air. At this point, Angele decided to rely on his high attributes since he was not sure if the spells he knew would work on this opponent of his. Some of the opponents he had fought knew much stronger spells than him, yet they still lost. With that in mind, he elected to use spells that would augment his physical skills, coupled with the metal force shield. Angele leaped forward with both swords in hand and jumped down the hill, descending into the river. He leaned closer to the ground and started running toward the woman at full speed. He knew that the woman possessed incredible marksmanship just by seeing how she locked onto her target. He needed to reduce the distance between them. Although Angele possessed the aid of his biochip, he would not be able to triumph over an archery face-off without a good longbow. The only solution he had was to get closer to the woman and initiate a close-quarters combat. Angele was like a black dot moving between the mountains and rivers. He was traveling so fast his body became a blurred shadow. The wizards that were flying in the sky passed by, like birds. Seconds later, all the other wizards had escaped the area. Angele and the woman were the only ones who remained here. Angele could hear the loud noises generated by the wind and all the surrounding objects become unnoticeable to him. The only thing he could clearly see was the path ahead. Suddenly, after some time, white light flashed from the top of the hill while he was making a beeline for it. Chie! A sharp and strange noise was approaching him, and it was becoming sharper and sharper every second. Angele's eardrums hurt just from listening to the noise. He knew he had to defend when he witnessed the white light flash. A layer of silver materialized before him, followed by a transparent shield, and then the two swords in his hands. Boom, dot. The impact that hit Angele's body was so great that the metal barrier was destroyed in an instant, along with the energy shield from the crystal scorpion. The white light that had an appearance of an arrow broke through his two crossguard swords easily and smote Angele's chest fiercely. For a second, Angele stopped breathing when the arrow landed on his chest. Everything around him was surrounded by the white light, and his ears were ringing. Warning! Warning! Metal force field has been destroyed. Repairs are required. Zero's mechanical voice echoed in his ears. You have been hit by an unknown energy strike. Damage, over 500 degrees. 0.42% of your body is damaged. Time required for recovery, 2 seconds. Angele retreated more than 10 steps back after being hit by the arrow. He looked at his chest after the white light disappeared. A nail-size wound was left in the middle of his chest, revealing the pink flesh under the skin. However, the wound was healing at an inconceivable rate. This was not the first time Angele learned what his high attributes could do for him. Angele could not transform into his true form, but his stamina was already higher than magic beasts. He picked up the pace and rushed toward the mountain without an ounce of hesitation. The woman in white looked baffled as she checked her longbow. Yet, she did not know why Angele was not severely injured after taking the attack. There was a black dot moving along the river, approaching the mountain at full speed. The woman pulled the bowstring again. Dot. A transparent arrow was conjured on the bow, and the woman uttered an incantation in a deep tone. Seconds later, the incantation was completely invoked. Moo. Bull. Call. The twisting arrow of fate. Strangely, several sharp arrows took form on the bow one by one. The arrows were made out of white light and lined up quickly. All the arrows were targeted at Angele at a strange angle. Dozens of arrows were on the bow, looking like a line of terrifying sawteeth. White flames appeared in the woman's right eye again. Strike! Shie! Countless arrows disappeared from the bow and drew multiple curves in the air, flying toward Angele from all angles. At that instant, the entire sky was covered in translucent arrows. Just like stars falling down from the sky, the arrows started raining down when approaching their target. Bam! 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 All the arrows landed on the target. The arrows began exploding after landing, and white light covered the area with the light as the only thing visible. An arrow would explode every time a white light flashed. The woman did not stop, she dropped the longbow immediately. It disappeared into the air after it turned into a streak of light. She then lifted up her right hand. Towels! Towels! Woo! A large, white plate that was about 2 meters tall slowly appeared behind the woman. On the plate were 5 blinking runes, each representing a gear or a weapon. These runes formed a dark circle in the middle of the plate. Minge. Minge. The woman lightly beckoned with her right hand. Crack. The white plate began spinning, and one of the runes stopped near her right hand. Shie. A golden axe appeared in her hand after a flash. The white plate evanesced after the axe fully materialized into a solid form. Including the length of its handle, the golden axe, overall, was about 2 meters long and was greater breadth was larger than the woman's body. It looked simple yet mysterious and like an axe normally wielded by a normal infantryman. The woman held the axe tightly and watched out for the black shadow that had just jumped out of the area covered in white light. She wasted no time as she jumped down the mountain and slashed forward. Angele was seeing the woman jump down the mountain when he escaped the arrow's onslaught. The woman was merely brandishing her axe, but he noticed the unusual energy wave coming from that weapon. Clank! It sounded like metal striking each other. The strike ripped his black robe open and left a white mark on his right shoulder. Angele immediately ceased his advance after taking damage. His body was burning bright amid the white flames, and white light was glistering everywhere. It almost made him look like he was being devoured by an enormous, more than 10 meters in height, approximately white fireball. The woman silently stared at it, with her still grasping the axe. "It's over," she uttered under her breath. Outside the battlefield, in the Sky City. In a secret chamber of the city. At the dark chamber grounds, there was a large screen that displayed the multiple battles happening in different areas. The large screen itself was a division of 5 shell-shaped, smaller screens, and battles from 5 different locations were being directly broadcast live. There were 5 black chairs surrounding the screen. The surface of the chairs was slightly damaged. Furthermore, all of them were engraved with monster and plant figures. It looked like someone tried to repair the chairs and filled the surface cracks with special alloy. 5 human-shaped shadows were respectively seated on these chairs. Black smoke encompassed the shadows, and the mentality waves they were emanating could twist light in space itself. The 4th rift is finished, and Hunter has jumped to another rift. I think she'll become the winner of this competition, the shadow at the leftmost part spoke, whose voice sounded like an old man's. His eyes fell on one of the shell-shaped screens. In the broadcast, a young woman in white armor was standing near a river before a mountain and peering at a burning ball of white flames. Within the fireball was her opponent, the strongest wizard in the particular rift she was now in. Yeah, Hunter inherited and has successfully activated concept gear. She only needs to use the sealing ability of the concept gear when battling normal wizards. When facing a strong wizard that can't be ensnared in time, she can still use the special ability of the gear and then use her power as a rank 3 wizard to win. I don't think anyone in that rift can survive a battle against her, another shadow concurred, but this one sounded like a woman. I don't think swordsmen will lose so easily. Yeah, I agree. 2 other black shadows of the 5 had a different opinion, however. The last one of the black shadows sat in his chair, feeling hesitant. We shall not conclude so early. Let's just watch, he spoke in a low voice. Things escalated as soon as he finished speaking. A man wrapped in white flames jumped out of the fireball and, transforming into a white shadow, charged toward the woman. I knew it. Swordsman likely possesses the strongest physique among the participants, so he will not lose so easily, one of the black shadows that had a contradicting thought laughed. Hunter will never lose. I won't take my word back, the female voice muttered. The white flames around Angele's body had burnt his clothes to ashes and his pouches too had completely disintegrated. He was, right at this moment, running buck naked. His metal force field had been destroyed, and he could no longer rely on mental mastery. Although his body was absurdly sturdy, and the destroyed force field would not be a problem, he was trapped in a difficult situation. However, that was not what enraged him, it was the pouch that did so. In it, there were far too many rare spell materials and potions significant to him, including the summoning potion of the Blood Giant. It was a potion he had spent a huge chunk of time on developing, and he had only used it once, in the Nightmare Realm. Angele's body transformed into a white string, rushing toward the woman at his greatest speed. The woman looked shaken up. She, after all, could not believe what was happening. How dare you? My pouch! Angele bellowed and closed in on the woman, and then he tried to grasp the woman's face. He was certain that, if the strike could land, the woman's head would explode because of his absurd might that was too powerful. The woman quickly had doused her panicked state. She was witnessing Angele charging toward her, but her facial expression did not change. She was looking at Angele as she would a corpse. Pa! With a flick of the woman's fingers. Time itself stopped. Color itself disappeared from the world. Everything turned monochromatic. Angele felt surprised when he noticed himself becoming trapped in time. His hand was only about a centimeter away from the woman's nose, but now, he could not even move 1 inch forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 395, Winner, 2. Chapter 395, Winner, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. That's. Angele immediately realized what was happening. After all, he had seen this kind of situation several times already. Concept gear? Green light appeared on him, and he could now move again. He wasted no time in aiming at the woman's head in retaliation. Bam! An explosion of light occurred between the two. The large axe landed on Angele's forehead, causing him to be blown away. Making good use of this chance, the woman successfully leaped away. The woman was so fast Angele failed to see what she just did. He felt dizzy after taking on the attack. Didn't expect you to know about concept gear. The woman slowly walked toward Angele with the axe in tow. However, you're up against a person who not only knows about concept gears. You will lose and never touch upon the secrets of the cores. Wah! She lifted the axe up high. It's over. Fisher of Despair. As if it was just a normal strike, she chopped down. Intense light streaked in the air, engulfing all things within its encompassing area. In the secret chamber. That's it. Fissure of Despair has a similar damage output to a spell cast by a rank 4 wizard. The damage it can do is terrifying, the female voice echoed in the room. I don't think Swordsman can withstand the attack from a concept gear even if his body is strong, another Black Shadow sighed and chimed in. Sadly, if it wasn't Hunter who had invaded this rift, Swordsman would have won easily. He's just unlucky. The two other Black Shadows shook their heads, too. Yeah, there wasn't much he could do. What do you think, Descartes? One of them looked at the one who hadn't given their opinion. Descartes was that man who thought that Swordsman would not lose so easily. He was focused on the screen. Although white light had covered the broadcast image, it seemed he could see through it. I think Swordsman is still in. I trust him. The other looked surprised upon listening to his reaction. Let's just watch how it goes. The winner is either Swordsman or Hunter. They have so many complete cores on them, and the only thing we need to do is to wait. The rule is simple, the wizard who carries the highest number of cores will win, Descartes spoke in a meaningful tone. It was still amid the explosion of light, and the earth was continually shaking. The river water had evaporated, revealing a dried-up riverbed. The mud, grass, and rocks had all since disintegrated before the white light. Several minutes later, the light faded away. What remained at Angele's original location was a deep, dark fissure. The woman stood beside the fissure and took a look, but there was nothing but darkness there. He must be severely injured, or dead. Holding up her right hand, the axe transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Towels. The white plate reappeared behind her and spun. A rune flashed and flew into her hand, turning into a white longbow, the same bow she wielded earlier. Arrow of light. The woman lightly pulled the bowstring. The dark fissure was gradually being illuminated by the arrow light, and it almost looked like the light had coated the walls of the fissure. Boom! The earth shook again when the light was brought to it. Then, a white shadow jumped out of it and tried to attack the woman with his fist. The woman quickly leaped away in retreat and dodged the strike. When she looked at the white shadow, her expression turned for the worse. It was the man who had taken several attacks from her head-on. But right now, the man was bare naked with his long, red hair covering his private parts. He was gazing at the woman before him with complete focus. She could see the fractured bones through the deep wound in the man's chest, but it was healing at an incredible rate. Angele gazed at her gravely. This experience where he had no way of fighting back was his first, and all his clothes were burned to ashes. His chest wound had been in a worse state several minutes before, but after hiding in the fissure, it was now looking much better. The woman's equipment and spell level were much stronger than his. When he used his bloodline merging technique, all of his bloodline power aided him in transforming into his true form, but he could no longer activate any bloodline power after that. And although his lava ball technique could contend with wizards at a similar level as him, it would not work effectively the same way on the woman. He was certain it would just be a waste of energy, so he had rather used the energy to heal. Before he could possibly do anything, the woman would definitely take this chance to stop him. In addition to that, the Crystal Scorpion and the Metal Mastery stood no chance against her. I have to utilize my body wisely. Angele planned things out in his mind, and then he took a stomp forward and left a large hole in the ground. He charged with his fastest speed. At first, he considered holding back since he desired to know where she obtained the concept gear. However, when he discovered that she was in a whole different league, he decided to utilize all of his energy and power. Angele struck at the air with his fist, releasing an invisible energy fist toward the woman. Bam! A huge crack appeared on the mountain, mud and rocks splashed everywhere. But, the fist missed. The woman's body blurred for a second and disappeared from the original place. In the next second, she was already behind Angele. How are you still alive? How about this? She switched away her weapon, and a wavy, white dagger appeared in her hand. The dagger tip was coated with a white flame. This flame looked a tad unalike compared to the other white flames she used. It was much denser and stronger. The woman lightly flicked the dagger, and the flame on the dagger tip became even much denser. Her face, however, had turned pale due to the skill costing a great amount of mentality. Die! Her hand and the dagger being held suddenly vanished. The next moment it appeared, the dagger had already sunk into Angele's back completely. Angele didn't have enough time to react. The woman had been so fast he had no idea what had happened, and there was nothing Zero could do for him. His attributes were high, but the dagger had easily stabbed his back as if it was stabbing butter. Yet, no blood came out of the wound. Angele looked down, only to see that the dagger had long since pierced through him. And due to an unusual power, he could not move an inch and could barely think. The woman in her white armor blinked away once more, moving to the peak of a small hill more than 30 meters away while she watched Angele get penetrated by her dagger. Chie! A white light cylinder fell from the sky and landed on where Angele was. It was more than 10 meters wide, and almost seemed like the sky and the land had connected. The world regained its color after the light cylinder appeared. The river continued its flow and the air regained its circulation. The wizards who were spectating finally gained the chance to watch what happened. That's my strongest skill, purification judgment. The woman muttered, "You'll be purified and gasified within 10 seconds. Ugh. She suddenly covered her mouth when she coughed out blood. White light dots were mixed in the blood. Inside the secret chamber. Now it's over. There is nothing swordsman can do anymore. All right, Hunter shall be the winner of this competition. Now we only need to wait for the final results from the other divisions." Four of the Black Shadows were having a brief chatter. Descartes faintly sighed. He had thought Angele could find a way to make a comeback. I never knew Hunter could use purification judgment. She's almost rank 4, I think. Damn. Wait. Suddenly, one of the Black Shadows shouted, "What's going on?" He pointed at the screen with a startled face. The rest of the Black Shadows heard him and quickly turned to look at the screen. They suddenly became bereft of speech. In the live feed being broadcast, a blurred shadow jumped out of the white cylinder and charged toward Hunter. "He's still alive," a Black Shadow spoke with a shaky voice. The man had taken so many attacks and sustained grievous injuries, but he was still alive and actually had escaped the purification judgment. The chamber was, at present, deadly silent. When they saw Angele charge toward Hunter, they could feel chills running down their spines. Angele's upper body had been burnt black, and there was a gaping bloody hole in his chest. There was barely any flesh left on both of his arms, and a large part of his waist was missing. The man seemed to be a burnt zombie, but he was still charging really fast as if nothing had happened to him. Hunter was still puking out blood, her face pale. She immediately turned upon seeing the man rushing toward her and moved about 10 meters away from where she originally was in a breath. Because she did not have much mentality left, she almost fell. However, she turned and tried to flee again. Red hair locked onto her right arm and pulled her backward, preventing her from fleeing. "Run!" Angele shouted hoarsely. His long, red hair could not be affected by the light cylinder. It was swiftly expanding as it headed toward the woman. Chie! The woman was lifted up in the air like a puppet, and his red hair formed a huge web that ceased any further movements. The rest of his hair was still flying about in the air. Angele walked to her and saw her still vomiting blood. "All right, now it's over," he spoke in a low voice. "You are the first person to injure me to this extent." There was despair amid her helpless eyes, as she looked at the burnt zombie quietly. At this moment, her huge chest, long legs, and slim waist looked strangely enticing when she was lifted up by his hair. Ha ha. Angele chuckled. He approached her, the wounds on his shoulders had already healed. Angele grabbed her by the chest with both of his hands. PSSHHH. Blood and innards splashed in the air. From the middle, the woman's body was torn apart. Angele stood in the rain of blood and dropped the corpse to the ground. The woman transformed into black light and streaked into the air. Meanwhile, 6 black cores flew toward Angele and began revolving around him. This was the hardest battle he had ever fought since recently. He had no way of retaliating, and had the woman been a rank 4 wizard, he would have died. The one reason he won was due to the woman having no enough mentality left in her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 396, Teleportation, 1. Chapter 396, Teleportation, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Angele caught the 6 cores. Only 6? Angele was kind of confused, so he quickly checked the location where he left the woman's corpse. The woman's corpse had already disappeared together with the black light, and the only thing that remained on the ground was the deposit of black mud and grass that was within the explosion. A technique like projection, maybe? Angele wondered. His wounds had nearly fully healed while he was checking the surroundings. However, only a small amount of the energy reserves was left in the biochip. Had the woman cast 1 or 2 more spells of considerable power, he would have been the one who had lost the battle. Angele needed energy and blood to aid in his healing process. If there was no ample amount of blood, he had to rely solely on the energy stored in his body in the biochip. Even though the healing process did not consume too much energy, this time he had taken too much damage. Angele wiped some of the dust off his body before he traveled to a small hill. Get out! His long, red hair expanded and stabbed into a giant bush beneath the hill, easily capturing a thin man wearing a white mask. Take your clothes off, Angele spoke in a low voice. The man's face turned for the worse upon noticing the killing intent exuded by Angele's eyes and decided to keep his mouth shut. He hurriedly undressed his coat and pants, throwing them at Angele after. It was a black leather coat. Angele caught the coat and the pants before he let the man leave. But he frowned when he put on the clothes. It's a bit too small. The coat and the pants were both too small. On Angele, the black coat looked like a tight suit. Obviously enough, the clothes barely fitted Angele's body. Some of the wizards who witnessed the fight were plotting an ambush, certain that Angele would need time to heal. But upon seeing that just now, they immediately gave up. The wizards nearby hurriedly fled from where Angele was at, and the place soon became deadly silent. Angele walked down the river wearing the leather coat. He hesitated for a moment before he tied up the cores using his dark red hair. He had, after all, ended up with 10 complete cores. The composition of the cores was abnormal. The cores neither floated on the surface, nor sank completely into the riverbed, but only lingered between. Angele jumped into the river and began swimming. The water gradually washed the bloodstains off him. His long, red hair spread out in the water. The cores that were tied up were wrapped in a light purple glow. It bore semblance to mysterious and luxurious hair accessories. Angele swam slowly in the river. It had been a while since he had taken a dip while being in such a peaceful environment. Because he had collected enough cores, he decided to take a breather in the remaining time. The woman in white had 6 cores, and he had 4. Angele was assured that he would be the winner, considering how there wasn't much time left. Besides, it was impossible for him to discover how to travel to other rifts in time, so he was now merely waiting patiently for the results to be announced. There were no living beings in the river, no fish and no freshwater plant. The only thing he could see through the clear water was the riverbed. He floated on his back in the water and looked at the sky. The black crevices amid the blue sky were becoming larger and larger. He could even hear the noise from the cracks that were produced by intense gusts. Air was surging into the crevices, and the gravitational force in the rift was gradually reducing. Even though he now nearly looked so relaxed as though he had fallen asleep, Angele was actually using the biochip and his mentality wave to survey the nearby surroundings. Finally, a deep male voice came from the sky after a long time of waiting. Time is up. Wizards who failed to obtain a core shall be deemed failures, while those with cores shall be teleported. Appeared on the ground were columns of black light that streaked into the heaven and sent into the crevices in the sky as soon as the male voice ceased. Those who were sent out into the crevices were the wizards who failed to acquire a complete core. Following that, white light also descended from the sky, turning into columns of light. One such column appeared above Angele and surrounded his body. He was still afloat in the water. The white light brought warmth and refreshment to him that he was no longer tired. Apart from that, water droplets were in it. It seemed as though these water droplets were weightless as they descended from the sky and sank into Angele's skin. The water droplets were refilling his energy, and his body was lifted up high by the power in the column of light. Wait. His expression changed. The column of light reminded him of a particular fountain from tales and myths. The Fountain of Rebirth. If this is really the Fountain of Rebirth. He hurriedly glanced around. While floating in the air, he saw more than 10 columns of light and with it the wizards who obtained a core in the rift. All of them were injured at the very least. Some had fractured limbs while some had holes in the heads or necks, yet no matter how serious their injuries were, all of them were healed in and by the white light. Angele even saw a female wizard, or rather, half a wizard, whose bottom half of her body was missing, but she was nonetheless healed by the light. The bottom half of her body regenerated within seconds. Terrifying. If this is the real Fountain of Rebirth, then what's behind Dark Wizard Tower must be. Angele's expression hardened. Within the light, his body continued to float upward, and everything under was coated with a thin layer of the white light. He approached the crevices in the sky minutes later and entered one of it and arrived in a dark space. Everything was in the air afloat since there was no gravity in this space. An egg-shaped exit appeared before him after a while. The white light immediately took Angele to it. Angele was blinded temporarily by the light due to him having stayed in darkness for too long. His eyes adapted to the brightness outside the exit seconds later, and he could finally see where he was. He was in a spacious, luxury bedroom. The main tone of the room was gold, and there was a queen-size bed in the middle. The sheets, walls, and carpet, everything was painted dark gold. Angele was the only one inside. The room had no door, but there was a square window on one of the walls. It was half open, so he could hear water and birds flying outside. What is this place? He glanced around and confirmed that the window was indeed the only way out of the room. He quickly walked to the window to peek outside. What was beneath him was an enormous canyon that also had a river. But the water seemed to be boiling and splashing everywhere. Angele immediately took notice that the room was built inside the trunk of a towering and broad tree and was surrounded by a black forest that had lofty mountains. A herd of deer and a scurry of squirrels could be seen jumping and frolicking around the rivers running down the mountains. He stood beside the window and recited an incantation. Then, with a flick of his fingers, a wisp of dark flame flew toward the forest. Bomb! It exploded and transformed into a flaming eye that was directly looking at him. The scene before the eye of fire was transmitted to Angele's vision. Light from the setting sun passed through the thin mist and painted everything beneath pale yellow. It was a canyon of a sea of trees and rocky walls. There was a dark, deep fissure in the middle of it. The towering tree was located on a large cliff by the edge of the fissure. Water was flowing down the branches of this towering, dark brown tree. It flowed into the river beneath the fissure, making the tree as though water had come from it. Its trunk was filled with windows. White and orange light emerged out of the windows. Standing in the rooms were wizards who had differing facial expressions. Though some of the windows were closed and no light coming out of it. So the wizards who participated in the competition and obtained a core have all been teleported to the tree. That must have cost them a lot of resources. The eye-shaped amethyst ring on his left hand was not damaged even after all those battles, and he was still wearing the clothes he extorted from that certain wizard. His pouch remained destroyed utterly. Were all of those just projections, or did I actually enter the world rift? Angele was kind of perplexed. If it actually was only a projection, my outfit and my pouch should not have been destroyed, but... He checked the texture of the coat he was currently wearing. It was leather. Angele leaned and checked the 10 purple cores tied to his hair. They looked like hair accessories made out of gems. It wasn't an illusion. Although I can't activate my ability, I can still distinguish reality and illusions with my merged bloodline. Wait, but if it's not a projected, the wizards who were killed should have died. He recalled the moment he ripped that woman apart. It's nearly impossible for anyone to survive with a broken body like that. Angele thought for a while, yet he still did not find the answers he was seeking. There wasn't enough data in his database, and so he had to give it up. He went around the room and decided not to leave through the window. Angele lay on the bed instead and rested. There must be a reason as to why they had sent them to a room like this, so the only thing he should do was to wait. After about 2 hours, from the window, he heard something flapping its wings. It was a golden bird reflecting the sunlight, which slowly landed on the windowsill. Chirp! The golden bird jumped several times and spread out its right wing, dropping a tiny, green seed onto the windowsill. The seed immediately took root on the windowsill. It looked like a sharp needle stabbing into a wooden plank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 397, Teleportation, 2. Chapter 397, Teleportation, 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe. Within 10 seconds, it grew to become a palm-sized, green plant wherein a green bud the size of a fist developed on top of it. Crack! It broke open, then from it flowed transparent, slimy fluid that fell on the carpet. Intense stench immediately diffused in the air. This caused Angele to jump up from the bed and look at the plant frowningly. Once the golden bird saw Angele already awoken, it flew away from the windowsill after fluttering its wings. Cough! Cough! The broken open green bud started coughing as if it was a person. The plant soon leaned down and acted seemingly as if it choked on the slimy fluid. I apologize for interrupting your nice dream, an old woman's voice came from the bud. Did you notice recovering faster than usual while you're here in the heart of the tree? Angele avoided the slimy fluid and stood in front of the bud, his brow still furrowed. Who are you? He questioned in a whisper. Is this plant a tool for communication? I'm your contact. I think all of you right now have the same question. Sadly, this is a one-way message. I won't be able to receive your feedback. Your lunch shall soon be delivered, so help yourselves. After lunch, you shall know how depressing this place is and... Damn it, new base. The only thing you know is eat. Come back. Come back. Shie. Shie. The voice soon became noise, and the message stopped there. Angele looked at the slimy fluid on the carpet, speechless, and the room smelled like it had been soused with disinfectant potion. He massaged his temples several times. Fine, lunch. The strange message explained nothing, but whatever. He waved his hand, and the slimy fluid floated up high, becoming a transparent ball and flying out of the window. Angele returned to his bed for the opportunity to take some more rest. He noticed that the room was indeed aiding in his recovery, mentally and physically. The old man said that this place was called the heart of the tree. Perhaps that ought to be the reason for his fast recovery. Angele could hear faint noises coming from outside as he continued to lie down. It sounded like many children doing menial jobs. Move. Let's go. Move, they were shouting, and their voices were getting nearer. Angele sat up and looked outside. What's going on? He looked out the window with a flabbergasted face. Beside the green plant, at the edge of the brownwood windowsill, a group of cream-filled, black biscuits were lined up and climbing out the window with their short legs. In the hands of this biscuits grasped black spears that were as though they were made with flour. For justice, the biscuit leader raised up its spear and shouted with a cute, childlike voice. For justice. Gourmandism shall fall. The other biscuits, too, began shouting, though they were only yellow random things. The biscuit leader started giving out orders. Now. Biscuits of the Helios family, line up. Biscuits of the Julie family, line up. Rest of you, follow me. The biscuits divided into 3 groups after finding out their positions. The biscuit leader turned around and watched Angele stood up. Damn it! Brothers! Attack, he pointed toward Angele his black, long spear. You, ultimate evil. For the peaceful life of the biscuits. You shall fall. Go! Defeat him. Angele walked to the windowsill tongue-tied. The scene where biscuits were running to him was amusing, and he did not know how he should react to it. The food delivery was here. He finally understood what the voice was implying. So that's how the food is delivered. The biscuits are probably my lunch then, . With a flick of his finger, a fireball materialized and floated above the biscuits. Oh! No! I'm being roasted. My heart, my heart! The biscuits fell to the ground and the cream in them began to melt. Attractive, milky fragrance wafted in the air. Well, sorry, I guess. Angele deeply exhaled. He picked up one of them when they stopped moving and sent it into his mouth. The combination of the crisp of the biscuit itself and the creaminess of its filling was refreshing. There was just right about enough sugar content to make it tasty. Oh! God! God! Damn it! What have you done? You're a murderer. It's a massacre. A plump bread roll climbed up the windowsill. It started crying and wheezing upon seeing what transpired, but its tears were just powdered white sugar. The cream biscuit families are wiped off the land in just one day? God! No, it's not real. Angele didn't care. He caught the bread roll and sent it to his mouth. Chomp! He bit the bread roll in half, and it stopped talking instantly. It's good. The bread roll was lightly toasted, crunchy on the outside and soft on the inside, and the sweetness from the wheat flour and white sugar were perfect. Angele was satiated after eating up all the food that climbed up the window. There was not much food, but they were surprisingly sating. He rested a bit more after having lunch. Soon, on the opposite side of the window, a rectangular door gradually appeared on the golden wall. Creak! The door opened, revealing an arched hallway within. The hallway was built out of brown wood. From time to time, there were people passing by. Angele stood up from the bed and walked to the hallway and looked around. His room was located amid the wall of a large, ball-shaped hall. The walls were painted black and covered with small doors. A long spiral staircase connected the rooms, which led to the lower level of the hall. Angele stepped out of the room he was in. It was quite noisy in the hall. On an empty area beneath the staircase were several tall chairs mantled with red blankets. The chairs were well arranged. People were already seated on some of them. The whole time, people were walking out of the rooms. They walked down the flight of stairs and took a seat in one of the chairs as if they were waiting for something. Many people were talking to the people they were familiar with. However, some of them were strangers and were checking the surroundings constantly. Angele saw several familiar faces, and some of them came from the same rift as he was in. He stood by the door without a noise. Seconds later, a person wearing a white maid uniform approached him and bowed to him. Welcome to the heart of the tree. The winner of the competition will be announced soon. Please take the cores with you and wait in one of the seats. The maid's voice sounded like a young girl. However, Angele saw the maid's face filled with wrinkles and her skin as dry as barks. She was an old woman who looked like she was nearly dying. Angele stayed calm and nodded slowly. Understood, but. And, this room shall be yours whenever you're in Dark Wizard Tower. Please memorize its location, the old woman advised. Sure. All right, let's head down the stairs. The old woman started walking to the left side of the hall. Angele accompanied the woman. There were still people stepping out of the rooms, also guided by maids in white. They went to head down the staircase as well after listening to the explanation. Angele blended into the crowd and quickly arrived at the bottom level. He made sure there was no restriction on the seat selection and sat down on a chair at the front left corner. Commander Lion is here, a loud voice echoed in the hall. At the back of the hall, 3 people emerged out of nowhere in front of a closed black gate. The 3's gender varied. The one in the lead was a tall man with a thick beard, and following him, there were a man and a woman. Both of them were blonde, and all of them had attractive characteristics. The tall man looked around before he walked to one of the chairs and sat down with a blank face alongside his company. Commander Kalen is here. A short, gray-haired man wearing a luxurious black tuxedo appeared in front of the black gate. He pursed his lips into a gentle smile and sat down on a chair quietly. People slowly quieted down, and they focused on a small platform at the front of the hall. 3 golden light columns landed on the black platform seconds later. The light columns were not intense, they brought a hint of warmth to the hall. 3 people appeared in the golden columns one by one. The ceremony is being supervised by Count Hasla and hosted by the head of the change department, Master Sando. The voice echoed in the hall again. 2 women and 1 man were standing in the light columns, all of them wearing golden-hemmed, white outfits. At the frontmost was a beautiful woman who had long, green hair and a few wrinkles on the corners of her eyes, her light blue eyes shining slightly. When the voice mentioned Master Sando, the woman nodded at the audience and smiled gently. Count Hasla was standing at the right side of Sando and nodded at the audience as well. He was an old man whose hair had already turned white. Meanwhile, at the left side of Sando was a young girl who had a deadpan face. She was likely just Sando's assistant, considering how her name wasn't mentioned. The 3 people on the platform successfully drew the attention of the audience. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 398, Truth, 1. Chapter 398, Truth, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Sando slightly held up the skirt of her white dress and looked around. She waited until all noises disappeared before she once again opened her mouth. I am honored to host this awarding ceremony. My name is Sando. I think some of you have already heard about my name while the rest have not, but it's fine. She released the grip from her dress and conjured a platinum wand in her hand. She waved the short wand in the air, which released a white beam. It landed behind them, on the wall of the platform, and materialized into a large egg-shaped screen of light. The scenes of the wizards fighting steadily revealed in it. There were barbarians and archers, ranged spells and summoning spells, and even a showdown of basic spells. Without making any noise, the audience was watching the moving visual images on the screen. Angele sat on his seat while looking at it and saw the most intense moment in the fight between him and the woman clad in white armor. He charged out of the white light with wounds all over his body, but even that could not hide the madness in his eyes. Aside from that, many fights between other wizards that had happened were also recorded. The moving images slowly stopped, pausing at the scene where a barbarian was lifting up a horned helmet in the air. There was an emerald in the middle of the man's chest, which was sending green energy into his body, then transfusing it to the green vines twisting around his body. So, the one who wins the title of Beyond the Rift is... Sando took out a blank paper and began reading, Uramun. Please come here and accept the award. A man about 2 meters tall stood up from his respective seat. Thud. Thud. With loud footsteps, he walked straight to the platform. He looked exactly like the barbarian in the video highlight. Angele could sense the excitement from the man's emotionless face. Sando pointed towards the man when he arrived at the platform. Blue light flickered around the barbarian for several seconds. That must be the mark for the reward. Angele heard people whispering near him. Only 2 people will be awarded this time, and they will be invited to the platform. The rest of us have to stay in our own seats, but I don't know who the other one is. First is Uramun. There is another one who obtained a lot of cores but failed to move across the rifts. Angele maintained a calm demeanor as he listened to others gossip. Next, the one who obtained the greatest number of cores in his respective rift but failed to travel across it. The highlight shifted again and stopped right at the moment when Angele charged out of the light cylinder. Angele 2, from the City of Sky. Angele stood up as soon as Sando finished speaking. He noticed that the wizards near him stopped chattering instantly and multiple people were scowling at him. Such a thing was an unpleasant experience. He left his seat and walked to the platform from the left side. The 3 people on the platform seemed kind of different. They were looking at Angele with gentle faces, seemingly as if they were just here to see him. Sando waited until Angele walked to the front and pointed at him with the short wand. A white beam landed on his body and disappeared before he could feel anything. Wizard Angele, is this your first time visiting Dark Wizard Tower's headquarters? Count Hasla pursed his lips to a gentle smile. Angele nodded, yes, it's my first time here. Would you like to join the Department of Change? Sando asked curiously. Angele could see Sando not jesting, and the young girl's eyes also fell on him. Both of them were waiting for an answer. Count Hasla did not say anything else, only observing the situation with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, but what exactly is the Department of Change? Thank you for the offer, but I need more information, he responded politely, thinking that it was impossible for him to join a department he only knew the name of. No worries, Sando nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, the director of the wizard department wants to take you in as his student, but Descartes is not here at the moment. Using a projection too isn't a good idea, that's why I'm asking if you want to join my department. People started murmuring after they heard the wizard department's head's name be mentioned. There seemed to be something special about the spell department. Besides that, Angele noticed the change in Count Hasla's expression as soon as he heard the name. All right, go accept your reward. You can pick a location to set up the circle, but the location can't be changed once it's built, Sando advised. Thank you, Master, Angele nodded. I'll speak a bit more since this is your first time here. I have already placed the mark of permission on you. Someone will assist you in selecting one of the magic circle inheritances prepared for the winners, and if you decide to build the circle in the energy pool of Dark Wizard Tower, its safety is guaranteed. One more thing, you're now allowed access to the truly rare resources provided by the organization, she added. Thank you again, Master. Angele placed his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly and then stepped off the platform. He saw a tall guard in a black steel suit waiting for him as he left the platform. Please follow me, Master Angele. The guard spoke meaningfully, it's your first time here, so please stay inside the heart of the tree. The outside world is completely different. Please be careful, Completely different? Angele was kind of astonished but noticed how the guard was withholding what he knew from him. Is this a world rift, too? Is the outside world somewhere in a different realm? Or are you just telling me that the outside world is dangerous? But the guard did not reply. He turned to his left and moved up the flight of spiral staircase. Even though Angele didn't get what he wanted to know, he wasn't mad at him. He only continued to walk behind the guard. While walking on the stairs, Angele watched as Sando awarded the other winners and saw someone familiar to him. It was the woman in white armor, the woman who had been torn apart by him. She stood at the front of the audience's seats, along with the other winners, and received a tree-shaped badge from Sando. But then, she turned her head and saw Angele walking up the stairs. Her face changed, now as though she was planning on taking revenge. The outcome of their final battle was disgraceful to her. Angele returned the woman's glare. Both of them knew how intense the battle at that time and how cruel it ended. Accepting her loss so easily was nearly impossible for her. She should have been the one to obtain a magic circle inheritance if Angele hadn't been in the rift she last invaded. Angele moved his gaze away and instead followed the guard to a tiny door on the right. Behind the door was a dark hall, which had walls that seemed to have been built with boiling mud, and the air stank. The wet mud underneath Angele was roasted dry by the fire energy he exuded. The guard before him didn't seem to care about the environment they were in, he just stepped on it. They quickly reached the end of the hallway and found a small door before them. The guard pushed the door open and invited Angele in. Angele discovered an unusual thing when they left the hallway. It had only taken them about 10 seconds to reach the end, but when he turned around, he couldn't find the first door he saw. The only thing he could see was pure darkness. A spacious hall was behind the small door. The floor was built with black marbles as smooth as mirrors. The ceiling was embellished with black and white, checkered pattern. Meanwhile, the candle stands hanging on the walls looked like the heads of random monsters. The dim light from the lighted candles was flashing. They walked for about half an hour to reach the wall. Angele and the guard stood in front of the marble wall. The guard took out a black quill and a small bottle containing red ink and dipped the quill into it and then drew an arched door on the wall. Creak! Accompanied by the noise, it opened and revealed a wooden staircase leading upward. "Please, the master is waiting for you," the guard turned to him and said. Angele nodded and stepped into the door. He noticed the guard stopping by the door as if the man would not move until Angele finished his business. Angele stepped onto the stairs. Kata! 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 Several minutes later, Angele finally reached the end of the staircase and saw a wooden door that was half open. 2 lit-up torches were placed in the holders on the wall. The noise it generated was akin to boiling fat. Angele lifted up his hand, about to knock on the door. "Come in," a voice from behind the door came. It was spoken by an old man and in Matia language, the common tongue of the central continent. "Excuse me." Angele opened the door and let himself in. The room was an average-sized study. He could smell the scent of the leather-bound books in the atmosphere in the room. Amid the dim light, he could see a wooden table painted red and surrounded by unorganized bookshelves. A wrinkly-faced old man was sitting beside the table. He had a beard more than 3 meters long, placed over his left shoulder. "Nice to meet you. I'm the vice director of the wizard department." The old man was searching around the table and found his pair of glasses under the books. Finally, he could see Angele's face clearly. "The director is busy and doesn't have time to meet you here. So, I'll be the one handing the reward, and you'll become his student." The old man stood up and walked to Angele. "I'll be honest, the director has high expectations for you. Your battle skills have impressed the directors of numerous departments. They are thinking that the talent you possess is related to the ancient metal race." Metal race? Angele had no idea what the metal race was. He was certain he was a human being. Yes, those of the metal race had terrifyingly high magic resistance, able to resist damage dealt by the majority of spells and bodies that can heal from injuries at an insane rate. The problem was, the food they relied on to survive was scarce, so the entire race became extinct due to starvation. The old man took out a magnifier and put it over Angele's face and quickly checked Angele's entire body. Goosebumps arose from Angele's skin. "Master, can you tell me where my reward is?" He retreated one step. The reward is right here, don't worry. The old man returned to the table and put down the magnifier, then took out something black from the drawer. Put this on. He threw the black item to Angele. Angele carefully caught it and saw that it was a shoulder armor piece. It looked just like the last reward he got, but this one had double the size. He wore the armor on his left shoulder. Clink. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 399, Truth 2. Chapter 399, Truth 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe. The armor piece was a perfect fit for his left shoulder, and he could sense the surge of information being transmitted into his brain. It was the information related to the magic circle inheritance. Can you feel that? That's the advantage of having a magic circle inheritance set. Dark Wizard Tower is one of the most powerful organizations, but even we can only build several of those sets. Can you imagine how many resources were allocated into this? The old man, whose name was Medusa, chuckled as he explained. And this, he threw Angele a white ball, this is the seed of the magic circle inheritance. Plant it in the location you have selected, and the only thing you need to do is to wait. Make sure you're the only one there when you plant the seed, or there will be trouble. Got it. Angele carefully grasped the white ball. Can you give me a durable and stable pouch? Mine was destroyed during the competition. No problem. Medusa fetched a small black pouch from the drawer. This is something I used when I was young. Made out of dragon skin, I'm sure it won't break in a normal battle. I watched how you fought in that battle. I like your style. You know, the director has 3 students, but I like you the most. I'll give it to you for free just because of that. Medusa gave Angele a thumbs up. Is it a tradition for a director to take the winner as their student? Angele queried. It's a rule that a director of a department can take the winner in as their student, but it doesn't have to be the wizard department. Dark Wizard Tower does not host competitions often, you see. The director of the Department of Change invited you to hers, didn't she? She probably likes you, too, the old man explained. I know what you're thinking. You're wondering about the benefits of becoming a student of the director, right? I can tell you one thing, you will be able to protect everything important to you in the chaotic times about to come. The old man showed a meaningful smile. Ha? So you will give me power? Or authority? Green, Angele, remained calm, for he knew he was getting closer to the secrets of Dark Wizard Tower. Authority and power come hand in hand. However, you can't protect anything with just mediocre authority and power. You need to maximize them. Something terrifying will soon come, but for a wizard like you to become stronger, you need at least hundreds of years. The old man shrugged. We don't have much time left. Ha? Who exactly are you asking me to protect? Angele's expression changed, and he took off the armor piece and kept the white ball in his pouch and attached it to his belt. Let me explain that to you, Green, Angele. A voice sounding like it was from a middle-aged man came from near the door. Juventus, you again. Medusa's face hardened, and he seemed to have lost interest in the topic. He returned to the table and took a seat. Fine, I'll let you explain. Every time you're here, you just... He did not finish his sentence, but the old man seemed to be annoyed and frustrated at the person named Juventus. Angele turned around to see a bearded man in white outfit standing by the door. He looked just like an average human male. There was a stack of yellow leather paper in his papers, which were covered with messy handwriting. Medusa, I wrote a few new poems today. Can you read and help me improve them? I assure you it's different this time. I've improved a lot. A lot. The man smilingly barged into the study and approached Medusa's table. All right, put them down first. Tell Green, Angele, about the truth of Dark Wizard Tower. I'll read your poems later. Juventus was giving Medisa a headache. Green, Angele, is the only one who's normal between you three. He knows what he should do, and he works hard. Medisa said as he picked up the stack of papers, but it looked like he wasn't at all impressed. Just explain the truth to Angele. The old man waved his hand. The bearded man turned to look at Angele but became irritated right after. It was because he was slightly shorter than Angele. Damn! You're taller than me? I hate people who are taller than me, he muttered. All right. Angele, let me tell you the truth of the Dark Wizard Tower. You're now a core member of the organization. Huh? Angele looked at Juventus. He had always wanted to know more about Dark Wizard Tower. The bearded patted his own chest. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Juventus. You can just call me Juven if you want. Okay. Angele nodded. Juventus cleared his throat and finally started explaining. Dark Wizard Tower isn't only a powerful organization in the central continent but also in other areas of the world. But, we have no relations with any of the three wizard lords. His expression became serious. Do you know the true identity of the two persons accompanying Director Sando at the ceremony? Before Angele could say anything, the man had already begun answering his own question. The woman with the emotionless face is Director Sando's student and also the winner of the previous competition. Count Hasla. He stopped for a second, is a noble of the fairy realm. Fairy realm? Angele narrowed his eyes. Does Dark Wizard Tower have relations with the fairy realm? I thought everyone was trying to seal the portals. How did he come to our world? Yeah, the relations between our world and the fairy realm is complicated, but the Count Hasla you saw was just a projection. Do you know why the majority of the portals were first discovered in the central continent instead of the other areas of the world? Juventus grinned. We spent more than 100 years to study and modify the magnetic field. Now, we finally have access. I was told that the fairy realm is extremely dangerous. As a member of Dark Wizard Tower, I don't think that's a good idea. Angele felt fearful once he recalled that day when he encountered the woman in black and the flying dragon. Not a good idea? That's the biggest problem. Juventus chuckled. Dark Wizard Tower is equivalent to the first empire in the fairy realm. Angele was surprised. That's impossible. It has been years since the last wizard discovered the means to travel to other realms. Don't tell me the fairies never left our world after the invasion. You're right. No one can travel to other realms. The truth is, the most prominent members of Dark Wizard Tower are those who entered the fairy realm during the ancient times. Almost the entire First Empire of the fairy realm is being controlled by our wizards. In other words, most fairies you said are human beings. Juventus's words were hard to absorb. Angele realized he was in the same boat as the organization after he learned the secret. If he decided to leave the heart of the three, he would be eliminated immediately. The most prominent members are trying so hard because they want to return to the wizard world. Juventus smiled. The balance formed by the three wizard lords shall soon be broken by the empire. That moment shall be the moment when glory and honor return to us. He retrieved a flame-shaped platinum badge. Take it. It will prove you're a student of the wizard department. Angele received the badge and looked at it. There were words engraved on its surface. The Saran Empire. The abyss that shall never be defeated. No one shall thwart the empire from advancing. It was written in the ancient language. Order shall be rebuilt when the empire returns to this land, Medisa spoke in a low voice, with pride written all over his face. The three lords will not let this happen so easily. Angele shook his head. The three lords do indeed know of our existence. They are trying to hinder our most prominent members from entering this world, hence they formed the Central Council since no one wants to share their authority with a stranger. Medusa chuckled. Our return will aid the wizards in regaining the power of the ancient wizards. No one can stop us. Is that what you were referring to when you mentioned having the power to protect? It solely depends on who we are. Angele finally understood the situation. You're right. We are of the core members, so we're allowed to save our friends. As long as your relatives or friends in the wizard world don't try to fight, the Imperial Army will not attack them, Juventus explained. That means if you're a core member, you and a strong being from the fairy realm will be given the authority to lead an army. You will be the one to decide who to attack. That is how you save the ones close to you in the chaos that is about to come, Medusa added. But the problem is, since the fairy realm can approach our world during the coming of chaos, the other realms can, too. Juventus nodded. I have already visited the world tree. Aside from the fairy realm, only an empty sand realm is approaching. It is one of the weakest realms, so there's nothing to worry about. Still, the other dangerous realms may also do the same. Chaos Realm, Oblivion Realm, and the most invasive realm. Nightmare Realm, those realms are relatively close to the wizard world, but, if the Nightmare Realm arrives. They stopped after mentioned the name of that realm. Their faces turned grave. It can't be those horrifying monsters. Medusa muttered. If what the historical records say is true, there should be a countless number of realms around our world. The Nightmare Realm is but one of them. We can't possibly be so unlucky. Juventus waved his hand in dismissal. You will also become a commander of an army. When will you learn taking things seriously? Medusa's face loosened up, and he sat down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 400, Reward, 1. Chapter 400, Reward, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. You need to work hard so that your future soldiers will obey your orders. Medusa got a brown leather scroll and threw it to Juventus. Take it. Read it carefully. Ha, thanks. Juventus caught the scroll in a way that looked like he was catching a precious treasure. Angele stood beside Juventus and peeked at the scroll to see the contents, but the only thing he saw was a strange poem. What do you think? We can share it. I have always thought only poems and arias could represent the emotions of life. Juventus looked satisfied. I'll pass. Angele shook his head. It caught him off guard. I don't understand why you have to cut a complete sentence into several parts. Angele remembered that he still had several other questions and was about to ask. Oh. No. Suddenly, a high-pitched male voice came from the table. A piece of leather paper stood up on Medusa's table. Its edges had transformed into two short legs, and it was trying to escape. Pa! Medusa caught the leather scroll and pulled it back to the table and continued writing. No! You can't stain my beautiful body. I'm not an adult yet. God! Oh! 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 The paper started moaning as Medusa kept writing. The scene was quite disturbing. Damn it, Medusa. Do you really think your wig is large enough for your bald head? You shouldn't use me to draw on this guy. The black quill in Medusa's hand had also started talking. Listen to it. Listen. This guy is moaning, and it's gross. Do you know how painful this is? Every time. I can't stand this guy's voice. I'm a high-quality quill with a very long history. Can't you find a normal paper to write on? I suggest that you break this guy to pieces and use it to wipe your butt. The quill was surprisingly mean to the paper. Medusa sighed but did not say anything. Juventus chuckled and looked at the old man. When did they become fairies? Medusa was not concerned about the argument between the quill and the leather paper. He raised his head and said, "Several days ago. I thought I could handle it, but..." Angele was speechless. What's going on? Fairies? He wondered. This place is like a rift between the wizard world and the fairy realm. Sometimes, objects become sentient due to the mysterious power of the fairy realm, like the biscuits and bread rolls you had for lunch. Anything that is turned into living beings can be referred as fairies. That's why the fairy realm is powerful. They don't need to reproduce because fairies are everywhere, and they can be anything, Metis sighed when he finished explaining. Seriously? That's the fairy realm? The noise made by the quill and the paper was getting louder. Juventus exchanged eye contact with Angele. All right, let's go. Medisa can handle this. All right. Angele finally understood why the fairy realm was feared by the wizards. He left the room with Juventus and returned to the hall through the wooden staircase. The guard by the door bowed to the two wizards and disappeared after turning into a ball of black smoke. Angele glanced at the door drawn by the guard, which had already disappeared. What was left was the normal surface of the wall. Don't be surprised. You'll get used to it sooner or later as long as you live here. Juventus shrugged. Let's go, I'll introduce you to a cute female friend. You know, there's always a cute female student around a legendary white-bearded teacher, right? That's what they often wrote in novels. Is that so? Angele was not sure how he should communicate with Juventus. They quickly went across the hall and arrived at a small palace that had a fountain in the middle. The fountain's green water was clean. There was a window on the roof where the golden sunlight came from. A beautiful girl in a white dress was standing beside the fountain, looking upset. Her long, black hair was draped over her shoulder and her face was neat and pretty. But the most eye-catching thing was her light green eyes. Damn it! That'll become the biggest shame of my whole life. Angele and Juventus heard the girl cursing while they were still walking to the fountain. The girl was cursing and washing something in the fountain. Hey! Dina, what are you doing? Juventus loved to see others suffering. He stepped forward and approached the girl. Congratulations! I heard that your underwear turned into fairies, but... Juventus! What the hell? Why are you even here? The girl turned her head around and became flustered. She quickly hid the thing she was washing behind her back. All right, let me introduce, this is our new friend, a student of our teacher, Angele. Juventus pointed at Angele. He then turned around and introduced the girl to Angele. This is the youngest student our teacher has, Dina. I hope you'll get along with each other. Dina nodded at Angele unwillingly. Greetings, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, too. Angele's brow furrowed when he saw what was happening. I'm sorry, but I think I should let you know that. He pointed at Dina's legs. Dina's short dress could barely cover her knees. A white panty was hanging on the girl's legs. It had short, white arms and a mouth and a pair of eyes on its front side. It was trying to climb down to flee. Enough. That's enough. I can't take this no more, the panty was crying as it climbed down. Dina, you devil. The last time you took a shower was 10 hours and 32 minutes ago. I don't want to be your panty anymore. It's not like you'll die without a panty anyway, and the wind will probably make you feel good. Silence. Dead silence. The three had never expected something like this to happen. Dina's face was burning, and there were tears in her eyes. The girl suddenly opened her mouth and screamed before Angele or Juventus could say anything. Move. Juventus and Angele quickly left the palace. They could still hear Dina screaming even when they were more than 10 meters away from the palace. Don't worry, you can talk to her later. This is a bit awkward. Juventus sighed. Anyway, what do you plan to do with your magic circle inheritance set? Do you want to set it up here? Angele already had something in mind. I'll set it up in the energy pool? He thought about it on the way here. There was no place that was absolutely safe in the main world. If he built it in the ruin under the volcano, it would be too hard for him to explain the situation to Vivian. And building the circle set in the nightmare realm would be too risky. Like, what if the power could not be transferred to the main world? And the place was way too dangerous. Building the circle set in the headquarters of Dark Wizard Tower was the best choice. Dark Wizard Tower already had suggested that he should build the circle set by the energy pool. The energy pool could help him transfer the power since the place was safe. It was what the organization promised him. Angele had thought for a long time, but he still decided to set up the circle by the energy pool. The Inheritor's magic circle set was the best energy buff tool he could get, but he doubted if the circle set would help him after he found the way to activate his true form in the main world. Yeah, the energy pool. Angele repeated the location. Alright, I'll take you there. Juventus knew that Angele already made up his mind and he did not say anything else. Juventus told Angele more about the fairies while leading him to the energy pool. They left the hall, walked over a wooden bridge, and entered a tall tower that looked like the trunk of a tree. This tree seemed to be a branch of the main tree. The main hall of the branch was dark. Monster-looking, black statues could be seen guarding the place. The black statues looked terrifying and seemed to look real. Their eyes were glowing rubies embedded in them and were the source of light in the hall. In front of them was another thick square stone gate with a black dragon head engraved on the surface. The dragon closed its eyes tightly, and there was yellow smoke being released out of its nostrils. Juventus pressed on the dragon's head and closed his eyes for several seconds. Bam! Dot. The door opened from the middle of the dragon's head. They finally entered the hall where the energy pools were located. The inside was a spacious round hall that contained countless glowing green pools, which covered the whole ground. The pools had varying shapes: round, egg-shaped, rectangular, irregularly shaped, and tear-shaped. All of those were the energy pools and their glows were brightening up the dark hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.